expected there. Continuing jobless claims, 1.8 basically versus 1.8 expected. So a lot of data coming through there at 8:30. Keep in mind, yeah, ECB press conference coming up at 8:45. That's about it as far as economic data. So welcome to the official cutting cycle. It has begun.
It better, I guess. Better late than never, Brendo. Yeah, Canada cutting yesterday, Europe today. Widely expected, that we're going to get at least one Fed rate cut this year. Recall that back in December when we got the dot plot, it was 3 rate cuts that we were planning, and then the market somehow priced in 6. We haven't even got 1, and we're through 6 months of the year yet. So yeah,
it's back to almost 2. Call it 1.8-ish, I guess, if you look at the Fed funds tool, but September and then possibly November as well. Here's the dollar. Dollar got smoked on that ECB decision. That's a 15-minute chart, so big move down there from 104.35 all the way back to 104.10, basically, for the DXY. If you zoom out a little bit, you can see we're still right at the bottom of the range here on the daily chart. I was keeping my eye on yields. 30-year did reverse there following that 8:15 decision. 10 years down as well, 4.287 for the 10-year currently. So, yeah, I mean, the euro getting a bump a little bit on that. That's about the only thing higher.
And the 10-year made a newer low yesterday. So on a technical basis here, if I could show the screen, Ram, this was the kind of the area that we held up at last time. And you can see that there was good support right here. And now actually we're below that, Brendo. So good look here for yields.
Yeah, we're back to basically flat here for the equity markets. Meanwhile, it was volatile since that 8:15 decision. Yeah, there it is, 0.1 for the NASDAQ currently, guys. Good morning.
Good morning, and
good morning.
Did we just go the entire opening crawl there without a single mention of NVIDIA? Impressive.
Wow. What are those guys doing?
Most impressive.
What are they even doing over there?
It's almost like, I guarantee it wasn't intentional, but I think that's what happened. 1/3, or I don't know, it's probably like 30% is the number I heard. 30% of the market's gain this year has been NVIDIA. NVIDIA tagged almost 1,250. Dollars. The actual high is, I have a bad wick, so that's like 49 or something, so that could be breaking. You got the split coming up. Robinhood in the news as well today, acquiring Bitstamp. So we're going to be looking at some crypto. That looks like a big setup for a bit of a breakout play. But when you look at the chart of the NASDAQ, like that move that Brennan just talked about when we got those numbers, like you actually saw, we broke the high and came back in. It's about 30 points. This is what 30 points of movement looks like in the context of yesterday's trade. Ramp job. On a 60-minute chart, it is all green yesterday. That is unbelievable momentum and obviously led by NVIDIA. As he said, it's just dragging everything up there with it. And when that split comes, I think there's going to be even more eyeballs on that name. So a couple more days to trade it while it's over 1,000.
Yeah, we just talked about how that move and the momentum just keeps going on NVIDIA, and it's like it's up 10% in a week. 10%. We said it 10% in a week on $3 trillion. So they've gained $300 billion. I just wanted to say shout out to Havana Woody. I was just saying how's it going, blah blah blah, and he says good morning, and this is to Brendan. He's winning with the Wealth and Health podcast. So there it is right there. So thank you to Havana Woody, and there's a whole bunch of fun stuff now being posted up there with day trading debunked, becoming a trader, you're fired, different things like that. So we're really putting in the work with, hey, what's up, my guy right there? I didn't see Jim Carrey there. But anyways, thank you for the support on this, and make sure you hit the like and the subscribe on that podcast, Mr. and Mrs. Havana Woody. All right, so the other name that's kind of, look, we talk about NVIDIA absolutely all the time. But we also talk about Apple. And I mean, this name has been obviously not as impressive. I would say it's equally as impressive, just not as enormous as NVIDIA. I mean, this name has gone straight up. You had 1 or 2 pullbacks there, very similar to what we saw. NVIDIA, remember, gave back 20%, 22% at one point from 950 down to 750. And Apple's starting to go back to the upsides. Well, not starting to break through 52-week and all-time highs. So let's see if Apple has something to say about that little $3 trillion market cap battle that we have right now with NVIDIA. I still think NVIDIA wins, and I don't think it's going to be close. But at the end of the day, today, Apple has this conference coming next week as well. So you have the split, which is really helping out, I think, the stock of NVIDIA. I mean, just the sheer numbers that they're putting up is, look, we know it's going to fall back at some point. It's just, why would you even look for that now? The momentum is so strong. And then Apple, I just feel like with WWDC coming next week as well, that's another tailwind. So I don't know. I kind of want to be short, but I mean, you're standing in front of so much momentum here, it's ridiculous. So I don't know. So many good stories out there in tech land.
Crazy. We were just talking about NVAX here. I'll show you this is a weekly chart for NVAX. So 1, 2, 3, 4, call it 5, 6, potentially 7. We're up here this morning on Novavax here. It's 33% short. So it's caught this short float runners wind that we've had over the past couple of weeks, but there's also a couple of COVID, I don't even want to say that word, but COVID-related headlines once again.
Apparently, they're coming out with a new vaccine, Brendo, just in time for the pandemic. No, I'm tongue-in-cheek, of course. Look, it's expected, it's supposed to be a monovalent variant of the vaccine, whatever that is. It's supposed to be released by September. It's in line with how the FDA wants these vaccines to be from now on. So we'll have to see how it all works out. It's been a great look for this company, May 10th onward. Have a look at the breakout. Since May 10th, it's been higher highs and higher lows. There really hasn't been a let up.
I was just noticing it's actually a pretty big float too. It's 130 plus million here that is 32.5% short. 130 million shares that are more than 30% short. So I think that's more of the story here, but gapping up to the tune of, 40%.
If it's still that much short, because at the beginning of this run, it was like 32%. If it's still that many short, like, come on. They're like, nobody's that silly. Short's got a cover. Like, are you kidding me? Like, I gotta imagine when we get an update on this, it's gotta be a heck of a lot lower. Like, give me a break. And this was on actual news. They got a deal with Sanofi back in May. And previous to that, they had legitimate, there was going concern issues and all that stuff. And then all of a sudden you get that deal. Now they're getting positive FDA out of here. The only downside to today, or at least where it is right now, is if you look at the next bag holder level, it was a pretty decent one at 26. And what makes this an interesting, we call it bag holder level, but like the last spot at which, there's a resistance where people might have been looking to buy, that was on a big bounce. Like, it was a bounce off 16 here with higher lows that looked like it was breaking out, and that's kind of like a little bit of a top breakout day and a consolidation. Like, that traps people in longs when a stock is trying to bounce. Certainly it got people in longs there. So when you get back to 26, it's already shown some sellers there once. If it's unable to get through the 26 level, I'd be looking for previous support into resistance. We closed at 21, high yesterday of 22. That gives a bit of a dip buy zone there. So unless it's breaking out through 26 and gets above that resistance, I'd be hunting for the dip buy. It's gone so parabolic at this point. It's a pure squeeze play. I wasn't planning on shorting it, but I went to check to see what the locates were, and they were clearly repricing them in our system because they weren't even available, which generally means that they're trying to figure out what the demand is going to be. So closer to the open, I bet you it might have gone up a tick or two. It was like 1/4 of 1 cent a share for locates. I'm guessing it's probably going to be like half a cent, but that price is going to be going up. At this point, I'm not looking to short it. If it goes down, then I'm just waiting for a bounce somewhere off the previous highs and yesterday's close.
So, I mean, that's a great stock. They're probably a much better day trading stock than Moderna, but Moderna came in and banged off of 140 basically for a week, and now started to go back up this week on some of the same similar news. And I'm hearing, we hear this talk, different variants, this and that. And plus Moderna has, the cancer treatments and things like that they're working on. So there's lots of opportunity here for Moderna as well. But there's a nice bounce back upside. So, we've talked to Mike about this, Neil's talked about this name, but Moderna seems to be able to work in this environment as well. So watch out for that. And then just zooming back out, now that we do this, I can see that there is this 165 area. So possibly a break through this as well could be something. 165, we already made a move up to 170. So typically Oh yeah, we don't want to zoom out too much. Yeah, so you're right here, right now, back to April highs. So yeah, 163, good little area here. You might want to fade something around 170, but hey, a breakout from there seems pretty good to me. Moderna on watch, up 4%.
Just noting this rubric stock, recent ad going back a few weeks here, RBRK gapping to the upside this morning. A few analysts initiating coverage here, it looks like for the first time. BMO, one of those, raising the stock to outperform from market perform. So gapping back above 32, which was that initial support over here on the daily chart for RBRK, one that's positive. I want to mention Hood here as well, picking up Bitstamp for 200 million on the crypto side for Robinhood. This is another one that, if you zoom out a little bit on a chart, I mean, has just been straight to the upside for the past weeks.
Oh yeah, it's been an amazing year for Robinhood so far. 69% up year to date since January onwards, as Brando mentioned, buying Bitstamp for the tune of 200 million, their biggest acquisition so far. Really, the whole point here is to keep working off this retail investor interest with crypto. So they're looking to take on the likes of Coinbase, the likes of Binance to kind of expand their market share. Keep in mind, though, they are still being looked at by the SEC for the crypto related issues, so that's not out of the wind yet.
I was just seeing maybe on the back of that NVAX, VRAX, VRAX Biolab company is just popping up here once again on volume as well. I'll double check on that, but yeah, Hood with that's the weekly chart right now for Robinhood, looks great.
Yeah, like that VRAX, I didn't know. I assumed it was sympathy to what's going on with the others because it didn't have any specific news. Low float runner up up 130% with 11 million in volume. Like what's going on with Robinhood, I'm not going to bother to do the whole Robinhood SoFi comparison from like months ago. Suffice to say, one is at the lows and pretty much one is at the highs, and it's easy enough to figure out which one is which. And if you can't, then the trading and the markets probably aren't for you. Robinhood, super strong move. It's going to likely take an all-time high break for like some kind of a big trade. The problem with the market just pulled back in, and we're not really driving anywhere. So you're going to have to let things settle down a little bit here. It could be an early breaker through 2240, which every top is going to be a 52-week high, I should say. I'll misspeak sometimes, say all-time high, 52-week high. So you have a double top at 2240. That could get taken out. It's good news for them. The whole SEC investigation thing, all of them are getting investigated. All of them are being looked into with digital assets. Okay, like what are they classified as? So it's pretty much across the board, and a lot of that seems to be baked in at this point. If it doesn't break out the top, I think you had a very long consolidation yesterday. I mean, the entire afternoon, like 80% of the day, you just spent between 21 and 21:30 before a very, very late breakout when the market continued. When the market started going, it kind of dragged this up with it. I think that provides a fantastic area for this to dip into. So whether it's a breakout on Hood, I'm only really looking long on Robinhood today on that news. If it ends up being some kind of a short, I'll sit it out. I have a couple of ideas I like to the short side if they can get there. Amazon's one of them, but Robinhood, I like the story. The stock looks fantastic. I think you just look for places to ride the wave here and don't get too cute about it. Ultimately, if the market goes up, like let's just throw out a number, right? Like if the market goes up like 8 days out of 10 and you're looking for longs every single day, you're gonna lose a couple times. But when we're this strong, show me the curl, show me a weak stock. That's a different story. That's not what I see here with Robinhood at all. Wish I could tell you that I bought this instead of SoFi, but it's just not the truth.
Yeah, I have, it's been too bad about that trade. But for right now, Robinhood is going to be one of my number one ideas for today. I mean, breaking higher. I love the look of the chart again. Beautiful, beautiful move upside. Great news. I mean, 200 million doesn't seem like that much. I don't know enough about the company, but it seems like a drop in the bucket there. Good support down here at 2021. I wrote down 2150. I really like this name. I'm just getting the sticky note out right now. Once it's out, you'll see. But I have Robinhood down here at 2150. Sort of yesterday's close. area, especially on this pullback from the NASDAQ. If we're able to get that, then I want to go long. It's very similar to what we had yesterday with Intel on news, where we were loading it up down there at 30 bucks. And there's the dip into 30 yesterday for Intel right off the open. And that was my biggest Intel position in a long time. And we were able to get it exactly at the bottom, which was just lucky because it was a $30 mark. So we'll try to play something similar to that with Robinhood and go 21.50. But I like the level. I like the story. Robinhood, you know, up and away, I think. They are not taking from the poor and giving to the rich. I don't know exactly what they're doing, but if you bought it down here, you are a little richer. So nice move there on Robinhood.
More earnings. Victoria's Secret just popping up in front of me here as well. VSCO. There's not a lot of volume behind this, but Q1 results for them as well. That's a daily chart. I'll zoom in here a little bit. It was after the close yesterday. It ends lower. There are 5 different analysts, looks like, with opinions on this morning. But as I mentioned here, kind of quiet.
Yeah, it's been tough for a lot of these retailers, Brendo. Lately, we saw Lulu yesterday reporting they did better, but some of their guide was a little bit weaker. Victoria's Secret also kind of reeling off that same thing with consumer spending coming a little bit lower, with credit card debt being at all-time highs. So I'll have to see how they trade today, down marginally right now, 0.13%.
Yeah, a few people talking about this SpaceX and Tesla again this morning. Moving back downside right now, there's nothing that I see on this, but it looks like another successful venture for Elon's SpaceX this morning. This thing got crushed out of the gate yesterday, but made its way all the way back to 175. Quiet for Tesla here, guys, pre-market as well.
Only because he said SpaceX, I'm just going to throw in there that Boeing, successful launch. They're sending a couple of NASA astronauts up to the International Space Station, so ISS. So I think that's pretty cool. Good news for, I mean, it's kind of good news for Boeing. It's not really doing anything, flat on the day, but whatever. If I get a chance to say something positive about Boeing, I'm going to do it. Every chance that I get. Just going to get rid of a line here on my Tesla chart that I realize I do not need because it is not valid. What you need to know about Tesla, I feel like the daily chart is telling almost entirely the story. You have support at the 50 period in the low 170s. Right now it looks like 72 is going to be that bottom, and it's been bouncing there, but look what's happening. It's just shallow, shallow, shallow. There were great bounces into very, very modest bounces the last couple of days. So it's still in a downward trend. I mean, testing the top end of this range seems incredibly unlikely today. But, you know, like 177, if it gets going, like 77 would seem like a level to look for a short. 76 was good yesterday, but I feel like if we bounce here after the recovery yesterday, you want to give it some birth. Like the way that it rebounded off of 72, 73, I think if it goes bouncing, you want to be very patient. So looking at that resistance here at 77, clearly 180 and above, like in that range, I'm looking for a wick top like it's already done before. So you get that 70 to 72 zone. If it dips, that's the place to buy. If we lose 170 bucks, hands are off for me on Tesla. It's relatively weak, but today it's only 0.4 down. When I see a lot of things that are like Meta's exactly the same down as Tesla is right now, and the market's essentially flat. So it's not really doing anything crazy. So just respect the range that has been put in. Respect the fact that every pop has been a short opportunity in Tesla. And yeah, I don't think the story is done for them. But when you compare this to all the other names that we love in that Magnificent Seven, you know, it's clear which one isn't getting love right now. And until something changes, I usually am just favoring shorts unless it's a monster support level. When we get to resistance, I think Tesla's a short at resistance levels.
Yeah, we've been trading Tesla a lot. We had it at 176 yesterday. We really liked it, but then we got stopped out on the wick higher. I still like that short up there at 176. Actually, the sticky note is going to be out in a second. I don't have it on, but I probably should. I like that level at 176, and I think it's something that we'll look at if we get that opportunity today to short it. So I feel like the market's going to be a little weaker off the open. I don't know. That jobless claims number there, a little higher than expected. So that's not great for the economy, but you know, the market, I guess, we're now, I feel like we're going to be baked in now to at least one cut. I mean, I guess the timing of that cut is going to be what's important. Whether or not that happens in June or July, I guess not June. We'll look at the Fed rate tool. But yeah, I like that 176 down up there. And then the other name that if this is at 11.25 again, I have to go home. Well, almost okay, 11.29. Like every time this stock I look at it, it's in and around the same. I don't know if this is breaking out or not, but again, we'll always kind of look at this, and I think that supporting $11 makes sense. So if you get a dip buy into Rivian, that's good. We'll talk about some of the Chinese EVs, obviously, throughout the day, but NIO breaking through $5 could be something. It had a much bigger move down, move up. Now it's coming back in again, so there's going to be a bottom to talk about here on NIO at some point.
Starship 4. Or the fourth flight anyways, just taking off right now for SpaceX. That's Lyft right now, doing that. Investor Day is on currently, so it looks like they're updating some financials right now that are coming through. It looks like mostly positive, obviously, coming off that price action, but I mean, they're adjusted EBITDA to the upside, gross bookings to the upside from 2024 to 2027. So there's a bunch of financials, just be aware, coming through for Lyft up nicely now.
Yeah, it was interesting. I was watching an interview this morning with an analyst from Evercore ISI, and he was really making the point. He was attending the investor conference in New York, and he was making the point, you know, he's there, he's all ears, but he really has a hard time understanding how they're going to compete with Uber. They can't compete on price. They're not competing on price, in fact, most of the time, and they don't offer as many services. So where is the revenue increase? Where's the revenue generation going to come from? I was telling Brendo off camera, I mean, most people are using Lyft as an ARB. Is Lyft cheaper or is Uber cheaper? And whichever one's cheaper, you end up taking. So that's not really a model.
Yeah, I'll keep an eye out here, but there are still some comments coming through, guys, if anyone's watching. Lyft still moving around.
I was just thinking about what Sharif was saying there. And you know what? I mean, the thing is that I feel like you compare shop all the time, right? And
That's all I do.
I think it's just a matter of they got to get their drivers. I mean, we'll hear what they're saying about all this. I feel it's like when you open up the app and it's like you can get an Uber in a couple minutes or maybe a Lyft in a couple minutes plus a couple more minutes, then you might choose Uber because it's more convenient due to drivers. I've looked at it. I think the prices are pretty similar. I
haven't noticed.
I don't know enough about it. But like, how are you just allowed to have an investor's day and then you just start updating your numbers? Like, why weren't they accurate in the first place? I don't know, unless they're guided numbers or something like that. We'll figure that out. But yeah, I like Lyft. I prefer Uber, and I say
very light volume, by the way, guys.
You go with the best of breed, and I think that's Uber. So
yeah, I tend to agree. Uber over Lyft, but I just be careful trading this, especially with this going on, because it's not really doing a heck of a lot of volume. It's 500,000 shares. So it's a good relative volume, but the spread, a second ago, was like 20 pennies on a $16 stock. So it is a very wide spread. So while it's going on, they could say one thing and you could be dropping $1 just because one person decided to sell. There isn't more than 100 shares on the bid until you get to, someone just flashed, until you get to 16. It's insane. So let's get to it there. We've got some upgrades and downgrades.
Lots of interesting names to talk about on both sides of the deck here. We have Costco starting the upgrade side with this upgrade from TSLA Advisory Group, $900 price target. We also have United Airlines getting upgraded here by Redburn Atlantic. Sealed Air with this upgrade from Mizuho trading up by about 3%, and Capital One getting upgraded by Jefferies. Lots of interesting names here on the downgrade side. Shopify getting downgraded by Moffett-Nathanson, down about 1.5%. Also down about 1.5% is Dollar Tree after this downgrade from Citigroup. They had earnings yesterday and they traded a bit lower on those. We also have Lululemon trading higher after earnings, but getting this price target decrease from TSLA Advisory Group. Worth noting as well, they did beat on earnings, but their Q2 guidance particularly was a little bit weaker than expected. So LU on watch here. Last but not least, we do have Citigroup downgrading eBay to end the list here, though eBay also trading a little bit higher, guys.
eBay.
Like Lulu in the 300s, and they got a downgrade from TSLA there, and the new price target's $470. So obviously that's just, it was sky high, and they're having to make the adjustment. So that's not really, clearly they're bullish on the stock. Like, that's nuts. Hopefully it goes there. Shopify is the interesting one because maybe the downgrade gives it a chance to bounce off 60 again. Like yesterday, it broke 61 and got to 62 before pulling back. And that resistance at 60, if it turns into support, and you know how that story goes, you know, resistance into support, support into resistance, it's kind of like the easiest thing to find on a chart. I think 59.75 was where the bulk recently of the resistance was. You had some wicks above there, so If it holds on to 60, doesn't really break 59.75, that would be a good bounce in what has been a nice recovery. It's probably due for a red day because there hasn't been one in a week and a half here on Shopify. But as long as it bounces off that previous resistance, I think you'd have this little tiny uptrend very much intact.
Yeah, I like that Shopify 60. That's been a level that we've liked. If you've missed it, you get an opportunity to get it today. So that would be the name that I'm looking at. And then of course, the name that is again, like, hold, don't trade. It's just like, you've never even heard me say selling Costco. I mean, this name just, like, there's so much, people talk about, we all talk about NVIDIA. Like, everybody loves NVIDIA. It's fantastic. I get it. But at the beginning of the year, you want to talk about like being diversified and into different things so that you're sort of spreading that wealth and assets out. This 640 is where we started the year, all right? Like, you're at 833 now, and it's not like Costco is one of these revolutionary businesses that are changing the world that you have to be like, oh, we're on the AI train or we're not. Just get on the damn train at some point here with Costco. I mean, it's not slowing down. If anything, it's accelerating. I mean, Costco, a very aggressive move to the upside here as this retail winner just keeps on winning. So, I mean, I love the name. I've been loving this from time. I've been telling stories, and it seems like so long ago now. But, my father and I were trading in and out of this thing back between $50 and $100 until we eventually just said, what are we even doing? Let's just hold on to it. And then Costco goes huge to the upside. But great name, a hold, Costco upgraded today. So not a great day trade name. Well, I mean, it probably is, but just not for our style, not for my style. Anyways, $3 spread. I like Costco. I think it just continues to win.
Bucks or something we were just talking about Costco delivery in downtown Toronto was very, very efficient. I think it was like $15 for the entire order for delivery specifically, but it was great. I was just saying, my wife and I were out for a walk on a Saturday morning, ordered a bunch of stuff on my phone. It was at my door when we came back later in the day. So
yeah, it's
fantastic. All right, let's get into a look at the market here, and then we'll talk some individual stocks. 53.66, guys. That's where we closed off yesterday. All-time highs as well. You'll be able to see that we're testing that level from May 23rd. We actually got a little bit above it. 53.72 is the overnight high. So let's go ahead and say that key level of support will be that 53 1/3. That takes us to the crest from the 27th. For resistance, it's a blue sky setup. We really don't have any resistance levels north of here. Here comes all-time highs. Yeah. If you haven't done so yet, go to the website, tradertv.live, wait for that pop-up, enter your information. All you need is an email address. And then you get the watch list every single day delivered right to you for free. Does all your homework for you. Here's Lululemon, top of the list this morning. I went out to a weekly chart to see this level. If you go all the way back to basically the May-ish area, we're right back down, $300. Huge, huge, huge level here. Holding so far on the higher time frame. Tons and tons. There's probably 10 or 11 analysts moves on this, all in the 400s for price targets for Lulu.
Look, they've got some challenges here. There's some positive, but there are some challenges. Here are the challenges. Slowing growth in North America is really standing out here. Inventory management issues. They've been ordering wrong sizes, wrong quantities. Has been a problem as well. There's also a potential shift in consumer spending. A lot more focused on denim rather than leisure wear, athletic leisure wear. The positives, they beat on EPS decidedly. Strong international growth as compared to North America, and they did increase their full year EPS, Brendo.
Yeah, great level if you are looking at a higher time frame, guys, for Lulu.
Absolutely. Just one quick thing here. That lift did make it all the way to 1735. It just regained underneath 17. It was holding for a little bit, so a bit of a pullback happening as they're updating some financial numbers. Let's see where it settles down. It needs to make a bit of a higher low on that one before you want to jump in. As I said, it's very, very thinly traded at this point, so I think you just got to be careful. The expected move on Lulu was 10.5%, 10.5%, 11%, depending on the timing of when you looked at it. It ends up only 8. Saying in the aftermarket show, which was a blast with Chris Brecher as always, We kept checking back on this, and I'm like, we need to hold 340. Got to hold 340. Need to be pressing 345. Otherwise, you could be doing the other thing, which is what CrowdStrike did yesterday on a big move to the upside. Pull back at the open. So targeting, like, it bounced off 328 on a pullback, 328 to 330, so that would be the spot that I'd look for. The other thing about that 340 area, need to hold up there to make a run at this 50 period, which it would be rejecting today. That's a big chop zone at the 350 level where it had a lot of stability and a lot of transaction, a lot of buyers in there as well. So you might see some profit taking at that 350. I can see us dipping. It was a pretty mixed report ultimately. And they sprinkled buyback on it, which is great. That's probably why it did as good as it did. But with it being a little bit underwhelming in terms of the move and finding resistance exactly where you'd expect, if it can hold 328 off the open, I think you'd have yourself a long. But like any earnings name that's only doing a couple of 100,000 shares, it might not be the best day trade out there. Not when you've got NVIDIA, not when you've got Robinhood. We haven't even mentioned, we probably won't even talk about Meta. Meta was a rocket ship yesterday. I like some Amazon today. You got Tesla out there. Rivian, that 11 level has been really good. Novavax is running. So Lululemon's going to the wayside very likely today. Unless it's very obvious, trending after a 328 bounce, maybe look for some kind of late day trend on it.
Just quickly there, we always talk about Fed, Fed rate tools and things like that getting updated. Well, they just updated the election polling right now. And so right now we do have a potential new president coming in the United States for it's a sweep. So I mean, he's got to turn the tide somewhere. Maybe here he is right here with Blackwell. But yeah, just unbelievable. Adara sent that to me, so go find that on X right there. Look, Lululemon, I mean, the buyback is nice, $1 billion, but it's not really trading that well here in the pre-market because it's starting to come back in just a little bit there. Underneath VWAP, underneath. We saw yesterday, I mean, the best example of to stay away from stocks early in the day, unless you really do have a pretty strong bias, is CrowdStrike. I mean, yesterday, we liked the name yesterday for sure. I mean, huge move up in the pre-market, was up to 345. And then all of a sudden, as the market opened up, we come into 335 and then we drop $30 down in here to 315 from the top. And then once that bottom is made at 10 o'clock, it's off to the races back virtually to highs again. So I feel like something like this could be happening with Lululemon. It's giving it up a little bit right now. I mean, it's not really, it's not at its highs again. But if it could give it up, come back into, what a surprise, that same 315 level, possibly as CrowdStrike. Funny how they're almost the same price. We'll see this one come back in and then maybe go for a little jog. So I like Lululemon down here. I'm not sure about the momentum early on this name because the NASDAQ is not doing much. It will get going. We just talked about NVIDIA. Space is up, NEO is down, Palantir. Palantir is a big name that I have on the sticky note today as well. I mean, congratulations, those of us that believed in Palantir down here near 20 bucks. That's been quite the move higher on that one. And then other than that, there's Uber. We have Lyft talking right now. And look, we talked about Uber coming into levels too, down there at 64. And if you go back down, and we spread this out a little bit, you'll see some key levels down here in and around $60, $64 that we keep on highlighting. I just wasn't sure of the story. I feel like this one could be a miss. Uber down there could have been bought 85 to 60. Great move down. Get a nice little premium there in Uber. But all right, let's go back over the desk and talk about a stock that I just got to do some research on because I'm not sure about it. NVD what? A?
Never heard of it.
1250. All right, let's see about this stock.
Index at this point. It's so expensive, but here's the higher time frame look. It's just a rocket ship at this point, fitting for the past couple of days. Positive again this morning. 1240, 1250 coming into play today. Just doesn't stop.
It's just nuts. All right, so here's the deal. It's the third company ever to reach the $3 trillion market cap, and it did it within 3 months of reaching $2 trillion. That's got to be a record. I didn't read that here, but that's got to be a record. That's number one. It's up 150% in 2024. It's trading at over 100 PE right now, Brendo. And combined, Microsoft, Apple, and NVIDIA make up more than 20% of the S&P now.
Enough said. That pretty much sums it up for NVIDIA, but clearly it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I'll let you know.
Nothing matters
We play Saturday.
for NVIDIA.
Saturday
It goes
morning we
up
play
when
them.
you expect it. It goes up when you don't expect it. Yesterday,
Yes.
look, it has to be said that yesterday was a unique situation at that 1200 level where you had a top that lasted on a momentum name longer than I've seen. I remember Apple did something like this months ago. It was probably even last year, it was so long ago. But it did something like this on Apple where it was just a big break that everybody was paying attention to and everyone wanted to break. And then about an hour later, it broke and it was a disaster. But NVIDIA, after an hour and a half of holding 1200, it ramp job. My one fear for like, if you take a break on this 1250, which I guarantee you a lot of people are going to have, is after what we saw, if it's just like an immediate break at the open, it could be like a fail break. That consolidation was higher lows, it coiled up there, it led you into that. So if I see something like that again, sure, great. Until that happens, it did a dip in the pre-market. Everything started with a dip in the pre-market lows and then a rip. It's already doing something like that and looking a little bit weaker than it did even in last pre-market. And I have yesterday's close here at 1225. So you get down into that price and do a dip. I think you look for a long off of that. If it's going to be a reversal day on NVIDIA, so be it. That day's probably coming. Until it does, if you've been trying to short this name, it's been pretty nasty for you, and that's an understatement. That said, it's not the only thing that was really strong. Micron was a rip your face off rally as well. I could show you the ARM chart and it would be the same thing. But Micron broke out on the daily, fresh highs here for them. If it holds 133, I think that looks pretty strong. ARM, similar story there for ARM, where it's not all-time highs for ARM because it had that ridiculous move post-earnings. But this stock is up $50 from April. Like that is a clean 60% bounce on ARM, and well through that 120 level where it got smoked. Like you talk about looking to buy dips and just not getting picky with prices. If you like a company and you're gonna hold it, then don't get picky. Just get in with the dip that it gives you. So I'm not gonna be trying to fight any of these. If it's gonna be a dip day, then we're patiently waiting for some levels. I'll let short set up if they happen to, and the one stock, if there is a short, it's probably in AMD, only because it's got some serious resistance levels still in play. You know, in the mid 170s and at the 170 level, you actually have some resistance that has not blown through. That makes it very different from all of the others. So it could get up, if it does somehow get up there, which seems unlikely right now. That's the one stock that has some short levels, 171, 173, maybe even the 170, but we're not close to that. I think the buys opportunities probably come first.
Yeah, I'm not looking too short on these, but I still feel like there's going to be a flush, and I'll talk about this in a minute. So here we go. Come over here and just show this. So this is yesterday's baseball game. This is the first pitch of the game. So here she goes. She gets ready, locked and loaded. First pitch of the game, and then boom, it's a gapper. My wife stops recording it, but there she goes, rounding the base, and she winds up. Oh no, actually, that was not a double. That was a single right there. So here's me and Baron going golfing as well. And then there is the, Starbies. That's her there. What are you gonna do? Yeah, I said up here, Starbies with my homie. So there she is there. And then here's me and Brendo. And then here's golfing with my man there as well. So yeah, lots of fun happening and so super busy, and the fun continues. Next game Saturday morning. We're really excited for that. But anyways, all right, NVIDIA. So NVIDIA's on the note today, and I mean, it has to be, right? I mean, we had it. Hey, what's up? Paul Liddy King says, I have the same setups as him, so that's good. 1,200 long. I think it seems low. I know that, but market could be going lower, and then obviously as we're writing this, the market starts going higher right now. But at the same point, I really like NVIDIA today. You have to just keep playing the momentum long. I don't really see any reason to short anything here. If the level comes up and it just wants to dance around here, I'll wait for it to break. But I don't want to be short this name, and I just don't think it's time yet. This will fall down at one point, and when it does, we hope to be short at that point. But I feel like it has to be story based. I just don't think it's going to fall for any reason. I don't think there's enough people that want to sell this name until something happens. So the reason why I wrote down 1,200 is we had that huge break there yesterday. this thing dropping $30 is
Points.
nothing. That should be a sneeze. Like if someone wants to come in and sell it, because again, all-time highs, 1250. We're getting closer and closer to split day, which I believe is the only tailwind right now over the last couple of days, because I haven't really seen too many new stories. We do know that they're building basically a huge moat. I mean, there's so many of the major buyers are Microsoft, Google, you know, the deals that they're doing. They got Dell there, they got HPE, like everything, Meta, everyone is lining up. Tesla takes delivery and ships them off somewhere else. Like they're needed. And this company has just been amazing. So talk about minting millionaires, like NVIDIA has done that time and time again. 1215 maybe is a support area. End of the day, we'll wind up taking a 1250 break long. This could be a level at the 200 period. Let's just let it open up. It's only 911 right now. The number this morning wasn't great, but at the same point, we're right back to where we were post and pre-number and just bouncing around. So let's wait to see. VWAP's 19.1 right here. That's where we're at. NASDAQ probably leads a little bit lower, but I think NVIDIA continues higher.
We'll talk some Chinese EVs here. NIO downside to the tune of 5.3% here this morning on the back of a disappointing earnings result, 54 to 56,000 deliveries projected here for NIO in the upcoming quarter, missing expectations. Numbers across the board, actually not too bad, but the forecast, a bit of a disappointment here. I mean, this is not a huge move, back to $5.
Yeah, I mean, it's not even a huge move in the pre-market. But look, as you mentioned, everything was really not as well as it should have been. Revenue down 7%, 7.2% year over year, 42% quarter over quarter. Adjusted EPS also missed. Total deliveries, 30,053 cars. That was down 3.2% year over year. 40% quarter over quarter. Kind of gives you the idea they had a hell of a quarter last quarter. Gross margin was a good story here, so they're making a bit more money on their cars. And as Brendo mentioned, 54 to 56,000 vehicles being guided here for delivery. That'll be a 130% jump. So if they can meet that, it'll fix things a bit.
It's I was checking earlier this morning the volume on this. It's 10 million now. It wasn't terribly impressive in the pre-market, but it has picked up a little bit so far, guys. But not a lot to look at here today for NIO.
Yeah, not really. I mean, it could hold. The bottom in May was $4.70. The 50 period's at $4.80, so you know, the $5 level is just a round number. If it doesn't hold $4.70 to $4.80 looks like a support zone. If it gets down there, it's not as if, you know, we've seen crazier things. Like if it hits $4.74, it'll be down 10%. So support on the daily would be an SSR bounce. That's probably the only play I'd look for today on NIO. If we get down to 470, it will be short sell restricted. I'd look for a bounce off of that level, like a false break or just like a tight long in there on NIO. This is the shirt. Flash it. Hit it. Yeah, there it is.
Less hair, though.
Fresh haircut. You got to make the face, though.
I don't know if it's real or not. Is this AI Randy or what is this Randy over here? The weather's turning gorgeous here. You got no George.
It's a little cooler though today because we're getting rain today, so it's a little cooler. Yeah, but the thunderstorms are. You need some rain when it's this hot. Like it got ridiculously hot yesterday. Randy, we buying XOM yet? I'm asking you every single day till you say yes.
Buy the dips.
Okay, so he's saying yes. He's
still saying buy. I thought we were waiting another $4 or $5 on XOM, but you're telling me we're buying it now.
Buy those dips.
Yeah, I like.
No, 13s.
I really like
110 was the level on it. It kind of dipped it. There you go. 110 I thought was going to be the level as it loads up on the chart, and the 200 period is not going to show till I give you enough data. P-Pro 8. Yeah, like down here 110, 109.
Don't forget, XOM is sitting on $33 billion in cash. So new plays coming in as
Mike closer apparently.
Mike, is that close enough, Ram? Super. They're sitting on a big cash hoard. So look at that. New plays coming in, new shale plays. The demand is still there. Is it weak? Yes. Some are driving, maybe not what it was, but there's lots of cash to play with. So they're well positioned.
Cash is certainly king.
Coffee is king
100%.
too?
Coffee is
Coffee's
always
Coffee's
king. I
Coffee's
could always
aight.
get, yeah, if you
Aight.
appreciate
Yeah,
it.
sure, why not?
For sure, Manny.
All right. Yeah, Neo. We talked a little bit about Neo there, but to me, I'll just always still try to stick with what we've been doing. Tesla. I still like Tesla up here at 176. So that's going to be a level for me to short if we can get in there. Really consolidating right now. If you say forget about the short, I still like the long at 174. It's just it's right here right now. We tried to take it yesterday, and then we wound up getting shut out of the trade and then back into it. And then we talked about shorting up here a couple times before eventually getting stopped out on that short, which again did suck, but we had made money there and then it fell. So I still like the 176 here on Tesla without any major sort of catalyst behind it. I think we could sort of float up here and then we'll look to put something on, or even if we head to the downside, something was going on down here at 172.50, 172. So that also looks like great longs. I think Tesla's going to be a great trading opportunity, and I should have put it on today's sticky note.
All right, let's talk some Robinhood. We touched on it briefly earlier. If you're with us in the first 30 minutes here, but Robinhood picking up Bitstamp, straight up cash.
Yeah.
For Bitstamp expanding their crypto, my chart's not working here, but expanding their crypto dealings and offerings for Hood.
Yeah, to the tune of $200 million. That's all cash, as you mentioned, Brendo. It's their largest acquisition to date. Really, what they're trying to do here is expand and try to compete against the likes of Binance and Coinbase, but they do have headwinds. They're still being possibly investigated by the SEC, obviously, for having some of these crypto coins on there that is being alleged that they're securities. Keep in mind, their stock is up big year to date, 69% so far in 2024, and a good look from analysts. They're optimistic that investor activity can continue and help Robinhood.
Yeah, it might be in an effort to ease those investigations and make them go away as well. So 3.2% here, guys. What do we do with Hood today?
And you just go long Robinhood. Robinhood is the #1 idea that I have today. Again, we're writing this as they're all dipping, but Robinhood does not. It goes into $22. Look, 200 million doesn't seem like a lot of money at all to me. Breakout from that 22 on a daily, 52-week high of 22.40. You're at the 52-week high right now. You know why 200 million doesn't seem like that much to me? They almost have $7 billion in cash. So Robinhood wins, man. I like the stock. I really think it's going to continue its move higher. That dip, I mean, like I said, as we're coming on air, you're down here at 21.80. So I wrote down 21.50, thinking that if we got somewhere into yesterday's close, that would be nice. I mean, yesterday's close is 21.60, so we came 30 cents away from that. So I still think it's in play, but now the 200 period just looks better at 21.90 because now we have support there. So Robinhood, the chart looks fantastic. You're breaking out here today. These little wick highs, I could say all right, let's get short because we haven't broke 22.50, but that's just a dangerous game. Up 3%. I think the name continues to go. There was no short float from what I saw to be worried about, unless I was wrong. Yeah, it's 6% on the short float, so not worried about that. I think Robinhood breaks higher here. And I'd rather play the dip, that's all. So let's just wait for that, put our bids in and see if it hits. But I like Robinhood, and we might have to break out this 22.40, 22.50 area right away. I don't know if I'm feeling the breakouts just based on the market kind of not making up its mind either. So let's see if we can get Robinhood on a discount today into 21 highs.
Yeah, there's a buyer right now sitting at 22.14 on level 2 for about 30. There's not a lot of size in level 2, but there's people in the front of the offer at 22.40. But then 22.14, you got 30 thou there, just slightly lower than that. Then you have another buyer 22 even. So clearly there's going to be some support, I think, on positive news. You've got this nice little gap in there. I try to keep it simple. Like you have a rounded bottom. It's a long setup. NVIDIA was the #1 on my note just because it's like find longs in NVIDIA, find opportunities to trade NVIDIA because those setups have been good. But it's pretty simple here. If it breaks out the top, I'm going to be in the break. I don't love the break as much as when you get a consolidation after the open to set you up with a breakout than taking it at the open, and then you have a clear gap right into that 21.6. I think that's a dip buy. When it sets up like this, it kind of rates itself. But that breakout, I will have it, but I would prefer if it were to give you a setup where that ends up a high, pull back, and then break it out. Like make that high again at 2240 after the open, then it dips and then breaks it after is generally speaking a bit of a better setup for me. But we're only looking longs here on Robinhood. Do not want to be fighting on Robinhood. And just keep in mind, like this is committing them. It's about the commitment to crypto. Like it's only a couple $100 million, and really Bitstamp is mostly like Europe and Asia as well. That said, it's a commitment to expanding into digital assets for them, and which has been good. If you look at the hold of 70K on BTC, you're probably making a run at some point soon at that $72,000 level. So if that continues its trend up, then that's just only going to help Robinhood. So it's got a lot of things going for it here, but the market's pretty flat.
Brought to you by American Airlines, trading in the USA under the symbol AAIRF. And in Canada, under the symbol WIFI, the company announced a knockout punch, a global marketing partnership with the UFC. Airs Tech is dedicated to bridging the gap between technology and wellness. Airs Tech's mission is to provide cutting-edge solutions that protect against electromagnetic radiation without disrupting everyday use of technology. This innovative company has seen consistent revenue growth and boasts several high-profile customers like Russell Brand and top UFC athletes. OTCQB, AAIRF on the CSE here in Toronto, WIFI. Here is NVAX. Huge move past couple of days here. Even out of the gate yesterday, this thing absolutely shot up to 22. We gap up then this morning all the way to 26 bucks on these COVID headlines. But I mean, more importantly, I think anyways, 32+% short here.
Yeah, that's really the trade. That's where I get Big Kahunas will focus on that. But the headline here really is that this new COVID vaccine is a monovalent strain, which helps with this new JN1 variant that apparently is coming out. It's been a very strong move from them from May 10th onwards. The deliveries for this vaccine expected by September. We'll have to see how they do here, though, but kind of COVIDed out, Brendo.
I think everyone is at this point, but that doesn't mean there isn't opportunities potentially here.
Yeah, well, it's already pulling back.
I'm not COVIDed out.
It's been pulling back for a while. Appreciate Randy. Just got the coffee reload. There was a break of Robinhood at that 40 level. As I said, pre-market, I don't like breaks as much. I like it better if it's after the open, so I'm taking half size in there. And if we get a later move through that level, I think it's a place to maybe add to it. But I don't like, so $26 just quickly on Novavax here. $26, where we showed this as a pretty decent resistance level if you go all the way back to 2022. Like, it was a really nasty pullback. Ooh, goodness. Remember Novavax was like 280 bucks? So it was a pretty decent pullback, and the 26 level is a big one, and you've already dipped off of this, lower high at 25, testing 24s. So if it tries to fill in the gap, I think all that consolidation at 21, 22, that's a good place to be long off of. And then you have so much room to the high, right? Like if it bounces 21.5 or 22 even, like you've got 10% till this 24 level it's at right now. You have a bunch to the 26. I think that's a much better play. It's showing you price, like a lot of people taking profit already in the pre-market, and it's such a parabolic move that sometimes you get these dips. So I'm not chasing Novavax up here. I'm not going to be in the short. As a matter of fact, I actually forgot to double check. The second I finish talking, I'm going to double check that just to get some locates on it because they'll probably be cheap, and I want to have them in the back pocket. But I'm not looking for the short. I'm looking for the dip buy in that 20 to 21 area on Novavax.
All right. Trying to see if anything else is happening here. Just check back in on some of these names. NVIDIA, not much is happening. AMD, 167 still. I don't mind that 168-ish area up here, but I prefer to wait for 170 and see what winds up happening and play off of a level here with AMD. I mean, I was looking at Bitcoin as well. Bitcoin's at 71,000. The disappointing thing is 3,800 with Ethereum. Like, I thought Ethereum would have been it's just been kind of flat, right? The last couple of weeks, basically off that announcement. I mean, it's been a great move. But IBIT yesterday, it's just some of these tops, like they just, and again, forget about the $41 mark or anything like that. It's just about looking at it technically. So a nice little move there up to 40, 41 bucks, holding those levels. That could be something to be bought, or these dip buys into 40. So I feel like there's $1 worth of a decent opportunity here, especially if crypto continues just to sort of be muted until we get some kind of news. And of course, the imbalances just come out, so we can find out what's going on with those. Yeah, so again, Crown Electric lead the way right now. There's NVIDIA with a buy. What a surprise. I mean, really? You know, we were just looking at that at 12.39. There it goes, 12.35 up to 12.45 again. NASDAQ, Apple with a sell. Okay, so there's a little sell candle there for Apple coming through. Yeah, after that, there isn't too much size on anything too big. I mean, Uber, a nice buy. We had that Lyft talk today. Palantir still here, so we like that name today. But yeah, not too much on the imbalances to start the day. And as I said, like, the market seems to be a little mixed, but it looks like it's going higher, holding VWAP, and now we got to activate some of the longs, which would be that Robinhood, NVIDIA, Palantir, Google.
NVIDIA,
so,
man.
They're all right there. NVIDIA's going to take that 12.50. So, all right, Sharif, what's up with you?
Still talking about the short squeeze, Sean. Today we'll talk about meme stock trading or heavily shorted names trading using MACD, moving average convergence divergence. If you're into that sort of thing, catch that with Adair and I on How to Trade at 11.
These guys. Going to be keeping an eye on this VNDA, Vanda Pharmaceuticals, because they rejected a bid, I want to say like a week ago. It was like 775 or something. And they've just got another offer that they have not accepted for $8 in cash. So there's like 2 companies bidding on them, and both want to buy them for cash, and both of them are higher than this particular price. So I'm going to have eyeballs on Vanda. Just going to make sure I read some things about it first. But if it can hold $6, that looks pretty interesting to me. I mean, a bidding war for a company and both of them bidding 20% higher than where it's trading right now, that could be a little something. It's done pretty decent volume in addition to that. So that could be a good one. Someone asked me like what I think about the NBA playoffs. I don't know how many games, but I'm picking the Mavs. I had Boston. You asked me at the beginning of the playoffs, I'd have said Boston easy, but I no longer think that. Luka's too good. Luka's been an absolute beast. There's a lot of things moving around here. I wanted to quickly mention Amazon. It is flat up on a relatively flat market, so doing what the market's doing. But that 50 period on the daily, 182 resistance for Amazon. If it punches through, I don't think I'd want to fight it. But as long as it's underneath that 182, it's a good V-shaped recovery. This is a stock that's got a support or resistance level on it that would be short. So we grabbed some Robinhood. It just had a seller at the 50 level. I'm going to buy the dip back into the quarters on Robinhood. If it breaks the quarters, I'm out and waiting for the 2160 level on Hood. NVIDIA looks like we are charging back to the upside. Well, okay, it was charging back to the upside. That 1245, bit of a turn there at 1245. I guess we're not going to get the 1250 break right away at the open. It could still happen, but it looked like that was pretty imminent with 90 seconds to go. Dip by hunting, previous close is an obvious level, 1225, and then from there, like 1200 could come into play. There's also support late in the afternoon at about 12:15. That makes it pretty easy. Like 12:25 we closed, 12:15 was support in the afternoon, 1200 was a breakout price. Do not want to be short this name.
All right, so just a minute left before we get going here. And yeah, Robinhood falling back in a little bit into that VWAP area of 22. So I think that we could probably buy something around there. I am waiting for a little bit lower here on Robinhood just because I have no idea where it's going. So we'll wait for that. And if we can dip by, we do know we like the name. So that's going to be a good one. I do have the breakout trade ready to go for NVIDIA if it takes 1250. So that's going to be a number there. 1235 has been the bottom. So, I mean, if you are dip buying this name and you think that, hey, the momentum is just going to be, again, way too strong. I mean, yesterday we just had a huge move off that 1200 break, but it was pretty muted early. Yesterday, just off open, so everybody can see this, we were at 1183 and we dropped all the way down to 75. So $10 or so down off the open yesterday before making new all-time highs. So, I mean, that's just another super, super strong name. So we'll get going on this with only 20 seconds to go. Adair is going to be ringing that bell, and then we'll watch to see. We've got Palantir, we've got Robinhood on our mind, and that's about it for now with NVIDIA.
Yeah, and watch out. There's a bit of a move coming up in Amazon there as we drop this countdown on a Thursday. Adara in 4, 3, 2, and 1. Ring it.
All right, so we're open. There, we'll watch Nvidia here as we say. So here we go.
Go ahead.
Nvidia down to 1237, 1236. It is falling down just a wee bit here for NVDA, back into some of that support. So is that an early flush? I guess we will find out, and I'll go long and test it right now on Nvidia into some of these levels. Just going to hold it back. Maybe to some of these dark pools. That's 1230 break, something like that. An early take here on Nvidia. Let's see if it wants to go higher.
So there was just a spike down right before the open. Intel went from flat to down 1%. If it gets to 30 again, I would try that 30 level one more time. Novavax is tanking here. Down like $1 or so. Actually, check that $2 at the open. Could come into that 21 level that we liked. Robinhood did a run back up to the 50 level and another dip into 22.20. Look, if it can't hold 22.20, I think I got to wait for 21.6 because that's starting to come back in there. So we got a couple of scalp trades, but I'm still holding most of it. So I'm going to get out there at the 22.20 level. Kind of a flat trade there, but it's starting to really come back down. So I do not want to hold on to it all the way into 21.6. We'll let it get to that level when it does. We did mention the Lyft story. I just want to quickly double down on, not double down, but go back to Lyft. It did catch a bid, retesting some of the highs up here. So Lyft making a bit of a move back into the highs. They updated some numbers at Investor Day. And that ASNS stock is already halted. Halted a million times yesterday. And I'll get to that one in a second, but I got to get to NVIDIA first.
Million times. All right, so we're in NVIDIA, we're watching it.
There,
Robinhood does come in, but we were bidding, where are we bidding, first of all? 03s. So let's just have a quick look at that. That comes in right to 12, so it doesn't even really get there. I mean, here's 22, so that's what we were looking for there. All right, so NVIDIA, we were sitting there to get a little bit more in front of 1230 there, but that didn't come through. So for rate, it came through, but not low enough for me. It only got to 1223 or so, or 33. So now we'll wait to see here as we're just flat on the stock. So we're going to hold it and see if we can do something on that one. Palantir here right now. 23 and change. It does dip in to the 200 period. We were waiting for a little bit lower as the market's trying to get itself all figured out here as well. So right now, we're $3 in the money on NVIDIA, and let's just see where it goes. I'm not getting out of this, so let's see if we can get 1250 break.
Yeah, I still think, the order's out there for 1250 if it gets there. If it can set up another breakout trade like a 45 double top, I think I'd be involved in that one as well. NEO's gotten very close to that SSR bounce play, so watch out for that. It's about 8 cents away from going short sell restricted, and if it does, we're going to be on that one. It's setting up 45s. The wick is actually pre-market low, so pre-market low hold on that one. It's a great look for the long. I'm not going to adjust my stop order just yet. We're going to try and take it the same place. Robinhood does end up holding 22s. I was waiting down in front of previous close. It might just have to take out the top again. That high was exactly 22.50, so that kind of makes things pretty easy. If it breaks 22.50, I'm just looking long again.
We're $10 in the money. So, face slap. We just got filled. So there it is, man. We just took $12 on NVIDIA right there. So, I mean, that's that trade right there. So we'll, all right, off to the beach. That's the trade right there. We have it on. It's now in and out, and we still have a piece on that one. So we got out of 2/3 there for $12 right there. So, I mean, that's the damage put on there by NVIDIA. So we knew we wanted to get long. We talked about that. It's just too bad we didn't get more shares. We were sitting there to get more, but there it is right there, $12 winner to start the day on NVIDIA. So I'll just go into my chill mode now and see if we can break through 1250. So there it is. Let's just see what happens. Yeah, Alex, we made about 1.2 million there. So that was a good trade so far. And we'll wait to see if we can make another $1 million on the break now of 1250 there. Sharif, $12 early winner on NVIDIA. So we're doing it. We're doing it. Let's see what happens here on a 1250 break. Good luck to all.
Yeah, it's about to take it, but we stared at a breakout forever, man. It's a great look. It's a pre-market low break, which it did yesterday. Same pattern. Dip by it. The stock is only going up. If I stare at this too long, we're not going to get the breakout. It just never happens. Every single time I tell you this, that we stare at a break, it just did another dip to 46. It's hard to get off the level 2 because I've got the order out for it to break out. So when it happens, we're going to take it. If it does see pre-market lows, we'll be in it again. I'm not on the bid of NEO, but NEO is 2 cents away from being short sell restricted. When it gets there, I am looking for a bounce in NIO, but the NVIDIA play obviously is going to come first. So SSR is happening on NEO any second now, but we're also at 1249 on NVIDIA, which means the breakout is looming. Yesterday was a very different break. I liked it way more because of the consolidation. So as far as I'm concerned, I'm not going to like it as much as we liked it when it consolidated for, it was like an hour and a half. If we get a dip by, VWAP's 42, pre-market lows are in there as well, but here comes, just hit 77s, just hit 80, there's the break, it just kind of happened there. Immediately, it's going 150, I think. Yesterday, we got 41s. Today, we get 42s on NVIDIA. So it's continuing to rally.
52s.
What? No, 42.
42 cents. Oh, yeah, yeah.
The stop order. I'm not making it up. Yesterday, it gave me, on the break, 41s. So this time, I actually put the order at 42 and just said, respect that. At this point, if it holds 1250, I scalp the first move, and the next one is the $5 level, and then 10, because that's essentially what NVIDIA tends to do. Adara?
Penny stock here to keep an eye on here. Inno Holdings, INHD. This one, not a brand new IPO, but fairly recently did IPO December 2023. No news on this one, though a couple days ago on Monday they did announce, or sorry, on Tuesday they announced that they have a new CEO, the current CEO resigning. So a couple of corporate change ups earlier this week on watch for INHD, guys, up about 30%.
Go, NVIDIA, go. Oh, I missed NEO.
Okay. It's a good trade so far. Let's see where it goes. I mean, we're long at 1250. I mean, we actually put all of this stuff. I mean, it's all on the sticky note. We talked about it all. Today is just one of those days. And yeah, just for those in the chat there talking, it's not. I was just joking about that 1.2 million. Someone put it in the chat, so I was just that's why I was laughing about it.
Good,
but
hitting them like
I mean,
who's actually good this year?
Who knows?
I don't know.
But we're just this was a momentum play. So I mean, NVIDIA just keeps climbing higher and higher and higher. We just took a piece out. You saw me take it out at 53.50. Our long is down from here, 1236, so it's already about 20 bucks. But then, you get this going through 50 again, and we got a similar. We got I was wondering what you were mentioning there. Yeah, I got part fill at 43, the rest at 49s. So right now we hold that 49, okay. And we see, no, not EdJ, no, the just the normal stop.
EdJ's a little bit better. It's my 2 cents if you're with real trading. EdJ gives you a little bit more on the breakouts. You just get a little bit
faster. Here comes the move
fill.
back in, by the way, right now.
If it doesn't hold to 50, I'm taking a breakout trade, so I'm getting it out. It's that simple. If it makes another move back to the upside, I'm going to get back in on higher lows. There's an opportunity cost here, and I darn sure missed NEO off of that SSR. It went exactly to $4.74, and I didn't get the long there. So it went short sell restricted, exactly where we wanted it. I could slap the fail, but it's not really a fail. It was going into a different trade. So it is what it is. I can't take two things at the same time if you want to. It already made a bit of a bounce. If it makes a higher low, I'm going to jump into this somewhere in the 70s if I can even get it on NIO. So down 10% for a brief second there on NEO.
All right, so NVIDIA does retake that 1250 level. Just an opportunity to get longer, it looks like, as it goes right back up to 1253. We had an offer at 1255 again. So we're going to go back to where we just were at 53, see if we get a break, and then just get out of 20% of what we have left, and then see if we can hold something through again. So I still think it's a buy. It's just right now it is slowing down. Trying to have a problem. There it goes. Okay, let's effing go again on this one as we drop our pen. Another out there at 53 for this. Yeah, this is just what it is. What's going on? Palantir, yeah, guys, I mean, honestly, we love Palantir. And that was another sticky note name that, I mean, hit it again. Let's just keep on going. Let's just keep on cooking. What's up, Chef Joe and everybody else that's in the chat there? This Palantir long, we actually talked about 23.30 break. There it goes as I was watching NVIDIA still. But that's a good trade early, right? I mean, 22.60 didn't get down there, but good trade looks so far there on Palantir. Thanks for bringing that up there in the chat. I hope some of you guys are hitting on that. Robinhood, wake me up when you go, because right now it's just kind of chilling. We'll see if it can come down to 22.20. But right now, I mean, we are to the moon and just loving life right now. NVIDIA just continues to rip. through 1255 here. It looks like it wants to go back up to day's high, and we've still got this on. So I don't know. I mean, we have now 70% of our 50 fill left, and obviously we've emptied out of this. So again, we don't show average prices, so that's the other thing. Right now it's working against me because I would still have this as part of the average. But now we just have this left, so here we go. Let's see how high NVIDIA can go. I mean, obviously I don't have any price targets because the sky is the limit. It doesn't seem to want to come anywhere back in. Maybe we get out on a back move into 45, and that could be something, but hey, so far, so good here on NVDA, and I just wish we were on Palantir as well, but hey, we did mark it down.
The market is about to take out the highs. I'm talking about the ES, the NASDAQ getting pretty close as well, so everything is flying, but not nearly as much as, look, when you're holding up the entire market, 30% of the gains on this year have been NVIDIA. On the NASDAQ, I believe. I mean, the ES is probably the same thing. It doesn't really make a difference what you pick. I want to quickly, I did get into NEO, but we didn't get it all. It got to 79. I wanted it down at 75, 76. Obviously, we talked about that. Is what it is. We're going to end up missing it. If we get the VWAP, we're taking some out. Tesla was going to be, okay. So obviously, when all that was going on, it doesn't matter. Tesla, that 177, it is way too late for that. So there's the 77 level on Tesla.
Robinhood,
It just
wow.
tanked
Here
7. What the heck just happened on Tesla? It hit that 77 level and just tanked $3 in a couple of minutes. So once again, Tesla is doing, like, what the, whatever. We should have been short that, but
76 is.
I don't even.
Oh no!
That was so fast. I swear to you, I was looking at it, went to mention a couple of other things that were happening, looked back, and the stock was already down $3. So it's dying right now. We're going to try to buy the dip again in Robinhood. We did get it at that 40 level after the market opened up, and it's continuing to fly to the upside. But Tesla, wow, what's Rivian doing? Maybe there's an opportunity on Rivian. Now, Rivian's doing nothing, diddling in the middle. Okay. I don't want to get FOMO about that one, but it's hard to look at. If you like the short at 77 and you look at that chart too long, you're going to get some FOMO.
All right. Yeah. Look, I hope everybody has checked out some of the notes today that we had talked about. I mean, Palantir long was on the sticky note. NVIDIA long on the sticky note. Hood long, right? I mean, all of these trades have really popped now. So here we go. Nice little upside move. So we are getting right now a pullback in NVIDIA. So, I mean, this trade could go sour pretty quick. If this drops through 1245, we'll get out of it. And then we'll just have to regroup on this trade as it's coming back in. It looks like it does want to take VWAP. So there it goes back down to the downside. It's actually just at VWAP. Is it just at VWAP now? I should have looked a little bit closer at where that is. Yeah, we could probably buy this down here. Let's just wait to see if it holds this level one more time because VWAP is right here right now. So let's have a quick look. See, oh no, it does look like it does hold that 1244 area as we got a little excited and got out of that just a bit early on that move down
if
in.
If NVIDIA is curling, I'm going to trail Hood. Because the market the NASDAQ just got to the top and the ES just got to the top and pulled back a little bit.
Damn Robinhood.
So if it breaks underneath the quarters, the 3/4 mark, I'm going to jump out of this trade. NEO's not really moving as much, but remember, if I take an SSR break, like a short sell restricted bottom, I like VWAP on those almost every single time. Like you get to VWAP, it's like take profit into VWAP on that bounce. Remember, it's short sell restricted because the stock is down 10% and something bad has happened. So let's go to Adara at the desk, trying to get some NEO out.
Not a ton of volume on this name so far, though it is increasing in volume, but we have app loving here. APP, this one up about 2 2/3%. Not seeing any news on this, but getting increasing social media attention over the last few minutes. So APP could be on watch here, guys.
Lovin, okay. I love that name just because of McLovin. I was waiting for
Adara to make a McLovin joke.
Yeah. She was not McLovin, that joke. Okay, so we'll wait. So NVIDIA, again, I'm going to give it to 1240 right here. So we'll hold these 45s and see if it can go higher. We're flat on this trade right now. If you want to get out of it, fine. We just ran back up to 50. It's just dancing around VWAP. I mean, I say about these like area stops, and you know, it's kind of like that Tesla trade is a good example there because we really liked 76 short. So the problem with that is that on this kind of a crazy move early, if you just take the 76 short, you do get hit, and then 2 minutes later, it's all the way back in. So it's not to say that you want to, on this kind of a move, give it $1 higher or anything like that, but sometimes some of the ideas continue to work. It's like this 174 long. You know, if you like that long, then you could probably take it at 74.50 and then give it a little bit more room to the downside if that is something that winds up happening. So, all right, it looks like, I don't think this is the day of reckoning or anything like that, but you can see right here, NVIDIA is falling. There we go. So it's going to break. So we're going to get stopped out here and then put an L. So now, yeah, now we can't be up on NVIDIA because there it comes right back down in to the downside. Again, it's not like it's completely falling apart, but $10 up, $10 down. So put that one on the board as an L there for NVIDIA.
Pre-market low was the post-market, like, there was like a wick there, like at
bounce.
430, at 1235. So that's the spot that I'm looking for reload. Like, while I like breakout trades very differently from a dip buy. Like, when you get a dip buy, it's a very different story, and like the range that you can be long here, like 37 to there. It's like a $4 risk, so you get up there, you're willing to hold a bit more. But when it's just a clean breakout, if it fails to break at an all-time high, I don't want to get trapped in it. But if we can get a bounce here off this, 33 looks like the low on NVIDIA. So if we can get a bounce off that, which it might already be doing before I get an order in, then I'm going to go for that. Robinhood is starting to teeter off a little bit. It got to 95. Oh, goodness, I should have taken 90s there. Shoot, I should have been out. I thought I was on the offer at 95. I guess I was at 97. But I'm out of Robinhood now as it just dipped back in. It rejected 23.
I know.
But it looks like, yeah, NVIDIA, I just got in. If it loses this bottom, I don't want this to be a false break and then fight it too far. I'm going to stick with my style. I don't want to give up everything. I'll take a few shots at this, but if it continues to make fresh lows, I'm not going to fight this stock if it is a bit of a reversal day. NEO, we're still in, but I said VWAP is going to be a level for me, and we got to respect it.
So we just went in and shorted AMD. So right now, we're going to be 50 cents in the money on AMD, but that's just because AMD is down 1%. Okay, here we go. Did we just get that fill at 50? No, we're bidding 50 right now on AMD. So a little bit of a flush down there. We still are watching NVIDIA. I mean, NVIDIA is still making a lower move here. Remember, you know, the wind is going to come out of these sales. We already know that. This is going to drop 30% at one point. It's just at what point? So right now, nice little move here. Still up 0.7%, crushing the market today is NVIDIA, but a little bit of a down move here to start with early. What's up, Adara?
Instacart / Maple Bear Inc. here. CART making new intraday highs, up almost 7% right now, approving a $500 million share repurchase program according to a Form 8 here. So nice look for Instacart making new days highs as we speak, guys.
So GameStop made that break in the open market of 32 again, and it is absolutely flying. We totally forgot about this one. Well, I forgot about it. Strong runner in the afternoon yesterday. Above 32, it's like the squeeze is back on, and it's got a monster gap above the 32 level. So I'm going to look dip buy hunting just like we did yesterday. If it's VWAP, we'll let it drop, like do one of these. There's your red candle, make a higher low, go into the long. If it does that, I'm taking long on that setup. I looked over at Micron because I felt like that rejecting a new 52-week high would be a short. And when NVIDIA turned around, nope. At least not one you're going to get. Intel is trying to bounce off the 30 level, but didn't quite get there. I'm actually going to cancel that bid, move on over to ARM, which is the other name which was up in sympathy. ARM is holding while NVIDIA's at 1225 right now, and ARM is actually holding up.
Yeah, it's funny that AMD's also holding up.
Which I'm a little skeptical of. Part of me is like, well, I can literally short ARM here to 136. Like, why would I not be taking that shot if we're at 1225? So, oh crap, I have to pay for locates on ARM. Right, I wasn't thinking short today, so I did not pay for locates on ARM. It'll be absolutely nothing.
NVIDIA is flushing like crazy right now, and it's funny because we have AMD and it's not really doing the same thing. Look at this big wick down, and we talked about 1200 coming through for NVIDIA. I mean, this is going to be a big move right now. I mean, you're giving it all. Wow, you are giving it all up right there. This is a monster move back to the downside here for NVIDIA. So watch out. We said that it was going to come out at some point, and it looks like devastation potentially happening right now to the name. So let's just wait to see where we can go with this one, and if 1200 comes into play or not. Man, oh man, do we make some of that money back right there on NVIDIA. Put this one into the dollar club right there on AMD, as there it is, man. We talked about that short, 165 and change right now, pointing at $1. We'll take that as it starts to go lower, lower, lower. Have the ability to switch up your mind. I mean, we took shots. We took shots on NVIDIA. There's no doubt about that, man. But we, take the lumps, go over there, don't worry about it, and get on something else and make that money back. So right here it goes to the downside now. Bye-bye, AMD. I'll see you around. But it's the NVIDIA story, man. Breaking now into 1210 goes NVDA. Down goes the king today. Let's see how long it stays on the mat for.
Maybe not for a full 3 count, although I don't know objectively what a 3 count is in the market. I think that's probably pretty subjective. Oh, Robinhood just dipped back into VWAP. I'm going to get there in a quick second. I paid for the locates. 1/8 of 1 cent is what it costs to have arm short, or the privilege to short arm. Robinhood, we did get out 80s, not 90s, but it's trying to make a bit of a dip here into VWAP. I still like this long because it had its own independent news, but if it cannot hold, we got to get out of it. Tesla is absolutely fully tanking. It's not just the chip names that you see flushing. It's now down at 173 and still falling. I'm going to get over to Rivian, which hadn't taken any support out. See, Rivian's a wild one. It is still in exactly the same range. Rivian's got to be a long if it gets down to 1111, the way that it does not want to fall like everything else. But that story with NVIDIA, it just made a bit of a bounce off of 1215.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe this is going to be it. If Intel was at 30, I'd probably take a shot there. Micron had been relatively strong. If it was at 130, I think I'd take a shot on it as well. But we got to be a little bit patient. As far as Tesla goes, it's pretty darn close, but I'm waiting for the actual low to take a shot, and that was $172 yesterday. I don't see a need to step in the bid of this stock unless it's right at the level you want. Don't compromise on price if the market is tanking and you want long.
U.S. regulators looking into antitrust. NVIDIA, Microsoft, there's big news happening right now in the market. So this is exactly, look, man, the rich must want to get richer here and trying to buy some of these stocks up a bit cheaper. So let's wait to see. Let me guess. Led by Nancy Pelosi? Is that what I'm hearing in my ear? No, let's just figure this all out. We'll get that news as
but Roaring Kitty is collusion, Sean.
Yeah. Well, probably.
That's not a problem.
I mean, probably he is, let's be honest. But at the same time, I think it's a fair playing field. So go for it, kitty, go. But right now, we'll wait to see. I mean, look, if that's the story, obviously it's just hitting now to us. That's why it's fell. So it's not like hopping in now, you're getting an early advantage on this. I mean, there was a reason why some of this just happened. So let's just wait to see what winds up happening right now to these markets. We do initiate a brand new position here in Robinhood against some of these bottoms. So let's see. Nice move down here for Robinhood. This was one of the trades that we wanted to have on the board here today. So it does fall back in right into our lap. And let's see if we can take advantage of that. Robinhood, a stock that we like on a pullback. My out's still going to be 22. I mean, maybe even this 2190 area. Hopefully we don't continue with a downside push, but we just got, reloaded on here on AMD. So let's get to the downside here and see exactly how disastrous this story is right now as NVIDIA is getting clobbered again.
Gonna get here.
1200. I'm bidding 1204 just because I want to try to buy something down there. But right now it just got to 1208. NVIDIA has 1200 on its like anyways, so let's see what happens there for that. AMD we're short right now on advanced micro devices, and we still have the long in Robinhood, and that Robinhood trade is going to be a doozy. What's up, A?
So here's the story with what's going on with some of these AI-related names. Keep in mind this was reported by the New York Times yesterday. It's actually in the watch list, but now currently circulating. A SJ or Wall Street Journal report on this. FTC set to open an antitrust probe of Microsoft's AI deal. And the commission has sent subpoenas to some the tech giant and the OpenAI. So that would be the startup here. Also worth noting, according to that New York Times piece, NVIDIA being investigated as part of a joint deal with the DOJ and the FTC, but DOJ is responsible for the NVIDIA investigation, at least according to that New York Times report. But basically, this Wall Street Journal report circulating now, kind of confirming what we already heard from New York Times yesterday, guys.
All right, so NVIDIA does drop right into 1204 right there. And we had it. We could have just taken $2, but I don't know. Let's just see how far we can go upside now on NVIDIA. I mean, if we continue to drop down in, that's not good. We do have the short on AMD. So a break of 1200 is disastrous for this. So we'll have to wait to see what happens here on NVIDIA coming right in. Hopefully it goes. There it is again, stops at 1205. I think this looks like it wants to break. Obviously, I mean, that's pretty easy to say that.
Shoot,
and there is the break right there again. Nice downside move for NVIDIA, absolutely cleaning that trade and rinsing it all the way down. So there goes NVIDIA. Huge break to the downside. See you later, Sir Alligator, because that stock is gonzos.
So quick, yeah, I took the long at ones, one change. It popped into fives. I'm like, okay, we'll take some out there. We'll hold for tens. Before you could make a decision, I was considering whether I wanted to reload, and before I could even make the decision, I was out. I accidentally got long on ARM and immediately punched out. Like I had a bid in there. I didn't realize that I had two bids, and one was for more, and then I ended up covering. We punched out of the long. I don't want the long here. We got the short on ARM. We're out of it. Now the only thing we're in is Neo and Hood. Still think you could catch a bit of a bid at some point, but I think you need to let these calm down. I feel like this is when it makes a higher low and puts in a green candle, will be better than when you're trying to catch a falling knife kind of deals. So, this is one of those days of reckoning that you're probably going to get a $25 bounce minimum at some point on the stock, but guessing where it's going to be feels a little bit perilous. Tesla just got down to 73. Not quite the 72 level, but it's getting pretty darn close. Here is Tesla. As the NVIDIA flush still falling like a knife. That's the problem.
Wow.
Like those, when you get like all-time high fail breaks like that, the reversals are nasty. This is not the first time NVIDIA did something like this. It did this, like it was this break in here where it failed the top and then flushed for the rest of the day, pulling back like $60, like a 6% pullback. This is even bigger. And of course, we still have that split. You never know what's going to happen. If you make an accidental position, usually getting out's the right deal. I got out of an ARM long that I did not want. It's already went $1.20 in 1 minute if I try to hold on to that position. And it was just a keystroke error. The long that we didn't
Oh shit!
want.
What's going on with Robinhood? Robinhood is
Yeah, I just got out of Hood.
like I just realized this. Like I'm like, oh my god, I might have to get out of this name.
My stops have been at 2020 on these reloads. Like that's where we had it before. That's where we had to stop in
Did it
here.
just get up
and if
there,
it gets
or what
down to
was it
21.6, that's the last line of defense. The only thing I'm in, oddly enough, when the market pulls back, is like the stock that was down on earnings this morning is the one that's bouncing and holding the bounce. Hashtag logic.
What is up
NIO.
with that?
If it gets to VWAP, I'm taking one more out. But the story to me is still going to be NVIDIA and trying to patiently look for some kind of a bottom or find a chip stock that isn't dying right now. So Micron's at 130. This is weird to say, but I don't wonder if like something like an Intel isn't decent. Like it's actually holding higher lows because when it was bad, everything was good, and maybe when everything else is bad, whatever. Like we'll see what happens. Maybe it's like the reverse, like the inverse. But it is holding a bit as well on Intel. I would have looked to Micron at 130. NVIDIA is still plunging.
Oh, good.
Like it's still 1190.
I mean, not good for longs, but
there's no obvious level that I think you're going to put in until it gets to like 1175 or something. So I'm just going to look for an actual sign of strength, rounded bottom, higher low, something along those lines, and then I would take another shot at it. But you can get bounces. I should have taken everything out with that first $5. Would have been much better.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we were in so much money in NVIDIA and then wind up giving it all back. So right now we are looking at a short, obviously, here for AMD. I mean, we've reloaded that one. I don't really understand this because I feel like this should be flushing a heck of a lot as well. I mean, NVIDIA is really getting hit now, down 3%, looking to go lower and break 1190. like that 1250, man, I mean, that was great to 1255. We're able to take something out. I can't believe we have 1255 fills today. We have fills $60 higher. I mean, I'm sure a lot of you do, as there's the break lower now and still going $65 rate here. But it's this name that just continues to print for us. We've got hundreds of shares, not thousands, I wish, of AMD as it starts to come back in a little bit as well. So, yeah, huge move to the downside here today. We knew that it was going to get cleaned up at one point, but you know, to know when that point is, nobody knows. NVIDIA right there, nice move back in through 1188. Like, you want to talk about buying some of these dips? I don't even know when this dip is going to stop.
Novavax is at 20 here. This is, even Novavax is tanking. It's a squeeze name. It's falling down with it. You'd think that that wouldn't happen because it's got its own news. So NVAX is about to break. Okay, never mind. It just broke the 20 level. That came and went. If it was going to hold 20, I was going to look for a long. I might try a long back in through, but I want to look to see very quickly if GameStop's doing the dip buy. I'd rather take the thing that is putting in higher lows than the thing that is at the bottom if I'm looking for a squeeze play to the upside. So I'd rather play GameStop on any kind of a bounce off 32. Once it shows me something, I'm going to try getting into that long. It's already 10 o'clock. That was fast. Let's get to the desk.
Fast.
We've got Dara with happening now.
NVIDIA.
No shortage of things to talk about or things moving this market today. We did have initially earlier today a new intraday high for the NASDAQ. Now we have both the NASDAQ and the S&P 500 pushing into negative territory for the day despite yesterday's strength, despite some strength earlier on. Some of this move contributed was attributed to this Wall Street Journal report, echoing a previous New York Times report saying that the FTC and the DOJ looking into Microsoft, OpenAI, and NVIDIA. So a lot of these mega cap tech names initially propelling this rally, leading this group to the downside a little bit. So keep an eye on that story as it develops. Again, reported now by both the New York Times and the Wall Street Journal. In terms of individual stocks moving, Neil just mentioned this one here. Novavax initially really strong on the day, now down about 5%. Initial catalyst moving this name, in addition to its significant short float, was the fact that the FDA Advisory Committee has apparently voted to recommend updated vaccines for its JN1 lineage composition, with Novavax expected to be ready for delivery by September. So nice look there for NVAX, though the stock has fallen a bit to the downside here. Lululemon also falling down. Initially trading up here, they did beat earnings across the board, but they actually did have weaker than expected guidance for Q2. So right now, LULU to the downside. Last but not least, Lyft. This one's still up about 10%, not reacting too much to the rest of the move in the market here. Having their investor day and providing 2027 financial targets. So nice look for LYFT. So much moving today, guys.
All right.
Yeah, there's a plethora of piñatas out there that are getting burst right now. Shout out to Hefe from one of my favorite movies of all time. You can look it up if you want. Good Canadian content. GameStop just went back to 32. So look, it broke out right here, 31.77. It wicked that bottom and then came back through 32. So I took the long, more or less on the 32 break, and I'm giving it to the local bottom. So that's going to be like 31.70 or so. So looking for a bounce play here on GME. No Novavax for me. I just like GameStop, the thing making a higher low versus the thing which is running to the depths of hell, probably better. Robinhood also got down to this 21.6 level. So I jumped in when it curled at the 80s. I've got 81s, going to start getting this out in front of VWAP. These are potential bounce plays that stocks that were at least independent news, like GameStop's a squeeze play, Robinhood had its own news, as opposed to trying to find a bottom on these chip names, which, you know, it looks like they obviously it did just make a bottom and bring the market up, but I just preferred to go into something that wasn't in as much of a free fall and had a chance to go without the chips recovering. So Robinhood back into 22s. If it gets to 10s, 20s, we're going to continue to take some out. GameStop still rallying to the upside. We're going to ring the register on some of these as they go back into the upside. But what a ridiculous pullback that was, and you're right back at 1,200. See, you know there'd be like $25 move at some point, but good luck picking where it would be. 11.75 would have seemed like a level, but good luck guessing it. You know, you probably just had to take pot shots at it every level and then hold the one that starts working, which really is probably the way to go.
Yeah, I don't think that's the end of the world.
In complete hindsight, like obviously you learn something every single day. I feel like if you just took every single like $5 bounce with a tight stop and then the one that goes, you hold for 10, you're probably laughing at that point if you deployed that. But, you know, I didn't think of that in the moment. Wish I had, but I didn't.
Yeah, samesies. Right there. Okay, so we're short right now at 1208 against that sort of 1210 area that we had looked at the first time and then didn't take it. We did wind up taking 12, of course. So it danced around that 1204 area. So if we can maybe get like a 1203 and change before we break through 1201, here it goes. 1210's my out. So here it goes, right back up to the upside. So I was trying to go 1-to-1 here as we talk about it, but it looks like it's going to break higher. This is just a small trade. I don't think the short in NVIDIA is something that, this is like a retracement. We just bounced 20.
I think the short is the way to go still.
Oh, maybe, but we just bounced $27. What I'm saying is like, I'm not, you know, necessarily thinking about this as an amazing opportunity to get short. Just let's place some weakness here back in a little bit. So we
I'm trying
can
to get arm short.
Okay, Neil's looking for ARM. I mean, I like all of that stuff right now. So let's go. We do have NVIDIA. Sorry, we do have AMD. Let's take out a piece here again. We've been getting a whole bunch out on AMD as that name continues to be one of those things where it's kind of holding AMD right now. So here we go, Randy. We're $4 in the money on this NVIDIA short, but it doesn't mean anything. We took long here. Will it break? No, it's going higher right now again. So I'm trying to see if about a pullback into 1200 here and see if we can get this out. But for right now, that's what we're looking at. It's NVIDIA, it's Robinhood. Robinhood just got a little bit of a bounce up to 22. Let's see if we can hold on to that. But I just want to look at NVIDIA and see what can happen here.
Yeah, NVIDIA needs to
Thank you,
get
Randy.
to the downside for sure. Because
Here
I just got into a short myself. Robinhood rejected 22. I took some more out when it rejected the 22. GameStop is cruising. I'm still going to give it the break even.
Yes,
the reason I liked ARM was simply late break, pre-market low in there. It rejected 134. We grabbed it short on the way back down. We're going to get some out 133s and then play it from there. The market did make a bounce, no question about it. But I mean, when you get a reversal like that, I want to play the trend that just got set up. Neil's not really doing a heck of anything, so who cares? But if you're looking at strength, hey man, not everything is dead. Meta is about to break $500 and is at the high of the day. High of the day.
Meta's nuts.
Meta is a monster. Are we talking about a 500 break on Meta today? Did anybody put your hand up if you were thinking 500 break on Meta today? And I know nobody in this floor is going to put up their hand because we're all looking elsewhere, which I still think was the right decision. But ultimately, you just play the trade that's in front of you. So if this is strong, dip buys on Meta is going to be a jam. ARM looks like it took out that local high but wicked it. So if that ever happens to me, and I still like the trade, when I say wicked out, I just mean that it broke the resistance level, I got the top wick, and then it immediately slams back underneath. When that happens, I'm going to try to jump back in the trade. I don't want to chase too far. I still want to price pretty much at the 134. GME is getting to trail levels now. That has been higher low, but it's kind of failing in front of VWAP and 33. I want this high. If we get the high, like 33.5, I'm jumping out of the trade. The dip buy already worked. Robinhood just broke 22, so that's continuing to go to the upside. Yeah, I'm not looking gift horses in the mouth on any longs, though. Now, like the way that reversal played out, I'm not in the mode of, let's hold on to the longs for the rest of the day. It's not my style of trade whatsoever. So we're going to take the profit as we get into VWAP here on Robinhood.
Yeah, Robinhood's going to look like a good one here at the end of the day. So let's just keep on seeing where it goes, and I agree with that. We're out some more at 22, and there it goes. Like, good. We just talked about getting out right there, so we did. I put another offer at 22.10 and then 22.15 just to see. I don't know if VWAP's coming or not. The market is a dangerous one for sure. It's funny because Randy was just over my shoulder, and we actually got out at 12.03 there. On that short of 08. So we take $5 and then we lose $2 and change a little bit there, breaking back through at 12. We got a 71 cents. So once it broke 10s, we had to pay 71s for it. So we did get a piece out. So this trade, although it's a winning trade, it's like I said, it's not a great one. It would have been much better to have indicated, oh, we're out all the way down here, but that would be a lie. So we did not. We only got half out there, half out there. We were waiting for the flush back in. Did not happen. But meanwhile, we went over and just said, you know what? This is actually at VWAP and the 200 and the 50 period moving average, so let's take a little bit more short here on AMD. I was waiting a little bit higher because I want to give it to 166, like 166.10 or something like that, those wicks. So I want to wait a little bit higher before we, have an actionable amount of shares, like a decent share size there on AMD. So let's wait for 166 to break higher, and if that does happen, then of course we will get out of it. So yeah, so far decent. Nice move back. Obviously, we talked about Robinhood. It just went to 06s there again, and we are at 10s. So let's just, I don't even know what's up with Robinhood. It seems really strange how much it's moving around right now. So I don't know. But again, on that deal with Bitstamp, crypto, pretty strong there, 38 and 72. So let's see if that can continue to work. And here comes AMD. Our reload area to add to this position, because we've been getting out of it. It's a hugely net positive stock for me. But we have to wait to see what happens up here at VWAP before we get a little bit more. We will cash some out again as we break through 165.
And speaking of things that are flying, 99 is the new high on Meta. It's getting real close. We stared at 1200 on Nvidia for an hour and a half. I don't know what I don't know what's going to happen at 500, but if we stare at 500 for an hour and a half today, then so be it on Meta. If we get a dip buy in a 96, I'll go for that as well. I have a trailing stop in on GameStop, and I'm going to get to NEO. I'm hesitant to reload this if it gets back into the bottom. See what's happening at $4.90? This is one of those, if it breaks 490, wait for 5. And if it doesn't break 490, get the heck out underneath 82. Like someone is just on the offer holding it for now 15 minutes, and it got to VWAP. So I can take a hint, meaning hold the entire thing for $5 or, whatever. This could be headed back down to the lows. It's a nasty, nasty stock. I was going to talk about 5, that SSR bounce, but who cares? GameStop, I'm moving my trail up to 33.15. Still feel like it made a false break that I want to get out of. So I'm not really counting on this breaking out the top, and if it breaks out the top, I want that to be a separate trade here on GME. Up about $1.15, but I'm going to lock it in above 33 if we can get it.
Yeah, I hadn't looked, shout out to Jarhead there. Yeah, I hadn't looked at, I have not looked at GME yet, is what I'm getting at, as Neil was just talking about it. So we'll leave that a little bit alone now as he was just going over it. So just real quick, Shopify does come down into that $60 mark. We sort of talked about that right off the open. It was sort of down there already on that downgrade. I never heard of whoever that was that downgraded these guys, but Shopify, again, I really like the level. I think it can break higher there. One of these, sort of crush names there on Snapchat.
Mustache Capital.
Mustache Capital talked about it, yeah. But yeah, that's a good, Katina Capital upgraded this thing before down at 57.58, but it was the 60 break that we thought could get this name going, and then it didn't really get going. Really, it got to 62 yesterday, so I still like this name to come back in. Good play on Robinhood. We just got some more out there on. I don't know why AMD's not. Obviously, all the money and all the look should be over there on NVIDIA. I was just trying to think about eventually AMD coming through, but it doesn't look like it. We always say like the strength is in NVIDIA. Today, it looked like it's almost in AMD. So we'll have to watch out as NVIDIA. Wow, remember we were down, oh my God, it's down 2.7%. Well, it's just made back 2% of that, like real quick. Now, probably going green later on today. Join the club there with NVIDIA as there it goes. Nice move higher. We'll average in again to AMD when the time is right. Robinhood is absolutely hot dogging right now, going right back up to the upside. So that was a really good one to go as well, man. I see that Meta broke 5 bills. I don't even want to. The account right now must be singing in the long term, and that's a dangerous thing to look at because I'm not going to get out of anything, but that was a good one there. So NVIDIA seriously is going to go green, people in the chat saying, yeah, I mean, why not? All it has to do is go up another $5 or so, and I think that would be close to green. Where did we close yesterday? We closed at 12, right there, yeah, 12.25. So yeah, we're not too far away from that, right? Was that yesterday? Yeah, so 12.25. So yeah, $10 away from that. Okay, but we're getting close. I mean, we're right at VWAP right now. So we're trying to play off 166. Remember, VWAPs are like points of interest for me, not necessarily like let's attack these levels. So let's just see what happens. We've already sort of averaged it. We do have a bigger order up here just in case it goes. But yeah, strength in AMD, weakness in NVIDIA, like it's bizarro world for me over here. So let's just wait to see if we can get some more short now in AMD. It's getting close to that level.
So you'll see I am now out of GameStop. I put a really silly stop order on Meta. I'll get there in a second, but I'm out of GameStop. It did not make that break at 34. You kind of rejected 33.5. So we're going to go station to station. 32 takes them out in front of VWAP. Hold for the hump. If it's a fail break, it's kind of like a head and shoulders pattern, which I don't want to be the end of me. And then one quick thing on Robinhood. So Robinhood, remember 2240? That was that break. That was that high of the day, double top that we originally took. If it's a failing underneath it, I'm getting out because it's a false break above that top. I only want longs that are carrying through VWAP and holding, so two separate trades. We'll go long off that bottom in front of 2160. Above 2240 is a separate trade for me. So we got the bounce play on Robinhood. We'll let it be what it is. When it broke 500 originally, we talked about how much you have to cross to get orders. Suffice to say, you got to cross more than a couple of cents. But I was able to get it at 25, so I just kind of put it on the bid after it had already gone to 501. So I did not get the break, but we're in it now. We'll see where Meta goes. I feel like it's the strongest stock in the market, but I haven't looked at everything, so I can't promise you that Apple isn't doing something crazy as well because I have not really looked at Apple. If Meta gets back into the ones, we'll see if we can't grab some out there. Oh, no, never mind. It immediately failed at 50s. So we tried to get it. If we had played it the first time through, I would have been able to scalp some out, and maybe we'd be talking reload, but I do not want to get caught in any top-end breaks today. Not today. If you fail a break of a high, I'm jumping out after what happened to NVIDIA. I already had that plan in NVIDIA, and as we speak, it looks like NVIDIA is rolling back under. Which means why am I? Yeah, well, ARM made another high. I feel like there's a better name than ARM. If I'm going to try something in sympathy, Micron is very weak. You see the bounce in NVIDIA relative to the one in Micron? Like $30 bounce, 3% on NVIDIA, only down 1.5%. Micron's down 2.5%. Its bounce was nothing. So that tells me that Micron's a little bit weaker, and I'd rather be shorting this as opposed to ARM, which just climbed above VWAP. So VWAP will be red on ARM because we're shorting it when it was kind of strong. We should be going into something like a Micron, which is telling you that it's relatively weak in the chip names.
All right. Yeah, I am still trying to hold out hope. First of all, for AMD, I mean, we're not necessarily getting that print into the 80s that we'd like to get, but this is really strong. And congratulations, 1320 Wolf is long, which has been great. I mean, we like AMD. I mean, AMD has been a favorite stock of mine. It's my #1 stock today, so we like that one. My #1 losing stock, obviously, there goes Hood, man. I mean, Robin Hood is in the building again. Like, look at that trade right there to the upside for Robin Hood. Like, when it was crashing in, like when this move happened, I didn't really understand it exactly. We'd written down Robinhood 2150, so came pretty close. We sat there. We actually have a lower bid in the 60s just in case. We're always going to do that. But right there, 2180, a good little long to support. It did break through 23, so we did get some out there. We didn't get out of everything because I didn't understand what was happening. Reload that there, and now back up to the upside. Okay, here comes AMD starting to print a little bit now. We're only short here at 30s. 36s. So this out at the 50 period needs to be taken because that's what we do. Regardless of what our price is, if we're going to bounce a little bit there, we'll take out 10% or not even 10% there. Wish it was more. Came back in and then stopped. NVIDIA just bounced off 12. So that could be an issue right there. I mean, it gets as low as 1195, but still, like, I've been shorting AMD, right? So shorting AMD at the same time as shorting NVIDIA, we would be short now $10, $15 in the money if we just went over to NVIDIA. Instead, we are out of the money on AMD. So just goes to show you that you got to pick the right stocks, and we are not doing that today, as we should be. If I'm feeling the short in the chip names, we should be doing that with the one that's relatively weaker, obviously, and there goes NVIDIA. It was just up. Remember, we said 0.8, and I was like, oh, it's almost there. It's $5 away from going green. Yeah, well, now it's $25 away from going green as it goes lower. And of course, the arch nemesis of mine, apparently, AMD keeps going higher. And there it goes. Watch out. Here it goes. I mean, AMD has it underneath it for sure. Oh, wow. And there's a little pullback for AMD. Let's take advantage of that and get some out. Wow, we are in the money now on AMD. Okay. Wow, this is like checks. Oh, I'm not wearing the smartwatch today. I was going to say check watch, see heart rate, but no. It's funny because we were doing the podcast yesterday and my resting heart rate all morning was like 68 or something like that. And
Yeah, I'm curious.
Brendan thought that was pretty impressive. So
Only because you.
all right, Robinhood right now 30 and going higher right now 22.38. Good recovery there for AMD. Like I don't know who just mass sold that thing, but we took advantage of it right now.
1,200 battle on Nvidia right now.
Yeah, I see that. We were just talking about that. It went down as low as 11.95 there, but here we go. Nice move back in for AMD. I am littered on the bid here to get some out, 40s and then in the 20s. So let's see if that can come through, and then we'll wait for a little bit lower. We might have just got lucky there on that flush down, so we are taking some out here, guys.
Yeah, with that battle, Micron just broke its low of the day. So I was looking, remember we were just talking about looking for short off of this like 30.5 level, but it just broke the low of the day, which is also this ramp job spot yesterday at 129.50. So I'm looking for the scalp down into the 129 and see where it can go from there. I just missed GameStop. Missed it by that much. GameStop, we got out, it did the dip, there's a dip 33, like let's get it on the way back up, let's go. Don't get it at 33, it's right back into the high. Tried it, but that's the pattern I want. Let it go into the dip buy level, allow it to get down there, try to catch it on the way back up. This is probably not gonna care what the market's doing, but it can't hurt that the market's going up. So GME doing some strong things. NVAX, I don't want to ignore NVAX, but it's not looking very good. See what happened when GameStop caught a bid, how it's flying to the upside? NVAX bounces off 20 and goes to 20.5. It was at $26 earlier. NVAX is still in the penalty box at this moment, so I'm not going to be trying the long there. I'd rather catch these dips in something which is trending strongly to the upside. It's past 10 o'clock. Some trends are obvious. The chips are going to the downside. This squeeze name is going up. Apple, which we hadn't looked at, Apple's trying to break out the highs, so Apple is looking very good. I had mentioned I hadn't even looked at the stock. It's looking fantastic. Apple, once again, stable and reliable, just like Adara with the small cap recap.
IWM running into some resistance at that 204.70 area right now, trying to hold on to support at 204. Overall, definitely weak on the day is the Russell 2000. A couple small cap movers to talk about. We do have Coursera here, COUR. Not seeing any news on this one. They're up about 5%, so not as big of a move, but about a $1.1 billion market cap, and worth noting because they do have a slight short flow percentage here, 5.5% short flow for Coursera. We also have FRGT here, up about 140%, getting close to the highs of days. One of the stronger small cap runners today. They announced they have some new client updates. So nice look here for FRGT. Last but not least, VRAX. This company is called Virax. They're also up over 100% of the day, though they are falling off a little bit here. They no news on this one, but they have a float of about 1.73 million shares. So smaller float here for VRAX. A couple runners trying to hold on to some gains, guys.
I was just saying to Neil, like, what is going on with AMD here as it just continues to go higher and higher and higher through some of these levels. But there it is, 166 breaking.
Easiest trade of the day.
Yeah.
I don't even look at SMCI, but when NVIDIA was turning around, SMCI fail broke $800 on a dime, and it never, like it fail broke here, went to 802.30
happening?
and never reclaimed it. You could have shorted 800 or 799.99 or whatever the hell you wanted, and with $2.50 worth of risk plus slippage, probably look at this stock more often.
AMD is just
like I'm over here in Micron, which just made a fresh low, but has now come back in. So we got the scalp trade. I'm looking for a lower high to jump back into it. And then GameStop, I still feel that this could be, if it's going to hold VWAP and take out highs, it's a bit of a gap fill that's happening on GME. So when I say gap fill, I mean this one, 32, and then the top here was like $38. Now, I'm not saying it's going to $38 today, so please don't at me if it doesn't get to $38. But I just believe it could make another run at the high, and I want to go dip buy hunting, hold through a break of resistance. The next resistance would be 34. So if it breaks 32.80, I would be out of any trade. I already have a stop order. Check that. Good thing I checked it because that stop order was still underneath 32 and not 33. So I'm going to get a stop order underneath VWAP. Just be ready to go. And if we get a dip into 33, I'm grabbing some GameStop.
All right, like AMD, like you guys were just mentioning there, it's way too strong as it goes all the way up into 167. Again, that's sort of these pre-market highs with that 200 period moving average, which is what we were trying to hold against. But now it's trying to pull back just a little bit. NVIDIA is still motoring, man. I don't like, still dollars at a time. This is just going to be such a better stock, I feel like, to look at some levels once it gets going through the 10-to-1 split. But for right now, yeah, going, gone. It's a good thing we still have this Robinhood on board here with a decent amount. So let's put another offer here at 35 and just get some more out as it tries. There it goes. It breaks through and we get it. But nice move there. Wish we would have stuck with some of those AMD 164s. We had even talked about AMD, how much we liked it down there at 164. But wow, the move continues. This name, like, okay, you know, it was weaker at one point, but we've gotten run over shorting AMD because I don't believe it all the time. And this time it is for real. Congratulations to anybody that was long. We talked about that with 1320 Wolf, was saying that he was long. So, yeah, I mean, if you pick that up off of 164, that's just a great long. That was a level that we had looked at a couple times. The thing is that it broke into 160, but 164, you're going to see, I just remember it because we trade it every day. It's kind of like Tesla 174, Tesla 176. Let me see what's going on with Tesla quickly here. 173, it's not doing, no. It's trying to do something at 173. We talked about that yesterday, what it did at 172 earlier on, bounced around there before heading northbound. But that was a huge market day yesterday. Tesla just kind of went with everything else there. All right, Robinhood, again, more highs coming for them. NVIDIA back to that 1210 area, sorry. Again, still well under everything, still down 1.5%. AMD, if we're gonna try it, would be right here at 167. So this could be worth a try, but these highs are still right here, 167.30. So potentially worth something up here. Let's just try a little bit against that 167.30, just trying to play a retracement because NVIDIA just failed again off of 1208. So maybe something in a short here for AMD as we continue to retrace this one back in, but not giving this one much more above 167.
Yeah, speaking of not giving things enough room, look, if you give the breakout more room on Meta, obviously it's going to work. That said, if you just, whoa, I don't want that dip. If you buy the dip, like look at the candle, rejection, bounces off 99, then you get it back off of the 99 level, like let it hold something. So the previous high is 501, let it hold 501. And then if it makes another press higher, get the long off of that level instead of just standing in front of a falling knife. GameStop's getting pretty darn close as well. But we do want to wait for the $33 level. There's a lot of names that are moving that we're not covering. So I just want to acknowledge Lulu here for a quick little second. Lulu made a pretty hefty bottom at 315. And you can see it bouncing into VWAP, double bottom right now on Lululemon. So they're giving up pretty much the entire earnings gap. Save like $7 or so. So double bottom right now on Lululemon at 315 would be a good spot. I'd like to see it maybe not be dying as it goes into that level to try to take a long. It was a mixed quarter for them anyways. I don't think it was, you know, it wasn't as good as maybe like 11%. I feel like what the stock had been doing weighed into that, which was not very good, so it didn't take much to bounce.
All right, I'm just thinking about this trade now, 22, 97 or so. If we break lower here on Palantir, might be worth something. We did short a little bit more on AMD. We're only 30 cents in the money on that. I mean, we're going to need a bigger retracement back in, like into VWAP or something like that to get going again on this. Maybe we'll bid a 166 and just be lucky to get that if we're able to. So let's put a bid down there and see if it does go into that level. Just playing off 167. So right here, if you were going to go 1-to-1, I mean, we could do it right now. We're short at 75. We're getting out if it breaks 67. It's at 166.50. So that's 1-to-1 right now, risk to reward on AMD. We're going to try to play for a retracement back, but that's not a bad level there if you're scalping it. So, and it's a 200 period, and it just went down even lower than that. It went into 30s right there. So it actually does a strong bounce off of that level again. Wow, this name is really, really strong. We're in almost no shares, so that's why we're not doing it. A little bit closer, maybe we can try, but like a break of this one, no good. So the reason why I'll talk about Palantir is it's almost coming back in. That's the 200 period moving average. I like those for retracements. We miss it right there on the NVIDIA sort of mayhem that happened in and around 10 o'clock, but that just came right in. We were lucky enough to get Robinhood, but we did not focus on Palantir, which we should have. So that name definitely down there. If we get an opportunity to do that, let's do it. I mean, we're now 70 cents in the money on Robinhood. This is only a $22 name, so this is quite a big move off that bottom there for Hood. So let's stick in it and see what happens now. Robinhood.
Speaking of getting back in, gimme. I just got GameStop. There we go. Just got Meta. Want to give it down into this local bottom. So we wait for the green candle, buy it on a little bit more strength, and then we're going to give it to the local low. There's a couple of halts happening, but before we get to those, GameStop did make a bounce. There it is, right into VWAP. We grabbed 33s again, see if we can get another move back into the upside. But it's this FRGT that keeps on halting over and over again so far at the open. It's done 100, and it's good volume, 140 million shares. It just down halted. The breakout was $1.30. That's also VWAP, so that kind of lines up pretty good. If it opens back up and bounces off of VWAP, I think you got something with FRGT. But just be careful with these halt trades. It's only the second one of the day, although I count 3. Oh, no, yeah, it's only 2. Never mind, because it tells you when it resumes. So a couple of halts in there only on FRGT. Now all of a sudden NVIDIA looks like it could be breaking out. No, I don't like the long here. I got to think about whether I'd even consider going long on this. I still feel like it could be in a bit of a downward trend. But let's go to the Dara. We've got crypto update.
Okay.
So Neil just mentioning Robinhood. So we'll talk a little bit here about this story with regards to Robinhood buying this crypto exchange Bitstamp. This is part of Robinhood's ongoing efforts to expand outside of the US. Bitstamp is based in Europe, and also Robinhood, starting in December 2023, began allowing its European customers to trade crypto. So nice look here for Robinhood's continued expansion. This deal is valued at around $200 million, and it's expected to close the first half of 2025, all cash deal. So a few more details and some more insight into that Robinhood story, guys, here. We also have Bitcoin continuing to push above into that 72,000 area of resistance, making some higher lows and seeing a little bit of support here on the daily chart at that previous resistance level around 67,000 that we touched in mid to late April and then again in mid-May. So nice look right now for crypto on the daily. Right now, Bitcoin just above that 71,000 level, 71.2 right now. Ethereum quite nicely above that 3,800 level, just shy of 3,850. BNB continuing its upward trajectory as well, and pretty much all these crypto names to the upside, but not all up a great amount. We have Ripple up about 0.13%, Dogecoin about 2/3%, Cardano basically flat on the day here, but Avalanche a little bit stronger of a look here, up about 2.5%. So mixed look here for crypto, but generally pretty positive, guys.
All right. All right. Whoa, 168. Okay. I was just going to try this against 168 here on AMD, but for right now, it's just going to be like a 10-cent stop or so. As we just took a hit, we tried to short 167. You guys saw me do that. And right now, we're starting to get go. Oh, there it goes. Okay. So super strong name continues to go up, man. NVIDIA and AMD today. Wicked names. It's going to be a nice trade, obviously, for Robinhood. We'll get another piece out right now. I cannot. Standing in front of some of these names has been absolutely disastrous. As you know what, like AMD going one way, Micron, see you later the other way to the downside right now and still going lower. Trying to bounce now off of 130, but wow, that AMD just keeps on going. I still feel like there's a big short here, but it's
bouncing.
Been nothing. Yeah, it's bouncing right now.
Yeah, look, Micron was definitely weaker. We had a good scalp trade, then the reload no good. It just took out the 130. I think you wait for VWAP or some kind of defined level, like 130.5, something.
Why not just be long?
Like it's just not moving enough. Like if it's going to be a reversal, you know, you got to find something to the long side. We talked a little bit about Apple. I mean, we're in the meta, but Apple's putting in here. Let me do this for you because it's easy to see visually, but okay, that's a dirty trend line. You get the idea. Apple's holding a bit of a trend. That's not the best. I could draw it a little bit better, but if it hangs on to this trend, I think back through VWAP, you get some strength in Apple. Meta's trying to make a run as well. Like it just bounced, holding that higher low. So if it takes out the high, I want to get out on a break of the high, getting into threes, and then try to hold for some momentum back into the upside. What else we got going on here that could be a bit of a long off the bottom? There was also that SMCI maybe ARM was relatively strong. So we had the first short on ARM was good, second short not. Now ARM is breaking out the top. So if you're looking for something in the chip space that's really strong, ARM could take out yesterday's high without even NVIDIA getting to VWAP. So I think this one looks pretty strong if we continue this move to the upside.
All right. Yeah, everything is looking super, super strong. When you're looking at some of these names, I mean, including that Meta break through 500, now at 502 and still trying to go there as well. So, I mean, Meta still taking out some of those highs. The name that we really have liked, of course, was Apple, and we're not in it today. And it's kind of flat. I mean, you know, nice move up. Where's my mouse? Nice move up, then this push back down in right now for Apple. So, I mean, this could be a good long if we like the name. I like the name. So, I mean, down into here 195 maybe. But when you're looking at these futures, it just takes a simple look. You're above VWAP, above the 50 period, and we did hold 19,000. We got as low as 19,030. But again, this is like that NVIDIA flush. So it only dropped 100 points on the NASDAQ. So there is strength in the NASDAQ today. And it has nothing to do with Apple. So, and even NVIDIA with a nice pullback into 1220 right now, that could be something to look at there as well. Robinhood, we did get the dollar. We got, well, almost. We got 73s. That's where it is right now. So, you know, again, I don't think that, I mean, if it breaks $23, great. We won't have that much on. So we're not necessarily banking on something like that. But we'll wait to see if Robinhood can get up to that $23 mark before we really do anything. And then, yeah, we've really missed looking at GameStop. But I know Neil's been on that one. Just quickly, another name. It's 12:34. We have lots of time. I don't know why I'm saying quickly.
10:34.
Sorry, 10:34. Yeah, that Tesla bottom at 11 at 173 was good. Yesterday we had it at 172. Looks like it's trying to hold right now as well. So far so good on Tesla holding the bottom. Still down that 0.67 market trying to make up its mind here.
Yeah, the market is kind of pulling back a little. I mean, the ES is pulling back when the NASDAQ is breaking higher. The break happened on Meta. It went right up to that 03 level and back in. So I said on the break, we'll get some out. If it dips, I'd still look for a reload somewhere. The first break was no good, so we bought a dip. So I feel like buying dips on Meta is going to be the better way to play. I say this every single day. Buying dips tends to be a little bit better than taking just every single breakout. Breakouts like the NVIDIA one yesterday where it consolidates are so much better because it shows you that it's going to be significant by its actions. When you just take a break the first time, it can be hit or miss. Let's get over to the desk. We've got Adara with news.
Not a ton of volume on this, but keep an eye on Globe Life here. GL having a bit of a drop here in the chart and the largest volume candle we've seen all day. Bear Cave issuing a report here on the company titled Problems at Globe Life. They already have a bit of a short float around 4%. So keep an eye on GL. Again, not much volume, but this one getting circulated around Twitter right now, guys.
Hold on a second. Didn't this already have... Did this already happen? This is a deja vu.
That was a big move.
Yeah, it went from $105 to $40 already.
Yeah.
This is this stock. So if it, I don't know. Yeah, like if it doesn't break 80, like this is, I guess it's a different short report, I'm assuming. Okay, so I guess they're piling on Global Life right now. But if it can't hold 80, just be careful. But just remember, this is not the first rodeo for GL. And look at the recovery on this. I will say this every single time there's a short seller report. If you get a bottom and then you hold that bottom for 2 or 3 days, as a trade, it tends to be worth a bit of a long, straight up. And it happened with Square. I'll never forget the block one. And then if you took this one on GL, obviously it would have worked out, hindsight being 2020. If $80 holds, I think you want this sucker to the long side somewhere. But yeah, we'll let it settle down. It hasn't even done any volume. 300,000 shares. It's not even moving right now. I just wanted to make sure everyone saw that daily chart. It's a big story anytime there's a short seller report, but clearly everything's in context. Yeah, now NVIDIA is absolutely flying. Looking like a possible dip buy here in AMD, not AMD, Meta, but if NVIDIA is going to break back out, where do I want the long is the question I'm trying to ask myself. I don't want to chase anything. I want to try and find an actual setup that works, like another dip into a higher low. That could work. 1200 could also work. I'm noticing Micron's at VWAP as well. And I do like the short on Micron. If it got to VWAP, I'll let it get there. If it curls off VWAP, I'm probably going to short Micron just playing with the trend, but I'm not thinking the same thing with NVIDIA.
Yeah, and like NVIDIA's almost back to, well, it is back to VWAP, but like Wow, great move off 1200 right there. I'm really impressed with, I mean, AMD is now at 169. I mean, you want to talk about a level that just keeps on going. Yeah, I know Palantir super strong. I mean, that's, oh man, oh man. Yeah, that's another missed opportunity down there on Palantir. I mean, it's a good thing that we got Hood. There's no doubt about that, but definitely a miss there on PLTR. I still like Tesla. I'm still looking at scanners to see if there's anything that's really moving outside of some of the names that we've been looking at, but because we don't need to obsess over the same names over and over again. But at the same time, JP Morgan, I mean, I'm trying to look at some bank names. Lulu, you already touched on that. I mean, Uber, we had some Lyft news earlier on today, so we could see if there's anything happening with Uber right now. 60, yeah, wow, I mean, another really strong stock, Uber. With not too much in the way of like a catalyst here for Uber other than whatever that news was, and we're going to have to figure that out. But I didn't see anything Uber specific, but a nice move off of that bottom. We really like that 62, 63 area there for Uber. Yeah, CRM probably, again, on those dip buys. I wonder if it's better to buy. I was saying about buying the Dow Jones versus like a name like CRM, because CRM's already made that move up, and then the diamonds, the DIA, you're going to get other beat up names in here as well. And not that CRM's beat up. I mean, it's beat up from its highs. It's made a nice move the last couple of days. But you also get Intel and United Health, and obviously if you look up what is in, yeah, UNH doing pretty good. As you see what else has been here, the diamonds and the Dow has been underperforming the rest of the market. So that could be a place to look for sure. What's up, Blaze Wavy? I like that. I like that name. Shout out to you and Adara over at the desk, I think.
Boeing here on watch, still slightly down to the day, but we did get a nice little volume spike here with this green candle on news that apparently, or is this a report here that the Saudi group, which is a larger airline carrier in the Middle East, is apparently looking to place Boeing 787 or Airbus orders, and they'll place later this year. So not necessarily they will place, but they're looking to at both Airbus and the Boeing 787. So interesting catalyst here. Boeing getting a little bit of a move off that. Keep an eye on BA, guys.
Yeah, thank you very much. Boeing also, we already said it this morning, they had a successful launch. So they're sending a couple of NASA astronauts up to the International Space Station. So someone asked me, did I get stocked out on GameStop? Absolutely. We talked about getting the dip right here in front of the support level. It broke. I got out. On the way back up, look, I did make an attempt to get back in. Like, I got wicked out. I'm going to throw the bid as it breaks back up. Do we catch it? We don't. But you have to pick the lane you're going to be in. Like, for me, if I'm going to have that stop and look for a re-entry and try to take the smaller hit, then sometimes you're going to miss getting back into the trade because it happens really fast. So I did miss getting back in up through VWAP here. I'm trying to get it on the bid of GameStop. Micron just got to VWAP, so we did get a reload there. If I get back in, I don't want to get too much FOMO in Robinhood, but it dipped. When I was looking at GameStop, it dipped into the 40s, and I was looking for a hold above 22.40 to get back into this. It did just that. So there was your consolidation dip in front of the 52-week high. So I think a consolidation here looks good, and we'll try to grab some 50s, and if 40 loses it again, we can always get back out. So just have an out on your trade, stick to your plan and all that good stuff. And I feel like Apple was the other thing where Apple, so there's like Apple trying to hold the higher low. Not convinced just yet. Not nearly looking as strong as it was earlier in the day. So let's be patient with Apple and step off of Apple for a little bit here.
Yeah, I'm looking for like that 131 break there with Micron on VWAP as well, just to try to get long. But that's a good one there.
That's my bad.
All right, just waiting to see what's happening. We're still in Robinhood. I really want to short AMD, but we've been going back and forth with AMD all day to no avail, actually. So I don't know. I mean, whether or not this 169 is the top, we don't want to just keep on doing the same thing, but we are starting to push down just a little bit. Micron also pushing down. So potentially there's going to be a top here in AMD, but just as you think that, it goes from 40s right back to 70s again. So AMD continues its strength. Over to the board for Sector Watch with Adara.
Bit of a switch up here in these tech sectors from what we've seen recently. In electronic technology, a lot of weakness in these chip names. AVGO to the downside, NVIDIA more or less flat. But meanwhile, in technology services, lots of strength here. Google, Meta, both very strong. And CRM, Salesforce, just mentioned over there on the big desk. We actually did have a catalyst with this one with regards to them opening their first AI center in London. So nice look here for CRM and this overall tech services sector, especially compared to electronic technology, which is usually a little bit stronger with those chip names. In other sectors, we have some strength here in health technology, a little bit of strength in retail trade with Costco getting an upgrade from TSLA this morning to the upside. Consumer services, transportation, Uber, as Lyft has its investor event, Uber getting a little bit of a move up here as well. A little bit more mixed performance though in finance and consumer durables, lots of weakness in producer manufacturing. So all over the place, but the biggest thing to note here is the switch up in what we're seeing in these two tech sectors, guys.
All right, we just got to reload in Meta off of the 500 level. So you can draw trend lines from lots of places, but sometimes I'll do it from breakout levels. But since the failed break of 500, I'm calling it a failed break even though it's above 500, it put in this bottom here at like 99. So if it were to hold this, you would form a new trend line. Until then, I'm just using the 500. If it breaks underneath 500, I'm getting out. I reloaded, not reloaded into Micron because I got out of Micron. So it's a new trade in Micron off the 131. It got down to 130.40. I was able to get some out, scalping out there, and now you're right back into this 31. So if we break 31, we're jumping out.
Okay.
Still no GameStop yet for me. Let me just cancel this bid. Obviously, I was trying to get that on the way back up. Now that it could be bouncing, I'll look for the first green off 33 and try to punch long here on GameStop again. Back to Adara.
Yep.
Lots of intraday stories here today, guys. We actually just had one here in Altria, MO, pulling back a little bit here, but still up about 0.6%. The Wall Street Journal reporting that the FDA has rescinded its ban on Juul e-cigarettes. So as a tobacco name here, Altria, MO, getting a little bit of move to the upside in this catalyst, guys.
Altria, okay.
All right, Altria going. All right, so yeah, that's it there. MO, I guess. We can have a quick look to see what's going on with this. Yeah, so there it is, a nice move to the upside here. 47 and change, pulling back in off of that. Robinhood still goes higher. AMD just breaks. I mean, AMD might be a 170, man. I mean, I don't even... Straight up. This is straight up $6 right there off the bottom. So, okay, hands up and put your hands up in the air. So right here, NVIDIA again. Nice pullback a little bit, but we are bouncing a little bit here off VWAP. Potentially worth a little bit of a try there if you did think that the market got a little heated right now. I mean, you're only up 0.14. We saw this market yesterday absolutely just rip into the afternoon and just not stop to the point where it was up 2% yesterday. So to think that this is not it, this is not it. Yeah, stick to your rule and don't trade MO, says Hamster. Do I have a rule about that? Okay, so I'll stick to that rule.
Is it an Altria?
Yeah, I have an Altria rule. You didn't know about that?
Well, no.
No, yeah, nor did I. But we'll find out what Hamster's talking about right there.
I'm actually 90% sure that you've traded Altria on the show.
Yeah. I mean, but again, I think it's just, maybe it's in reference to like news plays and stuff like that. But I don't, I heard the story. It didn't seem like an immediate anything. So we'll wait to see.
Oh, I know what it is.
I'm not into that.
No, because you mentioned you wouldn't invest in the stock. I remember this.
Oh, I don't like SIGs. Yeah,
it was last year. I remember you were.
Yeah.
There was a story about it. And we're like, it wouldn't invest. That's very different from trading it. Trade anything.
Yeah. All good. So I get it there, Hamster. So what's up? Okay, so Robinhood still working out. We are short a little bit here. Again, to our peril probably on NVIDIA one more time. So here it goes, trying to break higher. Let's see if exactly it does that. But 125. So again, just a $2 worth of a risk here to see if we get a little bit of a pullback in NVIDIA. I mean, again, we could take it out right now for $1, but this is what trading is, man. Sometimes you take some risks that you regret, and sometimes you take some risks that you wish you took them a little bit more frequently. So let's wait to see if we do get a little bit of a pullback in here for NVIDIA. I'm at 221.50, but of course, it just bounced off there. So we'll see if it gets a little bit lower than that, and we will take that bid. So for right now, $2 in the money on NVIDIA, but we've been in this position many times and not taking it before getting stopped out. So there's a nice move down in. We'll take out 20% for that 350, or we just got, no, sorry, $1.50. We're short at 223. So $1.50 there, going 1-to-1. So that's what we're trying. We've had this 1-to-1 relationship with this many times today. So let's just continue with that and get some more out. But here it comes. Hopefully we can break through 220, 1220, and see what happens there. NVIDIA trying to go lower now.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably going to help drag Micron down with it. That said, Meta broke that 500, so we're getting out. It's running out of some steam. I feel like that big, strong momentum that was there early seems to be abating, so let's wait for VWAP. 500 doesn't seem to be, it doesn't care too much about 500. It's broken it back and forth a couple of times. So a longer hold might make sense. Micron hit enter twice. Micron just reloaded. So it's a good consolidation under 131. I think 130 is going to be an obvious spot to take something out. Oddly enough, still in Neo, which is interesting. I thought Neo was going to do something here. Yeah, like it did eventually break that 90 guy. And I said I would wait for it to test $5. At that point, like either you're adding on a break or doing nothing. It ends up holding the higher low and then breaking that seller that was at $5.90. But I'm not adding to this. I'm probably just going to get out in front of $5 on NIO. If you're already slowing down like this at 1048, it's not even the middle of the day just yet, and this one's already starting to dog it. I want to go over to ARM. That was the other chip name, which had been relatively strong. It just wicked the top, so tried to break out. And if we're rolling back over, I'm still feeling like this is too much of a short day when you're failing highs. So another high fail break on a chip name. I'll look for some kind of a pop back in that we can short 36s on ARM.
I put LOL in the chat because we were just $6 in the money right there on NVIDIA, and then it just came all the way back up. Like, it's just buying these dips is so much easier than holding on to the short, because I feel like for myself that I look at this and think that we could retrace back to the 50 period. But like, it just keeps on saying no. Like, so you have the short, you're wondering about where to cover, and it's just one of those things where it's like, where do you cover this name? I feel like on any dip is maybe when you should cover this name. So, you see the P&L and it's like, wow, that's going. Maybe it's going to go lower, and then it completely stops. So let's wait to see. I feel like 212.16 there on some of this bottoms makes some sense. So, 212.16 where we just bounced off of. Let's put a bid there and see, like right now we're $5 in the money on NVIDIA, and I'm just like, let's see if it goes lower. So greed on this name today for me has not been great. I mean, we took a huge win early, 12-15 bucks. We talked about that we took $4 on a 12.50 break. Then we had more money in right here on the short, gave it up, and then now we're back into a really nice position here on NVIDIA on VWAP. But again, VWAP is just a line that it doesn't care. Like, NVIDIA's momentum should take this thing through it. So let's wait to see. We are now in the money again, that $5. Let's sit on the bid and see if we get 16s. And then after that, maybe we're lucky enough and we'll actually be able to see a move down into the 50 period. So I'm sitting here at the bottom of this range, hopefully with a little bit of a break right now. There it comes. So we're bidding 216.16. So here it comes in. Again, I might just punch this at 216.26. I might just punch some of this out right now because of where we are. Let's go. That's a good out. So we take some out right there. Let's ring the register on that one. It's a $7 winner. Let's put it back into the pocket there on NVIDIA. So far, so good here. Over to Adara. $7 in the pocket now with NVIDIA.
DXY continuing on its move to the upside here with actually a pretty bullish looking candle. We do have this wick down into 104.10 on the daily, currently trying to get into that 104.31 area. Let's see if we can clear where we had these wicks into earlier, into that 104.50. That'd be a nice look here for the DXY to the upside. In terms of data, getting a lot of employment data today. Initial jobless claims coming in higher than expected. So 229,000 versus 220,000, a slight decrease here from the expectation for non-farm productivity quarter over quarter, so 0.2% versus 0.3% expected, and unit labor costs also lower for the Q1 number here than expected, 4% versus 4.7% expected. These lower numbers, probably a good look given that a lot of Fed speakers, including notably hawkish Fed's Kashkari, have been mentioning recently that there has been too much strength in this labor market, so any number to the downside in this front, probably not a bad look here, especially interesting as we get rate cuts from the Bank of Canada and the ECB. Keep an eye out for tomorrow's non-farm payroll numbers, another labor-related number. And then, of course, next week we have that Fed meeting. So lots to look at with regards to the DXY in the coming days, guys.
$13 now in the money on this short. So, I mean, that's a good one there. Let's see where it goes now. I mean, I don't know. We got that cover. We got exactly what we wanted to do on this name. It came right into the 50 period moving average. So, I mean, VWAP to 50 period MA, I mean, that's the trade that we need to make, and we just did make it. So far, so good on that one. We'll breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief as NVIDIA really puts damage right there. So good name to fall back in. Now we can wait to see if we can get 1,200 and get it $20 on this. But at the end of the day, let's see what winds up happening here with NVIDIA off the bounce there from VWAP back in. We took it out. We have just under half left. So I'd say we have, actually, the math works. We have just 40%, little under 40% left. So good out there. Let's see if we can go. We got a decent spot. We got 20% out there at tens. So we just sold on Robinhood. Yeah, we actually got it. So we actually got 12, sorry, not tens. So good out there on there. There goes Robinhood, another one back up to the upside. Man, we put some damage on the board here in the last little while, but NVIDIA, we got too greedy with it early. Let's see if it can fade back into 1,200. Short right now, 12.23.
Yeah, step on the neck and just kind of keep it there when that stock's going down. I mean, at the end of the day, it is an absolute like market leader. It's the futures if you're trading any other chip name. I'm going to show you guys ARM in a second. You could have, the second I heard the first salvo where you're like, it's tanking, all you had to do was punch short pretty much anything.
Right.
I don't know about AMD, but I can tell you ARM, in that same moment, like ARM was strong, it was an up candle, it immediately tanked 50 cents. It was just one guy just started to sell. I was in Micron. Micron was pressing higher. It was wicking back into the top. And then right in that same moment that NVIDIA had that little bit of a push to the downside, Micron drops almost a full dollar in there in that same moment. I'm only getting back to green just now on that Micron fill. Part of it's meta, but I'm so glad we got out of meta. I'll tell you this right now, it is okay to be wrong, just it's not okay as a trader to stay wrong. Meta was super strong and trending upside. Once it broke 50, it was right into VWAP pretty much immediately. So it's better to have an out and just take it and don't take too big of a hit relative to what you're going to win on stock when it does work for you. Try to stay in the pocket, try to stay green. Risk management does matter at the end of the day. So there's a big drop down into VWAP. It could always hold. I'd rather see some strength. Maybe a VWAP consolidation could work. And I want to go to my friend Pinduoduo and Alibaba. We only have 5 minutes before we get here. Always say look for relative strength and weakness in the day. I know we've talked about meta a little bit. Pinduoduo is breaking back out after a disaster day yesterday. So there's 144, it just broke out, consolidating over. You can only imagine that Alibaba it's trying to go, but it's holding the $78 level, which is a key support level. So if this can hold VWAP, whenever you make a double bottom, this is actually a triple or quadruple bottom on Alibaba, 78.80. If it can hold VWAP, you can get a run back into that 80 level. But it is Pinduoduo that's doing the heavy lifting. So relative strength in at least one Chinese ADR. I'm going to get out of Micron if we get the low of the day, but it's trying to hold the 130 level. Got to watch out for that. And I see NVIDIA's trying to bounce off 1210. That could be a thing as well.
Okay, and in sticking with the good vibes feeling around here, let's give props to the leaders of the floor today. Shout out to Max, shout out to Josh, shout out to Yannick. So they're putting up those numbers, so congratulations, man. It's the leader of the pack, and Ramin. Is that better, Ramin? Ramin said, what about me? So there you go. So shout out right there. Top three today. No particular order. Max, Yannick, and Josh. So a big congratulations to the guys on the floor there. We like to see that. And again, you spread the good karma, you spread it out, and hopefully it comes back to you right there. The Piper, it's an SMA. So when I talk about 50-period moving average, it's the pink line right here that I use, and it's just an SMA. So it's on a 1-minute chart. I just like to play that pullback. I mean, it worked perfectly. When it came in, we talked about that. When we were looking for a dip buy opportunity in NVIDIA, we talked about the 50-period moving average. It came in. So the thing is, it was at 10, and then as it was coming through and this move was happening, we took 12s. So we could have gotten better. It was probably at 10 or 11 at that point. Right now it is at 12 again. So wouldn't be surprised if we do get a little bit of a bounce off right there in that. So yeah, man, good. Yeah, this is Rolex right here. So it's a good little watch. I like it. I always miss wearing, thanks for asking, I always miss wearing the smartwatch because then I get notifications on it. Like, oh, this player's not attending the game. We had a 12-3 victory last night. We talked a little bit about that. So shout out to the High Park Jets, which will at one point be hopefully lifting a trophy, although there's some really good teams there. We'll see if we can get that going. And then this weekend we have, so I have this weekend 2 games and 2 practices. So should be a lot of fun. We drive to Ancaster for the rep team. And then we have two rep practices and a league game. So it's going to be busy. Unfortunately, my daughter misses dryland training with her rep hockey team.
Well, it might rain. I don't know. The forecast didn't look that great.
Shout out 1320.
We were considering whether or not we're going to get our practice in on Sunday because
already, yeah, it's still early.
No,
Sunday.
the diamond that we have for practice is trash.
Yeah, that's
like specifically the one that we have. It's like if it rains even a little bit,
irrigation is like honestly. We used to be. There's this other league. It's not as competitive as the one we're in now, but their diamond is like in a sort of a valley, and it was the worst.
What can you do?
Because like even if it rained the week, like a couple days ahead, it's squashed. But hopefully,
the secondary plan is there's like a good football field that if nobody's using it at a high school, we'll just go there. And
use your season ticket connects and get under that dome, man. I mean, maybe when they go away games, wouldn't that be cool to get that? I do have the Panerai as well. Maybe we'll wear that tomorrow.
The Rogers Center. My men's league played our All-Star games at the Rogers Center.
See?
The field was this before they put the rubber pellets down?
Yeah, it was garbage probably.
The field was like concrete.
Yeah.
I played one game, and I don't have the best knees in the world. I played one game, my knees were sore for a week. So when people talk about the pros and they get bad knees on the bad field,
on that.
And players do not want to sign there when it's a bad turf, they're not playing around, man. No one wanted to play on that turf in the Rogers Center. They put rubber pellets in, and it's better now. But back to the market. We only have like 30 seconds to go, so just a quick recap. I'm only in I've been in Neo for a while. It's not really doing much of anything. But Micron, I want the low of the day, and then we're jumping out of this thing. So we get out. It double bottomed already in a sense. If you kind of count this here yesterday, I consider that. It's not really the low, but look what happened after that. So I'll respect it. That is a 135 to 129.50 range that it is now held twice. So I feel like if it gets down there, it's probably worthy of a bounce. And NVIDIA is not exactly flushing. And NVIDIA is holding the 1210 level. So I'm going to get out in front of 129 quarters on Micron.
Robinhood, thanks for pointing that out right there. It enters the Dollar Club. We're long 21.84 there, Sharif, on Robinhood. Off the shot call on 21.60 on the sticky note. So we missed it by 20 pennies, but we're still long, so it's all good. And it's about time to switch over right now. So just a quick update, those of you wondering what this lunatic, myself, is going to be doing here with NVIDIA. I'm wondering about getting something out if it does break back above right here, 1215. But at the same time, I wonder also about a push down into 1200 again to see if we get that. So I don't want to throw money away on this. So that could be something to look at. Let's see, here it comes breaking. As I say that, we start to break lower right now. Oh, it's only a $14 winner right now with NVIDIA, but let's see where it goes from here. And let's go over to our guy and gal of the midday. The midday monsters.
Let's go.
Without any, no offense to that. I think that's good. It's good. You know, the monsters of monsters of the midway. There's holy schneik right now. We are getting downside. We're $15 in the damn money right now for NVIDIA. So, I mean, I'm bidding 12. You know what? This is my problem. Welcome to the world of me. But I'm going to bid out right now at 1206. If we're able to get that, that's a nice move down. I'm not going to wait for 1203s. Let's go. See if we can get this move. It's a big one here for NVDA back into the short side of things. But hey, every dip's been bought up. So maybe this is a mistake not getting out. Back over to the midday. It's been a great day. Kill them, guys. Ciao.
Yes. What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as That Midday Show. That right there is your girl, Adara, and I am Sharif. And we already have some people already with us in the chat. Welcome, everybody. Kevin Mendoza, Chucky, and Mahat. I'm so sorry I butchered your name. Darwin, Matthew Booth, Market, Sniper, Chase, Bands as well. We got Pitchbull. We got Displaying Ways. I do like that name. Miss A. What's up, Miss A? We got Fiddleback. We got Mad Marat, Sebastian, Day Trader Cut, Ken Wicken, Sofa Monster. I see you, sir. Bristol. Hey, Davis. Cass M. 1320. Wolf. Ooh. Hey, Davis there as well. Monty G, Derek, Denise, Jose Gonzalez, Jesse, Vale, Solo, Cristo, Jared, or Jarhead Trader. I read that completely wrong. Welcome, Adair.
Good morning. How are you today?
I cannot complain. I can, but I won't. We'll talk about some of these trades. Guys, before I continue, I am sorry. Yet another day in the simulator. Backend has not allowed me to trade as of yet. And I really don't know what to tell you guys anymore. So yeah, there it is. When it's active, it's going to be active. Anyway, long on Robinhood at this moment, looking for that 23 touch. So far, we've got top wick 22.93. Got the next beak wetter at the high of day, which is 22.95. In case you're just joining and don't know what is going on with Robinhood, they are picking up a company to the tune of 200 million, looking to expand their crypto offerings as retail investment really picks up in that space. Of course, with this year, crypto having gone up umpteen amount of percent. So Robinhood looking to cash on that and take on the likes of Binance and Coinbase. So we'll keep tabs on that bad boy. And I'm listening to myself talk in my ear, Adira, as I've got the stream in my ear, and that's no good, right? So in FRGT as well, small cap gapper du jour up a light 116%, having done 161 million shares on the day. Here are the deets. $7 million market cap, just shy of that by about just a bit. The float, 5 million shares, so you can keep an idea of what kind of volatility we could get on this bad boy. And then we can go to the screen, just FRGT for everybody. It's negligible short float, so just about a quarter of that 500 milli or so float is short, so not much to talk about there. Note. So a couple of ideas here with FRGT. I just want to give that real quick. I was unsure as to which of the levels this was going to respect. And by levels, I'm talking about moving at technical levels. So I've added half the position that I normally would at the WAP over here. Now, I like the fact that VWAP is right at this level because this is the consolidation area top. That $1.33, $1.25, that general area. So if we held up at this area, I didn't want it to go without me. So I got in half the position here, and I've got another half position at that $1.20 at the 50 exponential on the 5. Reason being, look at this trough over here. Absolute respect with the 50. The argument could be, though, obviously it was at the $1 area, so it was using the 1 in any event, looking to defend the VWAP and the 50-period exponential on the 5. We've got a whole bunch of different small cap gappers that we can get to on the day, but we'll get to those a little bit later. So I'm in Robinhood, I'm in FRGT, and I'm possibly looking at Meta here. Now, I just want to give you the idea of why I'm looking at Meta. This is kind of like a resistance flipped short kind of idea. So we knew we had resistance in and around that area right at the open. It took us till about 10 o'clock before we could break above that area. Lo and behold, we come right down to it and we're holding up again. I didn't expect us to hold up at this area over here, so I had my resting order, at 496 to jive with the 50 on the 5. We'll see if we get that coming in. Yeah, thank you about that. So we'll keep eyes at 496 to see if we get triggered at that level. We shall wait and see. Adair.
Yeah, so this Microsoft, this looks like a flat bottom break to me. I was also looking at Meta, but then I saw Microsoft and I said, as I said, I have a little document I call tickers to watch for. And it's just me or tickers to look at, sorry. It's just me writing some tickers I like, levels I like, whatever each day. But then also some little quotes to myself because apparently I'm like, it's my version of this, it's just some quotes. And one thing I wrote that I think is, I just want to read out here because it's something I'm trying to do, is commit to ideas you feel good about and don't worry about ideas that you don't feel good about. It could be a great setup and potentially an awesome trade, but there's no point if you don't have the confidence in it or if it's not a trade you're willing to take or willing to nurture. Cough, cough, Meta on Wednesday, cough, cough. Which I actually wrote in the note there. So that's what I'm looking at here. I like this Microsoft flat bottom break. To me, this is a trade I'm way more comfortable in. Just getting involved, piecing it out as we get lower and lower, adding. Like this is what I tried to do yesterday with that NVIDIA 1200 break or NVDL, sorry. That's also what I was doing scalping an AMD the day before. If you have a style that works for you and that I also think still plays on my scalping and rangy natures, then that's something I want to nurture more than a trade I'm not as comfortable taking. Also, I wasn't a Tesla short. Man, am I happy I got out where I did. In case you're like, what was the logic for this Tesla short? I'll tell you, because I still feel okay about this trade. We had a lower high here. I watched a couple times that rejection of 174. I got involved, I will admit, way too early. I got involved in that VWAP rejection. It was a planned addition here when we failed that 174 the first time, added at 174.80, 173.80, sorry. Initially, this was a nice little look. Then I noticed we were popping into 174s. I got out, managed it appropriately, so no complaints there. Again, just really trying to find trades that you're willing to take either way. And so this Tesla, I said, Adair, this could go against you, but would you regret not taking it? I said yes, so I got involved. Same with Microsoft. I absolutely would regret not taking this Microsoft. We're going to start piecing this out. If we get into 61s, then adding back as we get to 80s. This is going to be a little chop, 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 because I want some shares. And I do want, actually, all of this smoke.
Ooh.
Also, nice look on that Robinhood there. Just, yeah.
Yeah, hopefully what a recovery though. It was tanking right at the open there. All right, guys, let's get to the lesson du jour. We are talking about the short squeeze and these meme names all week. Yesterday, we gave you that idea about fading the strength into the afternoon using relative strength. Today, we'll get a little bit, well, not a little bit, we'll get as nuanced as we got yesterday by talking about another volatility indicator, goes by the name of moving average convergence divergence. Short form is MACD. Let's get right to it. So meme stocks, these heavily shorted names, they're fueled a lot of the times by the social media frenzy. They can be hot, but they can also be quite risky. Today, we'll explore how to moving average convergence divergence, MACD, for short indicator can be used to identify potential entry and exit points for intraday meme stock trades. Remember, this is just a tool, and sound investment decisions require further research, so do sound trades. So what is MACD? Just quickly, we'll identify this indicator. So MACD is a momentum indicator that measures the difference between two moving averages of a stock's price. It consists of three parts. Number one, the MACD line. This line represents a difference between the 12-period exponential moving average and the 26-period exponential moving average. Then you have your signal line, right? This is a very simple one. It's not a difference between any moving average. It's just simply the 9 moving average of the MACD line, smoothing out those fluctuations. So what it does, it looks at the MACD line, and then it takes a 9 EMA of the MACD line. Number 3, you have your MACD histogram. This is essentially showing you the difference between the MACD line and the signal line. It visually essentially represents the relationship between the two moving averages. Perfect example is here. You have your blue line, which is the 12 period minus the 26 period, and then you have your red line, which is the MACD, the 9 EMA of the MACD line, and then you have your histograms over here, which kind of visually represent whether the 9 period EMA is above the MACD line. The MAC signal line is above the MACD line. So the MACD signals for meme stocks, or for these highly shorted names. What are we doing here? So for volatile meme stocks, for volatile heavily shorted names, we're looking for specifically crossovers between the MACD line and the signal line. So we have different types of crossovers. The first one is the bullish crossover. When the MACD line, which is the fast line, crosses above the signal line, which is known as the slow line, it suggests increasing momentum and a potential buying opportunity. This might be a sign that the stock is about to climb higher intraday, so you're always looking for that. So you have a bullish crossover, that's number 1. Number 2, you have the bearish crossover. This is when the MACD line falls below the signal line. It suggests weakening momentum and a possible selling point for you. The stock might be due for a pullback when that occurs. So keep that in mind. And then you have your divergent. Oh, sorry, this is how it looks over here. So that's when you have your bullish crossover, when the MACD line crosses above the signal line. So you have the black line going above the red line, and then that's your bearish crossover when the MACD line crosses below the signal line. And so divergences here are also important, right? Because you're not just looking to get in and get out when there's a crossover on the MACD and the signal lines. No, you're actually looking for MACD price action divergence. So what is that? So divergence can be a useful tool with meme stocks. This is when the price movement contradicts the MACD indicator. So the bullish divergence happens when the price makes a lower low, but the MACD makes a higher low. This is suggesting to you that there's a potential trend reversal upward despite the price dip. So in this case, you're getting the MACD makes a higher low, but the price makes a lower low. So that is what we call bullish divergence. Bearish divergence happens when the price makes a higher high, but the MACD makes a lower high. This is suggesting to you that there's a possible trend reversal to the downside despite the fact that the price increased, making a higher high. So we're always looking for MACD price action divergence. And here is a great one on GameStop, no less. So what you have here is lower highs on the MACD. So you compare it to the high on the price action. So you get a 27 touch on GameStop, and then you get a 0.5 touch on the MACD. And then you get a 28 touch for a new high on the price action, yet you don't get that new high on the MACD. This is bearish divergence because you're getting newer highs on the price action, but not newer highs on the MACD. Always look for that. It's quite effective. All right, so confirmation. Remember here that there's two things that you need to account for. Confirmation to make sure your trade is sound, and also to manage risk. So remember, MACD, just one indicator. Look for confirmation from other technicals like high volume, for example, during the bullish crossover, or falling volume during the bearish crossover. And always set stop losses in order to limit potential losses, especially with these memes and highly shorted names. If it's not going to be a hard stop, then you need to make sure that you are following that mental stop. And practice and research can't be more heavily stressed here. Use proper trading. Use a paper trading account, to practice your MACD with meme stocks. This will help you understand how the indicator reacts to different price movements. And remember, technical analysis is absolutely a skill that takes time and practice to develop. Do your own research on the company's fundamentals before investing in anything, and make sure you have a good, solid understanding of these technicals before utilizing them, Adira.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to Sharif for that last. We also have a super chat to that effect. Doc Willstar, thank you so much for the $1.99 super chat saying, great MACD explanation. I agree. Thank you very much for that super chat there, Doc Willstar, and thank you, Sharif, for that lovely lesson of the day. MSFT, I am super proud of. MSFT in the place to be. Already got out of this trade, then got back and started a whole new position. You might be like, Adira, why wouldn't you just peace out? Well, no, I really wanted to get out at 20s because that was, to me, a bit of an area of previous support on the chart, so I didn't want to mess with that. Then you might be like, well, then Adira, why'd you add back in? I don't know why I did that like weird sitcom voice. Well, I added back in because I want to see what we did in the book. We couldn't get above 422.50s. For reference, the level I was really using here was that 422.80 break. And then I added in at 74s, right? So the point I'm trying to make is, as long as we have lower highs, I have no problem staying in this trade. I have a really small position now. What I want is that 422. I have no interest in adding in this unless we get to like 422.60s and continue to break lower. But I mean, if we break into 421s, 421, can't you do something for me?
Oh, yeah.
Please. So that's my look. I'm really proud of this, and I'm happy I went with a trade that I really like the look of. And again, and this was another, not to like continue to, toot my own horn or read my own notes of the day or whatever, but it's just stuff to remind myself to keep myself grounded in trading. And one thing I also like put out there that I think is important is just figuring out the difference between trades that you feel good about, avoiding trades that you feel aren't going to work out versus avoiding trades because you don't want to mess up your P&L. Right? Like if there's a trade you legitimately don't like, stay away from that. But if you're staying away from it because you're scared, a scared trader is an efficient trader, as Sean often says. So Microsoft curling back into that 422.40. Like I said, though, as long as I see lower highs, I'm not saying bye, bye, bye. We're staying in sync with after the T. Going to sync up those drives here, hopefully, for some couple more pennies in this. How are you doing?
Good. Let's talk about some of these small cap gappers that we've got on. So WISA was the other one that I was looking at. WISA. This is one that has run before. I recall the name. This one is about 16 3/4 market cap, or 16 4/5 market cap right now as it goes up. It's done 17.7 million shares on the day, 4.3 million share float. And the short float is as follows, WISA. It is heavily shorted, perfect, 17%, not the biggest amount we've ever seen, but one that could allow this to get going. 17% short, 365 HOD. Let's go back and see if there's any technical levels with which we need to concern ourselves. Sure is. On the 15th of May, this bad boy made it up to $5, so I'd be expecting a $5 resistance level. We also have the 50 period here, from which it's rejected multiple times, hanging out at about 4 1/4, 4 1/3, hard to tell from this zoomed out level. But WISA looks awfully good here. It has been lower lows and lower highs after having a monster day on April 16th and April 17th. We've sold off the entire gains and literally gone right back into that $2 low that we were at prior to that big move up in mid-April. Does WISA have a headline today? What is this? I don't really see. E continues to expand presence. Oh, here it is. All right, WISA continues to expand presence in the $296 billion wireless audio market with innovative licensing deals. To be honest with you, this looks like the company released this headline. So, yeah, anyway. Well, it's moving, and that's all we really need to know. If there's a catalyst that other people can look at and it's not entirely bogus, at 3 2/3 right now. Now, the one that I just got stopped out of, sadly, FRGT, this neither holds the volume weighted average price nor the 50, so we take an L on that one. On FRGT, no good there, and it's on the way down. So that one is below VWAP and no longer tradable under my system, so we'll go 1 for 1 on the day so far. Right now, still in hood, doing well on hood. Look, just got the top beak wetter there at 22.93. Next beak wetter is set up at 22.95. Let's see what we get.
We love beak wetters over here on How to Trade. It is what we do. Also, what I'm trying to do is add it to Microsoft. And I'm like, Adara, what are you doing here? I mean, why I want to add into this is because I'm still seeing lower highs, and I also realize if I don't get my 422 break right away, I'm going to still want some profit for the road. You know how people get coffee for the road, whatever for the road? I want some profit for the road. I want a little beak wetter for the road. So that's what I'm trying to do here on this MSFT. If we get to 28s again, because we're still having lower highs, mind you, on, I mean, still on a chart basis, but also I've been watching the book, and I feel like I do think watching the book has been able to help me with my trading decisions. I relied on it pretty aggressively in my NVDL trade yesterday, and I found that to be like, you know, fairly helpful. So I'm just trying to find new strategies that work, right, in confluence, in tandem with trading on the chart. So if we get back into 422.10s, we're going to get half the position out. Let's keep it coming, Microsoft. Let's open those Bill Gates to the downside. That would make me place this punch, and that would make me do my little Steve Ballmer dance. Also, 2 other shorts I like right now. One of them is Tesla. This is a level I wrote actually in that little document I was just reading off of, and it was 174.50. You know what? I don't know. Yeah, how big? I'm gonna say, if I have enough, like, you know, buying power for this, I do want to get in this short here. So we're gonna get involved. 45s, small position. Yeah, no, I can't do that. So if hopefully Microsoft will give us a little beak wetter, at which case then I will be able to add to my Tesla. But also maybe Tesla doesn't want me involved because I like this with these wicking candles here failing to close above into that 174.75. I also like that his previous support and resistance flips can be really spicy, but I don't know if we're going to get that flip here. Meanwhile, though, if we can just flip some of those profits here out of Microsoft, which is just nuzzling his little nose here against my profit-taking area, then that'd be great. Then we can get into that Tesla. So please just punch Microsoft. 421, can you please do something for me? But also, it's 1121, so also we have something else we can do here.
Yes, we are brought to you by American Airlines, trading in the USA under symbol AAIRF, and in Canada under symbol Wi-Fi, WIFI. This company just announced a knockout punch, a global marketing partnership with the Ultimate Fighting Championship. Airs Tech is dedicated to bridging the gap between technology and wellness. Airstech's mission is to provide cutting-edge solutions that protect against electromagnetic radiation without disrupting the everyday use of technology. This innovative company has seen consistent revenue growth and boasts several high-profile customers like Russell Brand and top UFC athletes. So invest in American Airs today on the OTC markets. Shout out to Jeff Mendel under AAIRF and on the Canadian Stock Exchange under WIFI. Shout out to American Airs. All right, so, pardon me? Oh, thank you, Ram.
Congrats to Sharif.
Oh, I'm ready for the big time now, Dara. No, I'm kidding. Shout out to Ram. I'm looking at getting in on the Zon over here. Now, I'm kind of considering that maybe this is not a good idea. I gotta tell you why. I'm seeing market weakness on the NQ, lower highs, lower lows, and we're essentially flat on said NQ right now. So if that is the case, then I don't know how bullish these Mag 7 names are gonna be, but there's no question about it that Amazon has absolutely respected the 10 period on the 5 on the day. There is no closing print below the 10 period subsequent to the opening bell. You do have a few wicks here and there between 9:55 to 10:20. But subsequent to that, we haven't even broken it through a wick base. Obviously, we've closed above it. So with that in mind, I put in a bit of a dip trade hanging out at 183.55. I am cognizant of the fact that we put a topping tail candle through the whole dollar level and that sometimes not so good. So maybe I should be waiting at more price action resistance rather than the 10 period if this is going to stop trending. What I'll do is I'll go in with a half position because I'm a little bit suspicious of this trade at 183.55, and that's exactly what I've done. If I do get stopped out there, if it breaks exactly through that 183.25, I definitely will be looking at that 182.80, 182.90-ish, essentially where VWAP is, and essentially where the top end of this bull flag kind of looking pattern here is. It was essentially a consolidation area top. And if we make it back down there, I want to look to defend that level. So, two things. Putting an order for half the size at the 10 period to see if it holds up there. If it doesn't hold up there, I give it 25 pennies worth of risk to the bottom end of this area over here. If I get stopped out, I'm definitely looking at 182.90, 182.80 on the Zon. The other thing I was trying to do here is this Apple trade, nice range trade on AAPL. Haven't involved myself in it. It's been obviously, ranging between yesterday's closing print and this like 195.50-ish area. It's not an exact level though. What else we got over here? WISA, still going. Haven't done anything on that one though, Dara.
Yeah, WISA is definitely one of those, like Holo, it's like part of the repeat offenders of the small cap, the rogues gallery of small cap runners. They're always there. It's like in the universe of like Batman, like Arkham Asylum or whatever. That's those Holos. The WISAs, the ones with strong short floats that pop their little heads up every once in a while because people on social media are fond of them. So shout out to Holo and WISA. Good times there. Tesla, okay, that was fun. You know when you like have your beak wetter and it just...
Bro, did you see your Microsoft?
Oh, yeah, I am. Please punch about my Microsoft. I'll talk about my Microsoft. Thank you. I got out at 421.89s. Really what I wanted to, like I said, what I was looking for is my 421 break. The second we broke below 421, I was like, that's all I need to see. I was willing to wait a little bit. We poked our heads back above 422. We said, Adara, your plan was to wait for that breakdown into 421, so just take your profit. Took my profit. Literally so pleased as punch with my Microsoft trade. Not even like, P&L wise, I'm not gonna like complain. I'm proud of that as well. But for me, again, I'm trying to trade less P&L and more as cheesy as this is gonna sound, progress and learning. That NVDL trade, that was not my most profitable trade of the day yesterday. It was, for me, that trade was a little bit about it was a little bit about posterity, but it was also about like staying in something. It's like if you have an idea you like, if you have that commitment, if you have that conviction, you owe it to yourself to stay. So that was what I tried to do with NVDL. That was the Microsoft thing as well. It was like Adara, like it might break lower, but you wanted to break down below 22. So stick with that. Let Microsoft 21 do something for you. Also Tesla. So Tesla, this was just heartbreaking. Like this is like a, crying at a sad movie moment. I had my area to leave here, 174.16. We get to 174.18, then we pop back above my point of entry. Excuse me? But no, it's all good because then we dropped that lower. I said, Adara, you're not going to get necessarily what you want. Try to take your 22 pennies. That's what I did here in TSLA. You might be like, Adara, what was the point of that trade? That's like 25 pennies, 22 pennies. My thing is, it's a scalp. It was what I wanted. For me, again, this was just about this level. I liked this level. I said, Adair, if you like this level, you owe it to yourself to trade this level. So that's what I tried to do here. I also loved these topping tail candles here into 174.60. I waited for Microsoft to be done, got a clear head, got involved in the TSLA. That Meta, you called that Meta breakdown, by the way.
Breakdown.
Because I actually was like, oh, maybe Meta will be a long, but no, you called that short there.
I'm still waiting at 496. I don't know how I feel about this anymore there because we're making newer lows. I don't know if I like this defend because I'm just looking to defend this top area of this level over here, and I don't know if I'm going to go long at 496. The order's still out there, but yeah, good call out on that. I want to mention another thing here. GameStop is making moves today, guys. Okay, it's not dead. It's up 6 1/5 right now. It's up more when I just pulled it up. It's in a bit of a range, 34.30 to the high side, 31.28 to the low side, but that really isn't the range. This is what I see on the 5. Call me crazy, but I see a 50-period hold on the 5. So you initially had that consolidation area low, and it held right at the 50 period. That was in the pre, and then the bell rung. We held the 50 after the bell rung, and then look at this dip over here at 10 o'clock. You dip aggressively. Guess what? You held the 50, and then you dipped again at 10:50 to 11:05, and you held the 50 again. So there seems to be some sort of love affair between a GameStop and the 50 on the 5 today. If that's the case, I'll play the dip. So I'll put my orders to kind of shadow the 50, and then based upon what it's done historically over here, where the wicks really haven't broken the 50 by all that much, I can keep a relatively tight stop. And by relatively, I mean obviously it's proportionate, or it's relative to the price of the stock, right? It's not going to be the same type of out that I would have had on Meta, for example. Rivian Millionaire waited out on Meta. Okay. Sebastian, no need to call me sir. I'll call whatever I want, man. What up? What's going on here? Anyway, Kevin Mendoza, GameStop, can't stop, won't stop, Killer Cam, 1020. There's a private video that was uploaded to Keith Gill's YouTube in the live stream playlist. Interesting. Neil, what's up? Hood high a day. All right. So thank you for that, Neil. I'll get to GameStop in a second because we're involved in Hood. Yes, it is. I still haven't got my beak wetter that's sitting at 95s. I've been waiting at that 95 print for a hot minute. That is the high a day. And I do see here, even though I'm in the sim and don't have the full picture of the book, for what I do have, I can see that there is some decent size here. Nothing as large as 23. You can see the big boy size hanging out at that 23, but not to be disrespected. And there we go. We got the print at 95, so we get the HOD print on the Hoodsters. And here comes 23 on the Hoodsters. So we're going to put a 23 beak wetter to see if we can get filled there. We'll wait and see exactly what's happening there. All right, Bryce. What's going on with Bryce? Oh, Jack CW said something first. Path, rocketing highs of day at Adara, at myself, PATH, UI Path. Yes, sir. Or, well, maybe people get upset about that now. 3 1/3, 12 1/4. Shout out to you, UI Path, making moves up nicely on the day. We got Bryce. Check out Path. All right. Same thing with Bryce. Pretty Panda, on Med, ONMD, making big boy moves here. ONMD. One MedNet. Yeah, 30%. Good look there on this one. Let me pull it up so you guys can see exactly what I'm talking about. Just one sec. There it is. ONMD. I don't know why I'm having trouble typing this one. Yeah, see, this one I didn't have eyes on. I got to tell you the truth. And likely because it did dip aggressively below VWAP there. So I was like, this is not so much. But it's making a move into the highs here. Now, I'm wondering if this is more of a range trade than a breakout trade, even though it's up 30%, because you keep getting into these levels and rejecting. However, you are making higher lows. So I'll keep it on the side chart. Perhaps it could do something. Auction, now I know we have the 8-week and the 4-week coming out. To be honest with you, Mr. Long Shorts, they really haven't been market movers as of late, the shorter dated auctions anyway. 4-week, 8-week bill auctions, still haven't got the results of those. If they do move markets, maybe we'll look at it a little bit more there.
Yeah. Yeah, shout out to that. Also, shout out to you for being in the hood there. And you're in your meta, so
just got in.
Best of Luckerberg No. Also, I am in NVDS, so I am shorting NVIDIA using NVDS. So basically why I'm doing this, you guys know I love trading the big boy himself, NVDA. You guys know I love trading NVDA. But, you know, with the buying power in the live, I'll be able to do that when I come back from my little trip, because then NVIDIA will be post-split, and I will be happy as a banana split. What was that analogy? I don't know. It happened.
Goodness.
But this NVDS, I got involved because look at NVDA. NVDA, A, rejecting off the 9 EMA, B, we have this little chop and turn area. We are getting a bit of a bullish candle here, being cognizant of that, but I already took some profit here. So I'm okay with this. If we get to 42.05s and bounce, I'll add. I really just want to continue seeing lower highs and lower lows on NVIDIA, and then higher highs and higher lows on the NVDS. I apologize, this is kind of a confusing way of trading this, but I really wanted to take that short, and I was like, you know, Adair, if you have a way to take that short, take this. Initially this morning, I was like, maybe I'll need like NVDL locates, blah, blah, blah. Then, I don't know why I did that voice. Then I saw on the volume scanner, shout out to Trade Ideas and Michael Noss, I saw NVDS cap popping up. So I said, Adara, this might be, you're in on that. So yeah, I'm okay with that. We're gonna add a little bit at 42.09s. So I have some more opportunities for beak wetters as we get that breakout in NVDA, hopefully in a breakdown on my NVDS. Those are really the only names I'm looking at right now, just my NVIDIA and NVIDIA's little cousin, NVDS. Tesla, okay, this Tesla, this still keeps ranging. I just don't want to go short 174.50 again with more confluence, because the way we're consolidating around this area, I think we could have a breakout to the upside. So I don't have as much confidence in that as I do in this NVDS right now. Microsoft's still breaking lower, but like I said, the only way I would take that is we get back into those levels I like. I just love that flat bottom break on Microsoft. That was the impetus for that trade. And then just those continued lower highs, lower lows. The fact that we don't have this 9 EMA rejection, I don't really have any levels to play off of that. Proud of what I did with the trade. On to the next one. As Obi sometimes says, or often says, where's the next trade? I'm going to keep looking for that. Right now, though, I'm in NVIDIA. So I want to look at a couple names for a couple people that were mentioned earlier. So I apologize for not looking at these earlier. But I believe it was Lady A in the chat. From one lady, or Miss A, sorry, from one Miss A to another, I would love to look at this Palantir for you. I think you said it looked like maybe a double top. Sorry, this was a while ago. Palantir is a great look, though. We did have a bit of a rejection here into that 23.78 near that high of day. Not one, but two candles wicking up saying, hey, no, we don't want to go any higher. So I would watch out for that level. But I think the fact that we've already kind of tested and bounced off support at that 23.50, I like that 23.50 on PLTR. If we can bounce off the 9 EMA, especially if we bounce off the 9 EMA with confluence with that 23.58 area that we wicked into earlier. You guys know I love these like wick rejection support areas, so I think that'd be a nice look for PLTR. And it looks like we actually might get that look. There's also 1320 Wolf told me to look at AMD, so let's take a look at AM Dizzle in the hizzle. Oh, AMD bouncing off VWAP. I don't have a play on this. I am more short biased. I'd be more likely to take this short, but you know, I like this wick into 168 that got failed. I don't have a read on this right now, though. If it becomes more of a range, that's where I'd be more interested. NVDA trying to grind a little bit higher, so my NVDS grinding a little bit lower. I'm going to go babysit that one for a bit, but I have no reason to leave this yet. Like I said, as long as I keep seeing higher highs and higher lows, I shall be at least on NVDS, and then lower lows, lower highs on that range in NVIDIA. I'm going to stay in this.
All right, Meta's doing okay. I'm still a little bit worried about it though, but we just took a beak wetter, but this is the one that's doing well. Hood, we just got 23s there, break of 23s now. We got HOD on this monster. I believe 05s or 04s is the high of day on Hood. It's up 6 2/3. So great look there on Robinhood to the high side today on the back of that acquisition. We're going to spend about $200 million to pick up, what is it called? Bitstamp. Bitstamp. Oh, that's easy. So yeah, that's the look there with Hood. I'm just going to keep looking for higher levels on this one. I mean, it probably behooves us to do a little charting so we can kind of expect where to find possible resistance on Hood. So let's do that. Let's go into the 1 hour and see if there's any levels we need to concern ourselves with at this. Okay, so no, it can't be this because we're at your yearly highs. So this is going to have to be the daily. All right, Robinhood. Wow, we have not been at these levels on the hooded one since unreal 2021, Neil. We have not been since there. Yeah, I mean, like that's really makes sense because what ended up happening, everyone knows what happened in 2021. Papa got on the mic and said, you know, not transitory, this, that, and the other. Anyway, so great recovery there for the hooded one as it does this rounded bottom. This is one wide, you know what, rounded bottom. But if we were looking on the monthly, not so much anymore, huh? Right? Doesn't look as very wide. So good recovery here for Robinhood. Now, with respect to daily levels, you really have to be suspicious of levels back from 2021. So I'm just going to look at the whole dollar levels, the $5, the $10 levels. I don't want to put too much weight into something that took place 3 some odd years ago. So we'll continue to watch the hooded one at these levels and see what we get. All right, we said we were worried about Meta. Not so much. To the high side goes Meta, a couple of bottoming tail candles, a couple of hammer candles at these levels. So it behooves us to wet said beak at these levels. But the spready one, spreada, as Adara often calls it, is going to make me wait for the print as per usual. There we go. We get it. Almost $1 in the money on the monster, or one of the monsters, I guess. We'll see exactly what we get. And we will not get upset no matter what happens there. Shout out to Neil Roberts. Go Hood. There we go. Hood is absolutely in a full state of pamp. And we just took out some there, I believe, at 10s, Adara. So nice move up for the hooded one.
Yeah, congrats to you. Definitely not pulling any wood or any hood or any wool over your eyes there, just getting that profit. So shout out. I love all those little beak wetters. Also, I love like the placement. Like you got like top wick at the time on a lot of these.
It was luck. Let's call a spade a spade. L-U-C-K. Yeah. Hey, it's a good point, actually. Yeah. You got to be prepared. Otherwise, you can't have any luck if you don't put the orders out.
I was saying that to Obi as well, because we were having this conversation, I think one of the, like last week or something, or the week before. And because he was like, oh, it was luck. And I was like, well, I think that you have to be prepared in order to benefit from that luck, right? Because it's like if you didn't have your order out, then it wouldn't have mattered. No. You know what I mean? So,
well
or
said.
it might have been harder to get. So
yes.
Congrats to you, though, as Hood continues to break high of day.
Appreciate you, bro.
Yeah, also, I am very proud of my instincts on that Tesla because I was like, I could try to short this 174.50 again, but I'm not sure. And Tesla was like, yeah, good thing you didn't go short on that because, oops. Yeah, Tesla broke 175. So nice look here. I have no read on this. Like I said, I am trying, you know, and I appreciate Sharif for mentioning this yesterday. I would say I am moving out a little bit from strictly range trading. I'm trying to branch out, but I still want to find, like, I still find even the trades I make that aren't range trades, they're based on some kind of range function. So with that in mind, to kind of explain what I mean, this Microsoft, this was a flat bottom break. So I kind of played it as a breaking of the range, right? And then just taking and adding as we got lower, adding off those rejections of the 90 MA. So it's like using my range instincts to try to play these not necessarily on paper ranges trades, if that makes sense.
It does.
Thank you. Kenneth Choi, $2 super chat. Check out VRNT. I'm not an insider, by the way. I like that disclaimer. Okay, I kind of get why you say that, because VRNT, not a ton of volume on the day here. About 600. I like that you clarified that, because VRNT, to be clear, we've seen, like, you know, there's been lower volume names, to be sure, but we do have 682,000 shares, so not a ton of shares of volume here. VRNT, unfortunately, did just have a pretty steep fall here after this nice little move up. If we bounce here off that 36.20, not a bad look. What is this company? Let me find out. NT stock. This is Verint Systems. So that is the look. Let's take a look at this daily chart for Verint Systems. Okay. It's actually not a bad daily chart, I have to say. You know, honestly, like I'm not throwing any stones. I'm not saying anything about this company on the longer term. My only thing is just it's a little bit harder to analyze these intraday when the volume is so low. But I mean, on the daily chart, I can tell you, I do love this 29-ish level. Look at that resistance support flip that we got. So we had resistance coming into December 2023, support January 2024, support again, chop and turn, break back up mid-April. Then once again, we get it in early June. So I don't think this is a bad look at all for Verint. I think Verint could be a verified nice trade. Not advice, just my take on the chart. But yeah, I think that 29 support, great look here for Verint on the daily chart anyhow. We broke the other level I'd watch out for would be 33.60, but we broke above that. So I would say the next level maybe, look at a couple pops we got into 39s. That'd be my look here on Verint, Kenneth Choi. Hope that helps. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your super chat.
All right, I want to shout out Scott H because he pointed this one out to me. FBS. It goes by FBLG, Fibrobiologics. We all know what biologics are. They're a new type of medication that uses your own body rather than chemicals. $348 million market, 345 now. 1.44 million shares. It's a little suspect. The float is as follows. 22.7, so 23 million shares. Let's see what the float is. FBLG, short float that is. Trade Ideas doesn't have it. That's fine. I like this level for the short, Scott, and that's not for no reason. Look at that consolidation area top. That takes us back to June 4th and essentially the midday top there on June 3rd. We get right back into that 11 3/4, 12-ish level, and Quadunk went the dynamite. Look at that drop into 10 in short order. My goodness, but a bottoming tail candle taking place now as it's doing the dance here, trying to stay above that 10.5, 10.25 level. So good look there, Scott. Here's the 1 minute look on it. My only concern about this bad boy is that the volume is a little suspect, but when you do look at this on the 1 minute is a beautiful hold of the 10 for the majority of the move up. Then you get a dip into VWAP at $10, and then that was the bottoming tail candle we were talking about, right back into 10 3/4, but not enough to bring it above 11. So it looks like there's some profit taking or some shorting in and around $11 there. So that's a good look. It's going to go on the side chart, but right now, the volume is a little suspect. Meta, I was waiting at 88s for the fourth beak wetter, and we still didn't get it. It crossed into 88s. Alas, the bid did not cross, so I didn't get the print. We do have a couple of bottoming tail candles, these hammerish candles, so I don't want to paper hand this trade and get out too early. But I am seeing a little bit of weakness on Meta. Now, let's go to Amazon, because I kept yapping about how Amazon was strong on the day. I didn't take the 10-period moving average dip, and I'm happy about that, because look at that break. Let me pull up the side chart over here, and I'm sorry I'm pointing at you guys at the camera, but I'm very excited, right? No, the point is, right? 183.25 is where the 20 exponential is hanging out on the 5, and I want to see if it stops here. If it does stop at the 20, I'm going to punch long, but I need confirmation. If it doesn't hold up at the 20, I will be as interested as humanly possible in this consolidation area top here at 182 4/5, 182 3/4. Generally, that area a smidge below 183 is the point I'm trying to make. It also happens to be where VWAP is hanging out exactly on my chart, 182.88. That is all predicated upon the 20 period giving way on the 5. If the 20 period holds up, I will take this long. I don't want to have a dip trade on the 20 because it hasn't shown me its propensity to respect the 20 on the day. So I'm hesitant to use it until I can see some proof. So that is my little rant about the Zon there. I'm very interested in getting it on the name. It's up 1%. It's doing well on the day. Let's call a spade a spade. It is the strongest of the Mag 7 names on the day. It's above all of them, right? And the chart pattern looks awfully better than all of them today, too. I mean, maybe shorts would disagree with me with respect to Microsoft. It looks fantastic for the shorts, but I'm talking for the longs right now. Amazon, the best looking chart on the day in Mag 7 world. I want to see if it holds up at the 20. If it does, I'm going long. If it doesn't, I'm looking for this consolidation area top over here to punch long.
Sharif. I don't know. But yeah, I love the Ramin laughs. Those are like the highlight of, I love just chatting with Sharif and then Ramin laughing in the background. Good time. Shout out to Ramin and Fabian for everything they do. Because they do so much that you guys don't. I was literally talking to them earlier. I was like, I do not know how you guys do it all.
Yeah, legit.
Shout out to them, being 100% serious, and they still have the time to laugh and be awesome and entertaining and whisper funny stuff in our ears. So
yeah, you guys have no idea. You have to understand, we're doing the podcast. We're doing this show, obviously, this whole production, this channel.
Yeah.
They do the editing for social media. They make the animations. Fabian's been building out the podcast room for, I don't know, weeks and weeks and weeks while Ram takes naps at the big desk. I mean, it's really, I know, right?
That was such
throw under the bus.
You did it so cash, too.
Yeah,
just sprinkled it in there.
I love Ram. I'm just joking. Yeah, so they work unbelievably hard. We really do appreciate them. They are top notch.
Yeah, that's why we just wanted to. I just wanted to shout them out because also, because Fabian and Ramin also work on the week ahead as well, so you can check that out on Sundays. But also, they work so hard. Yeah, case of point, another new video. Check out Freedom and Wealth podcast. Thank you, Ramin, for that beautiful double whammy of just double whammy. Of cutting to you, giving the audience a chance to see what's going on behind the scenes. And also, shout out to our Freedom and Wealth podcast. You can check out Brendan and you can check out Sean on that. Also, I do want to look at NVAX for Rob EV, but also before I do that, I want to talk about NVDA. I know I'm involved in NVDS. That's not even, I mean, yeah, of course, that's part of why I want to talk about it. But also people saying NVIDIA turning. Is NVIDIA becoming long again? I'm not sure. If it is, I'll flip from my NVDS to NVDL. Like NVIDIA, you're not going to be free of me. If I see something I like, I'm still going to be trading you. However, I see what I think the thing here, the big thing for NVIDIA, because even when I trade my NVDS, my NVDL, I'm always watching the book on NVDA. That's always what I'm going to, because I feel like I have a decent read on the NVIDIA book sometimes. And so, I mean, like I found that helped me yesterday. I found it helped me when I was trading NVIDIA itself live. But I think basically what I'm seeing here is 1205 as an area of resistance. So if we can break above that resistance and look at these bottoming tail candles, these higher lows, I do think we could break to the upside. I'm going to be honest. I'm still in this trade though in NVDS because I have no reason to leave. We're staying above 42s. I am going to stay in this trade. To quote Jennifer Hudson and her character Effie in Dreamgirls once again, and I am telling you, NVIDIA, I'm not going. Ooh. So I'm going to make you love me, NVIDIA. So we're going to stay in this trade. Yeah, I cannot do any justice to that song, but shout out to that. And that is why I'm staying in this. But I do want to acknowledge the validity and the veracity, I think, of some of these NVIDIA turning related comments. Let's take a look at NVAX. Okay, yep. Bye-bye. Yeah, buy NVIDIA. We're out of NVDS. Actually, still positive on that trade because I took some profit on it earlier. So please just punch with that. Shout out to anybody who was long in NVIDIA. I should have managed that better than I did. But we are, again, like still proud of what I did. No disappointment and no regrets. Shout out to OB who says that one sometimes. No regrets in this trade. I still think we could curl lower. And again, like I'll be watching my NVDL now to see if there's another play. We'll have to see what we do here. But I will look at NVAX for Rob EV. Let's take a look here. Yeah, this is interesting. You were calling out that support around that 20 area. I think if we bounce here off 2030s, that could be a nice look for sure. I see some clear resistance at this 2130 area, and I say that because we saw some support earlier, so that could be resistance again. The next level I'd be watching out for 2220s, 2210s, because look where we had that little chop and turn below VWAP earlier. That's called confluence, and I do like that look. But if we bounce off the 90 EMA, I don't think this is a bad look. I think certainly NVAX, to use a term I hear Neil use and Sharif use sometimes as well, getting off the schneid a little bit.
Yeah,
NVAX.
that's Neil's.
I want to look at Lulu as well. Someone mentioned Lulu in the chat to me earlier. I know also, I don't know if you're in here, Cavi82, but I know you trade Lulu sometimes. Yeah. Lulu, I don't have a play on this right now, but I think that gorgeous double bottom here at 316 is, I'm going to use it again, gorgeous. It's a nice look. But we can't continue. We didn't have that VWAP bounce. I don't love that look. If we bounce off 320, that could be an interesting area. 321 maybe could do something for Lulu, but it's not doing anything for me right now. Not anything I have a read on, but let's take a look here. Also, are you kidding me, NVDS? You have your little, you spook me out. You get me stopped out and you come right back up. No, I'm joking, I'm all good. Like I said, still like basically flat in that trade, didn't lose anything on that. It's just always a little disappointing when you get wicked out, like flicked out like a little cat, like pawing you, and then the cat's like back to doing everything like nothing happened. So weird analogy, all good. I don't have any reads on that right now. Actually, don't really have much of a read on anything, but if Lulu bounces, that could, like I know I said it didn't really do anything for me, but it did not do anything for me either. So it's still on my side chart and maybe in my heart. How are you doing?
I'm like 1 penny about to get stopped out from the Zon. I'm going to risk literally 10 pennies at this level because it has to hold up here. Otherwise, my trade is not valid, and I'll get back in at that 182.80 level. So long Amazon at 26s is printing 20s. I'm literally giving it to 13. So we're going to risk 13 pennies on a $180 name. That's how confident I am in this area. If it doesn't hold, then the trade is not valid for me. Anyway, back to Meta, because this is the one we're doing well on. It's umpteen amount of bottoming tail candles holding up at this level. It sadly though, it hasn't crossed my 88 print. I've been waiting for that 88 print to come in for a hot minute. 496 is 88. There seems to be that clear level of resistance at 497. Ever since breaking 497, breaking down below 497 over here, we flipped to use that level as resistance now. So it's printing 82s, and you can see as soon as it started printing 82s, the ask started coming in, and the sell orders were coming in fast and dang furious there. So I'm sitting there printing 80s, but I'm not getting printed at 88s. Number one, it's spready. Number two, there does seem to be some wall of sellers at that 97 general area to flip from support into now resistance. So we'll see if we get that move. All right, now we're printing 90s, but the bid is just so wide, I can't get printed on there. So we're gonna have to pack our patience on META. There we go. Now we get the print on Meta. So nice move up there on the Zuck train. Let's see if we can continue to move up a little bit more. We're not even at VWAP yet. VWAP still hanging out at 497 2/3. So we're well south of VWAP. I'm about to get stopped out, sadly, of Amazon, though, if it crosses one more penny down. So we'll lose 13 pennies on this name because it's a 20-period trade, right? So that's the end of that trade. What I'll look for is a re-entry at 182.80, 182-ish 90. That's where VWAP is, and that's where our consolidation area top. And the reason I gave this such tight space, given the price, is because the 20-period trade is only valid if it comes and holds up at the 20-period. But when you get a closing print, why are you staying in the trade? It's no longer valid. Get out and get back in at a better level and give yourself the better odds of having a successful trade so you can ride it up a bit more. So I'm fine with taking the L there because it absolutely made sense based on my system. So we'll look to get on, we may not have to wait that long to get in on Amazon again. 122 double eights is where I'm seeing VWAP at. All right, so we get that quick wick through 497 on the Zuck train, and right down we go again, telling you that there is selling, at least for the moment, on 497, and I won't be convinced otherwise. So we're going to keep it there because we're long 496.11s and see if this one can curl back at least into the volume weighted average price. The last one here, HOOD. Got that 23.11 print. The best it printed on the day was 23.16. It's having trouble with 23 again. Unsurprising. It hasn't been up at this level since 2021. So I'm not saying there's going to be short covering or profit taking up here because it's just been so long. But you just have to be careful with this extended name. I mean, it's had a good year. I don't want to call this like, you know, a meme stock or anything like that. There are sound fundamentals now behind this company. There really is. There's no stimulus checks going out anymore, guys, all right? The money that's in the system now is legitimate money. So you have to look at, you know, what's happening with these stocks now through a different lens than you viewed it during COVID. That's my humble opinion. And so that's why I'm looking at Hood as a legitimate, you know, competitor. And, you know, let's call a spade a spade. Hood could get acquired by a bigger name. We've seen this in the past. E-Trade, Ameritrade, all the bigger guys, they came and usurped them, right? So Hood, an absolute candidate for that as well. We've been talking about Snapchat. The Katina man has been talking about Snapchat being a takeover candidate for a while. I think Hood fits that profile just as well. Let's see if, you know, well, we know Lena Khan and Merrick Garland aren't fans of acquisitions and buyouts, but it's an election year. That's all I got to say about that. All right, let's have a look quickly here at the Zon to see if we're going to get back in at these levels. No, not quite yet. So I'll pack in my patience there. And Meta, nothing really to do here. I'm going to get stopped out of Meta for the remaining amount. If it breaks 496 decidedly, I won't give back any profits on this name. Crap stock. That French sound, resistance, that made you, that's nuts, bro. Need to do that more often. My man, you know that like a great majority of the country speaks French, and we have to take French here from like a very young age. So a lot of us, we can pronounce words and stuff like that. Adair can fully speak French. I'm
not like fluent, but I'm pretty good.
Yeah, I'm not that good.
And I'm Quebecois, so like.
Well, yeah,
but,
well.
Yeah.
Okay. You have a bit of advantage there, I guess. Oui, says the Ram. Go, Ram, go.
I was so proud she was of herself for that. Yeah, shout out to Ramin and Fabian once again here. I just always, because they're always killing it.
Kanye East, I'm Lasari. Calm down there, Kanye. Joker. Shout out to Kanye East, one of the OGs in the chat. You want to tell us about those triangles?
I do.
Go.
So I know I initially got out of NVDS. I was like, NVIDIA's breaking up to the upside. Like, blah, blah, blah. Then I said, I'll flip to NVDL if NVIDIA ends up being a long, right? So I looked at this. My level I liked in NVDL was 68.30s. You might be like, Adara, that's kind of random. That was an area that we bounced off of yesterday on the 5-minute. Let me actually show you to see, so I can show you guys what I'm talking about here. 68. Here it is. Yeah, look at that resistance support. So I knew this was a level that I actually liked for a reason, right? So I said, the fact that we came to that, I said, okay, Adara, that's something. That is indeed something. I don't know what that something is yet, but it's something. So I kept that in mind. Then I was like, Adara, if you can't hold that, why are you waffling, dilly-dallying, whatever you want to say here? Just get back in your NVDL. This is NVDS. This is totally a scalp. I'm shorting NVIDIA using NVDS. If we get out 4209s, that was a level I really liked earlier. I'll be pleased as punch with that. I don't know if we're going to get it because NVIDIA is certainly in beast mode over here. And by beast mode, I mean it as being a beast. It is being very difficult. So we're going to have to see what we do. I don't know if I'll get my 4209s, but I mean, if I do, I'd be pleased as punch. Took this, again, not a ton of shares, but a few more shares. Got a little bit more skin in the game because I do want all the smoke. And like if I'm going to scalp like that, I want to have shares to back up how I'm scalping. Are you also short NVIDIA? Yeah, I can't even talk. Sean's $20 in the money. I was like, woo, like 12 pennies on NVDS. Sean is a cool $20 in the money NVIDIA. So I wanted to shout him out. That was really embarrassing for me. That humbled me.
I think he did it for effect. I know you're $12 in the money, but the way that you answered back was funny.
$20 in the money. Pardon?
20. Yeah. What did I say? We're off VWAP there. He's off VWAP there. He wants to let you know. Yeah, there it is. Look at that. So there you go. That blue line, that's VWAP. Short, cover, 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 and he's wetting his beak. Covered at 08 there. That's the last green triangle. And he's bidding 85s. He's bidding 1185 L. Well, is that LOD? 1184 is LOD. So yeah, basically just a buck in front of Legion of Doom. Yes, Hawk. Hawk and Animal, baby. I remember those guys. Do you know who those guys are? Wrestlers that used to come out with those big spikes. I thought it was like the Legion of
Doom from like the Justice League cartoon in the 60s.
Yeah. I think they probably took that from them, obviously. Yeah,
that was iconic.
Oh, yeah.
That was iconic.
Not like I know about them, to be honest with you, but I'm not much of a comic guy.
I grew up on...
Did you really?
Yeah, my dad is like a huge... Like,
no way.
Yeah, that's how I know the Batman show from the 60s.
Ah, that makes sense. That does make sense. All right, I'm long Apple at this level to play the same range that's been involved all day on the dead one Apple. We're long, where are we long? 55s. I have my stop through the break of this consolidation area low. So for breaks 39s or 40s, excuse me, that's going to be the out. It's got to hold this area because it's a range trade. So if it doesn't hold the area, then it's no longer valid. That's my look there on Apple. I'll be looking to wet my beak in the 60s and 70s, maybe up to the 80s if it does make its way up there. It's awfully slow to come into the levels from high and low. So number one, we'll see if it's a range trade still. Number two, we'll have to see if it makes its way up there. Now, the meta trade here, we were profitable on it, but it is coming right back into my levels again, into my entry level. I'm not going to let this trade go against me if it breaks 496 on a closing basis. That is the end of the trade there. Meta is all of a sudden developing into a range trade of its own with 495 or essentially, high 495s to the low side and essentially 497s to the high side. So, a little bit of a range trade there, right back down to 496 here. So if this ends up breaking 496, that's going to be the end of my trade. Let me tell you exactly where my stop is hanging out on Meta. There it is. Oops. Yeah, so I'm giving it some room. I'm giving it to 25 pennies below the dollar. So it's at the stop is at 495.75. So we'll see what we get there, and we won't get upset. So we'll see that move. Let's go back to Hood. Hood off the high. So as I anticipated, Hood is having trouble with 23 bucks. You kind of foreshadow that a little bit over here when we came up into 22.95, rejected all the way down into 21 1/3. We made our way all that way back up and broke that level and broke 23. But it gave you an idea that there was definitely a seller in and around that vicinity of 23. So we'll see if we can get anything out of this monster over here. HOOD, good day for it today.
Yeah, also that reminded me of a pun that I meant to make and forgot to make earlier when you were saying, like, you know, Hood and Snapchat, you know, both potential acquisitions. We'll have to see if Snap gets snapped up.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm lame. I had to do that.
I like it.
But yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. So Microsoft, I'm short again. This is, I was going to say was, I'm still in it. This is a nerve-wracking trade for me for a couple of reasons. For one, I mean, I'm not going to lie, a little bit of it is a P&L thing. Microsoft was like my top name of the day, really proud of my initial shorts on this. But the reason, and the other reason I'm a little bit nervous about it is we are kind of bouncing a little bit off the 90 MA. You might be like, Adara, then what was the reason for getting short? Well, that 422 area, we know that was a huge area for when I was in the short, that was a huge area. I was like kind of watching for that breakdown, right? So I said, as long as we can stay below this 421.89s, I'm okay with staying in this trade. I don't know if we're going to be able to get that. We might be pushing higher, but I did feel like we had a little bit of a turn down in the fuge. We're still below VWAP, though we are bouncing off the 90 MA. And like I said, this was a level I liked from earlier. So I said to Dara, if you like the trade, why are you waffling over getting involved because you're scared about losing some profit? Like you know, scared money does not, in fact, make money. And a scared trader is, in fact, a deficient trader. So you have to be able to, I'm still not in the money, but we did have another. Okay, I'm just clapping out at this point. The rejections, we're still not in the money here. Got involved 421.59s. The reason I picked that level is because we were rejecting 421.60s a little bit. I watched that a couple times. I said to Dara, get involved before you can't anymore because you don't want to chase this. We don't like chasing waterfalls. Kyle Burdett, 199 super chat saying the natural disasters were the best.
Do you know who that was? A guy named Earthquake and Tugboat. And the guy, Earthquake, you know what he'd do?
No.
His finishing move, Adara, he'd lie you down in the middle of the ring. He'd jump around you to simulate an earthquake because he was so big. And then the ring would shake. And then he'd go from one rope to the other and go boom, boom. And then he'd sit on your chest. And then your chest collapsed, and then a stretcher came out. It took you off, right? Because your chest collapsed at that point, right? You got to go to the hospital to take care of your lungs and stuff. So that was the OG. That's OG WWE right there. Say that again.
Ramin said that's what she does on the trampoline, but she doesn't break their legs.
Right. Guys, I want to remind everybody to vote because none of you guys have voted yet. Get into the chat right now. Hit exclamation point, the word join, space, the $, and the ticker of your choice. Do you want to talk about NVIDIA? You want to talk about the Katina Man's $20 winner? Get in there and talk about it. Do you want to talk about Neil's Hood trade? Get in there and put Hood in the chat. So we want to hear what you guys have to say every day. We talk about it from 2 to 2:30, but you got to vote now. You have from 11 to 2 essentially to vote. Go in, have your say every day for the afternoon rundown. Adair.
Yes, thank you for that. Please, if you want to see this mustachioed man to my right, please do not vote mustache. I mean, you can, but we unfortunately still cannot chart it, which is going to be the main issue with that. And to be clear, you know, like we have, like Sharif enjoys apparently the mustache jokes. We are team mustache over here, but we are also team looking at stocks. And until mustache becomes a ticker, that will just not be a viable option.
You know what I want? I want to actually put like, I want to get Brendo to put this. Okay, so if
Can you put the mustache on the
if the stash comes up number 3, we should just have stash and then take number 4 and put it with the stash, so we actually have a ticker to talk about.
I like that.
Right?
Yeah.
But we can see where the mustache goes in on the list. But we'll include an actual ticker too.
like that.
I thought that would be pretty interesting. I forgot to tell Brendo that today.
No, I thought that was so funny too, because one of the times Brendan literally included in our list, in our per like, you know, group chat, he did include stash in there. And I loved that he included it. I was like, but anyways, so this is Microsoft short. We honestly super proud I took this. You could be like, well, Adara, you lost. I did lose, but I'm happy with the management. I said, if we get into those 89s, I'm getting out. We got into 89s, I got out, and then we broke up another few pennies. I'm not getting back involved in this for a while, but I'm still happy I took it because I'm going to be honest, as bad as this might sound, I was nervous to take this trade because this was a name I did well on. You know what I mean? So it's like, oh, I don't want to lose my profits, blah, blah, blah. Why, was I British there? I don't know. But anyways, I'm still up on the day. I'm still up on Microsoft because I was careful about the management. I said, Adara, you like the trade. You owe it to yourself to take the trade. Try taking the trade. Sorry for the aggression there, but these markets make me a little passionate. Also, actually seeing Kyle Burdett and but Mr. Neil is ready, so we're gonna have to talk about BA Kyle Burdett and the SPY short, the short that I took there after we talk to Big Neil Roberts.
Thanks, there. You know, like, there's no time limit on this. You can finish the thought. There's no need to rush it there. The lesson of the day is going to be obvious. At least I think it should be obvious because a couple of stocks did this, and it was all led by NVIDIA. So when is like the big reversal flush going to happen? What does it look like? What are the characteristics you can try to find when something tops out and then does one of those massive, massive liquidity dumps? Because a couple of things did that today, and there's some things about it that I think you would find interesting, because I was talking about this with Yannick, as a matter of fact, and we were going over that crazy failed breakout today on NVIDIA. So first things first, what is the difference between a pullback and a flush? Here, I'll show you an Apple chart today. This is Apple on a 3-minute, at the open, breaks out the high, pulls back, holds the bottom, goes to the high, pulls back, stays inside of the range. Those are decent enough moves. On a normal day, pulling back $1 on Apple, those are trades that you'd feel like it made a decent move if you caught it either direction. Now, the difference between that and a rejection breakout and flush would be what happened on NVIDIA today. An obvious example, it tried to take out 1250, it did take out 1250. Once it did it a second time back underneath, that failed break was an absolute watershed moment on volume and now continue to the downside. I have a trend line. I'll get to that at the end when we're done with this, because it could be catching a bit of a bid off 12,000. But the thing about any kind of massive failed breakout is you have some characteristics that are important. One is you've got to trap longs significantly. So check. 1250 was a double top in the pre-market. NVIDIA is one of the strongest stocks out there. It's an even break when even breaks have been fantastic. It was stair step up. Like, look at this from a technical standpoint. It holds a pre-market low. It holds a higher low, breaks that out. So you have a dip buy that held. You had a breakout that held in here. And then you've got the obvious 1250 break. So you got some people that are going to like it. On top of that, anybody that, like myself, my strategy, I'm going to get out when it does this the first time through, because I said I don't want to get trapped in a top end break, so I got out right away. But anybody that might have bought this, oh, there it is, it held 1250 again, that's actually a re-entry point for a move till 13 for a lot of people. So you're trapping longs almost twice, and then you get that big dump reversal. I even tried it off of the pre-market low, which thankfully we got out of it. The only reason we're going to be up on the day is we took profit there and took profit there. But the thing about it is you've trapped longs in multiple places, and then you break out all that support. You even re-trap longs up at that top, and when you throw it out there, usually you have a big parabolic mover. It's got to be something which has some really, really top-heavy strength in it or a lot of momentum behind it. So that's the kind of thing. It's not easy to reverse. I would argue if you're reversing in here, I mean, that's absolutely fantastic. Your best chance a lot of times is when it really gives up the support, like gave up the ghost in there, is looking for something 1225, kind of push back in and try to give you 1225, because the trend was pretty clean at that point, or you wait for it like Sean did to get the VWAP and then join the trend back. But if you can see that reversal coming, it's not a lot of risk when you start getting in here at that 1250, when you consider how much it could pull back. I'm going to give you one other example that isn't NVIDIA, just to show you this is not specific to NVIDIA. Look at something like Novavax. This had positive news. This has been a big squeeze name. Look at the last couple of days. So check one, you have a monster run up, consolidation higher, you've got a gap higher, bullish up top, holding higher lows, at least attempting to. And then what happens at the open? This was a lot faster of a rejection at the open, but you have to respect with squeeze names, low float runners, your GameStops of the world, pre-market action matters sometimes with these. You've wicked the top. 26 was a big level on the daily. So it's already failed the 26 level, which if you go on actually a weekly chart, because you have to go really far back, 26 was a big fail. It then put in lower highs and then took out the support right away at that open. So once that happens, you get the crater into the downside. If you're asking where could you possibly join a move like this, look what happens when it gets to yesterday's levels. Right in here, yesterday's bottom or tops turn into a bounce zone, 21. It rejects yesterday's high. That's where you can join. You're either in this projecting that it's going to flush and you just take 24 at the open because you've seen it reject that high. I was actually looking for a break back of the top, which obviously never happened, thank goodness, and then the dip buy, which I'm in at $20. But you can, if you are a contrarian trader, If you are a mean reversion trader, if you are someone that favors short trades, then when a stock is in that kind of breakout zone, you're looking for that fail break at the top where you can get yourself into the reverse. Now, long traders are going to do their best to get out of the way and not destroy their entire day or destroy their entire month, like kind of catching that falling knife. So a lot of long traders aren't going to be in that short. But if you are someone who looks for the contrarian play, oftentimes it's the thing that looks most bullish which will provide the best opportunity. Now, when you take a trade like this at the open, flushing through this pre-market bottom, let me zoom in so you get an idea. Like if you're taking this consolidation short, you might be in a 23, let's say you get filled at 75 or 50. You could be risking 50 cents to 75 cents, and you are looking for a gap fill. You're looking for $1, $2, $3 to the downside. You don't have to win 80% of the time for that to work out for you. Similarly with NVIDIA, if you are a trader who is not looking NVIDIA long today, when it flushes back through 50 that second time or even that first time, you're risking $5 or $6, and first level, you're probably thinking $12.35. And then from there, anything is possible in terms of how big that gap fill might be. So it's not a trade that you're looking to have to win 70, 80% of the time. You could be shooting 50-50 on something like that as long as you adhere to your stop. Now, this is the important part of the equation. If it runs that high of the day and catches a bid, you got to get out. You have to adhere to your stop. None of this matters. It doesn't matter how good the win you catch is or how good the opportunity is if when you lose on said trade, you're losing 5x of what you possibly win or 2x of what you possibly win. You've got to be willing to take this and say, well, if it makes a fresh high, I'm just going to get out of the trade. So those big flushes, just to recoup here, a lot of times the reversal trades are going to require a couple of things. One, it's got to be very, very bullish stock, big short squeeze that's been going on a couple of days, a big massive run into news like NVIDIA's had. To top it off, the fact that the 1200 break was so ridiculously good, that adds faith to a lot of people are just going to take that 1250 blindly. So you've trapped longs once. This trapped longs twice, holding back above 1250 as well. So it trapped longs twice. It was fantastic doing the same trade the day before. Both Novavax and NVIDIA had this going for it. And then you get that big monster reversal. You get the biggest sell events when people are the most bullish. But you've got to understand, be willing to have that stop at that high, at that resistance level, because you are going to be going up against the trend if you take a trade like this. So if you're a mean reversion trader, your lesson of the day is what to look for the big reversals and the big dumps. You just saw it here twice in one day.
Thank you very much, Neil Roberts. Guys, every day, Neil dropping hot lines on his lesson of the day around this noon hour. Make sure you're around to catch Neil Roberts every day around this time. Thank you very much for that, Neil. All right, was able to take out some profit on this Apple range trade. We got in at 55s for the bottom end of the range. We were able to get out some at 75, next peak wetter 90s. That's good news for the Apple range trade. However, the other side of that coin is I'm now short Microsoft because it came right back into that level, and that level was also the 50-period exponential. I'm short at 44s. We're 10 pennies out of the money right now. I've got a tight stop on this one because this is an area short. So if it breaks through this area on a closing basis, in my humble estimation, the trade is no longer valid. So if it breaks above 77s, I gave it to about 90. I gave it a bit of a spread between 77s and 90. It looks like I'm going to get stopped out of this for a quick loser right away. We'll see exactly what we get there on Softy. Nice recovery. It was a big, big move down, then a nice shape up to recover. So we'll see exactly what we get there. So Softy on the way, sadly, here to get stopped out. The other trade that I had with respect to Hood, not really doing much at these levels. I'm going to have to wait to see if it makes a newer low. I'm looking at that 2260. There seems to be a consolidation area bottom here. We've dipped into 2260 multiple times. If we come down into that level, that's going to be the end of my trade, which is perfect because I got in at 55s. So it's defended that 60 level very well. It jives with my entry, even though the market doesn't care about my entry. The fact of the matter is the price action just happens to jive with it. So that's kind of lucky for me in that regard. So in those three trades, Hood long, Apple long, and Microsoft short.
Yeah, thank you for going over those. Best of luck to you and those. I said to Sharif, I was also looking at the Microsoft short because you guys know I've been yapping about the Microsoft. Had that flat bottom break. Looks like you printing a little bit on that, so shout out to you. It's not one that I for myself feel confidence in right now until I see a couple more things. And again, that's what I was saying in my little notes to myself. Like, you can have things that look good, but they're just not ones you feel confident in taking. And I want to shout you out though, because that move is making its move to the downside right now. It's just not one that I had for myself, you know what I mean?
I feel you.
NVIDIA though, NVIDIA's ranging. Do you know how happy that makes me? Sorry for being so aggressive there. This is one of my favorite stocks, and it's one of my favorite things for a stock to do, and that's range trade. Though as they say that, it's breaking lower. So shout out to Sean, who was, I'm sure, pleased as punch with that break. I can't believe I was like, oh, I took 14 cents on NVIDIA. And then Sean's like, yeah, I'm $20 in the money, NVIDIA. I'm like, sorry, 23 now. Now he's $23 in the money, NVIDIA. I do want to shout out Sean. They're killing it, buying enough for an entire order of Starbucks per share. So nice look there.
Oh, don't say that. Ram's going to demand.
I meant more because
she's going to demand coffee.
Kids and stuff to Starbucks. That was more what that was a joke about. But nice look there. Yeah, NVIDIA breaking lower. NVIDIA breaking lower. I have no. Ramin's now demanding Birkins. Move over, Starbucks. But yeah, congrats to Sean. The Bears have woken up there. Also, Tesla, if you want to fall off here, I will take you short. Yes, Tesla, that's a threat, not a promise. Or it's a promise, not a threat. That's what I meant to say.
Oh.
Also, SPY. I wanted to mention this earlier. Obviously, it dropped lower, but I want to shout out Kyle Burdett because I know you've talked to me in the chat about how you will take these SPY shorts, just quick weakness. Obviously, I think you would have held a lot more than I did, but I saw this move up here. I saw the fact that we were rejecting that previous area of support a couple times, and we were below the 90 MA, so I decided, hey, Dara, take it short, risk into 44s. I got involved at 34s. We got into 40s, and then we rejected, so I was pleased as punch. I stayed in that trade, got out around 20, so I do want to, I don't know if you're here, but shout out to you, Kyle Burdett, and all of the support you provide in the chat. I know people in the chat really appreciate it. I really appreciate it as well. So I want to shout you out for that trade because that is a style I definitely learned from seeing you in the chat. And I think it's great how much we can learn from everybody in this wonderful little community. How are you doing?
Good. We took out some profits there on Microsoft, but a bit of a hammer candle coming in now, guys. So I am concerned about this trade. Even though we were able to de-risk down here, I still am a little unconvinced, but I'm going to leave everything in place. The stop stays in place. The beak wetters, the profit takers stay in place. And come what may, if you end up getting stopped out, at least the idea was executed. So we'll see exactly what we get. But I'm seeing hammer candles now come in on Microsoft. I'm seeing it on Meta, and I'm kind of seeing it on the Zon. Not that much. Apple, people are asking me what Apple's doing. We're long 55s. I'm not taking any more out here. I already took out some at 75s. My next beak wetter is going to be at 85. So let's go ahead and sit there at 85s, and then the one after that will be for the test of that half or the whole dollar at 196. We'll sit at 195s. But yeah, I feel like maybe here, I saw a big hammer candle come in on the future as well, because we dipped down quite aggressively into that 19,000 territory, and 19,000 is on, not 19,000 territory, 19,037, right near that IB low. And look at this, this is a bottoming tail candle if I've ever seen one. So showing you that there's a continued market strength. However, there is still this. There are these lower highs that we still haven't changed on the market, but that doesn't care about my position, and I'm now stopped out of Microsoft for the remaining amount as it broke up there. So we get triggered out. Am I positive on it or I end up losing on it? Let's find out here. I'm still positive on it. Okay, so not a bad look there on the soft one. Let's see what we get with Apple as it's curling up right here coming into VWAP as well. So yeah, a little upset about that Microsoft trade, but it's okay. It's right back into 423 here. Let's see if it stops up at the volume weighted average price, which it's at right now. So great look there for whoever took that bad boy long on, or sorry, took that bad boy long off 420.50 on MSFT. Now recovering midday. Back to Apple, right into the 80s we go. Let's see if we get that 85 print. I've been waiting for that for a hot minute. What else we got going on? Hood, it did bounce off 60 again. There's a buyer at 22.60. That has been the case since around 10:30 this morning. It's 12:20, so somebody's been buying this thing up at the 2/3 of a dollar for the last couple of hours. Let's see if it's able to change the trend though, because quite frankly, even though you have that flat bottom at that 60-cent level, it really hasn't printed anything higher since around 11:30 or so, 11:40 at that 23.15. So good look there. I'm keeping an eye on Softy. I could be convinced possibly to get back into this one if we see some market weakness out there.
Yeah, so I had, since we have last talked to me, I have been in a Tesla short, now I'm in a Tesla long. You might be like, Adara, why? What is going on there? Let me tell you. I initially liked the short. Then we had that bottoming tail candle that the whole market kind of had, and I was like, okay. I'm happy with the management. I wanted to see us get, see what we did at 40s. We broke into 40s, I got out. Then I said Adara, I'm like, if this isn't a short, this could be a long as well. I noticed we kept bouncing off that 175.40, so I said, Adara, try to get yourself involved over there. Why not? Why the heck not? And there was no reason not to, other than fear. Sometimes if the idea doesn't work, go ahead, switch the style up. And if they hate, then let them hate. And watch the money pile up. I want to see what we do at 175.20s. That will be the level I'm watching out for. So basically what I'm doing is I'm using the same levels for the entry and exits, like stop and profit or whatever for the shorts and the long side here. Maybe playing this as a range would be the better move. I don't know, but if we bounce off 20s, I don't know if I'll add. I'll have to wait and see what we do at 20s. But I have no reason to leave yet as long as we stay above 20s. That is what I'm looking for. 21 might not do something for me, but 20 level in general certainly will on this TSLA. Currently about like 15 pennies out of the money here. Again, not the best trade of the day. Still up all the day, but it's a little bit sad when you start higher and then you give back up a little bit of the move just in trades in general. But the thing is, that's the thing with trading. You can't trade P&L because you don't know how it's going to go. You could get in that trade and you could lose everything, but you could also make like double what you had before. It's really just about sticking to your ideas and committing to your ideas. And if the idea doesn't work, find out why. Tesla just bounced off that 175.20 with a viciousness, so I am pleased as punch. I have no reason to leave this right now. Tesla might want to give me a reason at some point because it's Tesla. But yeah, right now we're going to stay in this. If I see another bounce, there might be an opportunity for a dip buy, but right now I'm comfortable with the position I have, and I don't want to have to add into infinity just to add into infinity. You know what I mean? You gotta stick to your rules. You gotta stand for something or fall for anything. So that's the look here on this. Lulu, yeah, Lulu, nice look here for LU. I was initially looking at this 323.50 and Lulu was like, yeah, what are you talking about? I'm way above that area. So congrats to anybody who's long Lulu. Boeing, yeah, shout out to Elon. I know last week you were saying Boeing 190 and I was like, you know what I mean? I was just not as sure, but I mean, shout out to you. It looks like you are going to be getting your Boeing 190. Let's take a look at that daily chart here. Elon, let's see what Boeing's doing. Yeah, this is a nice look. I think that 192 level could be kind of interesting as well because that was that previous resistance. But we have generally, with the exception of these lower highs here around 175, we've generally made some higher highs. So I don't think it's a bad look at all for BA. Let's check on my TSLA quickly here because that is moving a little bit to the downside. I will say, like I said, one of the hardest things since going live is just not trading P&L. But you can't because it's like you can't make your trades based on if you're winning or losing. You have to make your trades based on if the trade makes some sense because that's what you want is you want trades that make sense. Actually, you know what, Tesla, if you're going to keep bouncing here, I will add to you. I said I wanted to see some confluence, some confidence. And yeah, I mean, the amount of bounces we've had, I'm not leaving. I will say, as I said to NVIDIA earlier, and I am telling you, I'm not going. So we're going to Jennifer Hudson once again for this trade. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to get, shout out to J-HUD, I don't know if I'm going to get this 175.25, but you know, I'd love to. But also what I'd love to do is shout out our awesome sponsors at Vantage Point. Thank you so much to Vantage Point Software, created by world-renowned trading software pioneer Louis B. Mendelson. Vantage Point forecasts stocks, futures, Forex, and ETFs with a remarkable proven accuracy of up to 87.4%. Using AI, Vantage Point's patented neural network processes predict changes in market trend directions 1 to 3 days in advance. Scan the QR code to learn more. Thank you so much to Vantage Point. Also, thank you to Neil for in the chat shouting out, if you don't stand for something, you fall for anything. I think it's pretty true. That's what I said here, right? And I think you've got to have beliefs, you've got to have ideas, and you have to commit to those ideas. Yeah, it's a really cool quote, so thank you for shouting that one out. I heard it somewhere, I don't remember where I heard it, but yeah. How are you doing, Sharif?
I'm good, but you know what we do? We have a lesson du jour. We're talking about the short squeeze all week. Obi and I will be completing the lessons of the week. Tomorrow, Obi fills in for Dara. Tomorrow and Monday, so catch the Ob, the one, the Kenob. He'll have his own twist on the lesson tomorrow, and I know people love that. So let's get right into it. Meme stocks, these heavily shorted names, they're fueled oftentimes by social media frenzy. They can be hot, but they can also be risky. Today, we'll explore how the MACD, moving average convergence divergence for long indicator, can be used to identify potential entry and exit points for intraday meme stocks and these other heavily shorted names. Remember, this is just a tool, and sound investment decisions as well as trade analysis through technical analysis is required, and further research must be done. But let's start off with what is MACD. So MACD is essentially a momentum indicator, much like the one we talked about yesterday, relative strength index. They're both momentum indicators. They measure the difference. Well, MACD measures the difference between two moving averages of a stock's price. It consists of three parts. The first part, the MACD line. The MACD line is made of two different moving averages, exponential moving averages. It represents the difference between the 12-period exponential and the 26-period exponential. So the difference charted down on the line, this is called your MACD line. Then your signal line is the 9-period exponential of the MACD line. I know it gets really convoluted. You only need to know this once because you're not going to actually have to do anything with it. It'll be done for you automatically, okay? And the signal line, what it does, it, like all moving averages, it smooths out the price fluctuations to kind of give you a smoother look. And then last but not least, the MACD histogram. This shows you the difference between the MACD line and the signal line. Essentially, visually represents the relationship between those two moving averages. It doesn't show anything novel. It's entirely just a visual representation of the data that you already have there. So here's a perfect example of it. There you have your MACD line in the blue and then your signal line in the red. So MACD signals for meme stocks. So for volatile meme stocks, we're looking specifically here for crossovers between the MACD line and the signal line. There are two types of crossovers we're going to talk about today. There's the bullish crossover and the bearish one. With respect to the bullish one, this happens when the MACD line, which is considered the fast line, crosses above the signal line, which is considered the slow line. Remember, the signal line smooths out the MACD line. It's a 9-period of the MACD line. So by definition, it's going to smooth it out. When you get this bullish crossover, it's suggesting increasing momentum and a potential buying opportunity. It might be a sign that the stock is about to climb intraday to higher levels. The bearish crossover, conversely, is when the MACD line falls below the signal line. It's suggesting to you that the weakening momentum is coming and the possibility of a selling point may be on the horizon. The stock, and essentially, might be due for a pullback. And here it is. You get the bullish crossover here, the MACD line in the black, the signal line in the red. That's a bullish crossover. And you can see, obviously, we got a nice move up with the price with respect to that. And then you got the bearish crossover right here, where the MACD line crossed below the signal line. Look what happened. Lo and behold, we've had a bit of a downtrend. So that is essentially what MACD is showing you, and that's very, very rudimentary use of the MACD. But it's not the only use for which it's put. There's also the divergence with price action. You've heard us talk about this with RSI umpteen amount of times, equally as valid for MACD, the price action MACD divergence. So let's get to that. Divergences can also be useful with these meme stocks, with these heavily shorted names. Essentially, this is when the price movement contradicts the MACD indicator. So there's two types of divergences. There's a bullish one and a bearish one. With respect to the bullish divergence, essentially here, the price makes a lower low, but the MACD makes a higher low. So they're diverging in terms of pattern. It's suggesting to you in this case that a potential trend reversal upwards may come despite the price dip. The bearish divergence is exactly the opposite. The price is making higher high, but the MACD makes a lower high. This is suggesting to you a possible trend reversal downwards despite the price increase. And so those are the two types of divergences, very rudimentary explanations, but apt for this kind of lesson. And here is perfect example, Ram, of bearish divergence on GameStop. So you have, oh, it's okay. You can take your time. So over here, we get the high on the price, and we also get the high on the MACD. But look what happens. The price on GameStop continued to go up from 26.5 to 28. All the while, MACD made a lower high. And guess what happened after that? The Huadunk came in, and it came in fast and furious because you had that bearish divergence between the price action and the moving average convergence divergence. And I wanted to really show this one because it was so appropriate with GameStop. So confirmation, you always hear Adair and I yapping away about confirmation, and I think it's appropriate that we do so because technical analysis is nothing more than on the balance of the evidence and seeing where things are headed. So remember, MACD is just one indicator. Look for the confirmation from other technicals like higher volume, for example, during the bullish crossover, or falling volume for the bullish crossover, or falling volume for the bearish crossover. And always set stops in order to limit potential losses, especially with these memes and these high float names, or sorry, highly shorted names. If you're not going to put a hard stop, then make sure you are the type of person that will respect the mental stop. And practice and research, obviously, to incorporate this style, you should be using paper trading initially to figure out how the MACD jives with price action with these memes and with these heavily shorted names. And remember, technical analysis is a skill that is developed over time, and you need to get practice at it. So nothing really wrong with using some sort of learning device. Adair.
Yeah, practice makes perfect. How do you get to Carnegie Hall? Practice. Ooh. So shout out to practice. We're talking about practice? Yes, we are.
Talking about practice.
Also, I like that you mentioned respecting stops because I have a really sad trade to talk about and I have a lot of conflicted feelings about, and that's what we're here to do in How to Trade. Let's talk about my Tesla trade.
Oh my God,
so
you had the right idea.
I appreciate I'll take it that way, right? Because I was so proud I was building into this. I would have been $1 in the money. We dipped below,
well, I don't care. I'm still hitting.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. This is Sharif and I are always like hyping each other up. We were talking about this earlier today about how important positivity is. But no, I do want to go back to this trade because I appreciate what you had to say about respecting stops. I think I needed to hear it. I had to respect my stop because we did have, like I said, you know, I was watching that 20 area. The 20 area was huge. We dipped below 20s. I had to get out. Then I turned back around and pushed back $1 higher. So maybe it's like, maybe the stop was too conservative. I don't know. I'm happy with where I put the stop. I thought it made sense for my style of trading. I should have given it to set 175s. I don't know, right? Woulda, coulda, shoulda. But thank you, Sharif, for shouting it out. I'm proud of the idea, and I'm going to stick with being proud of the idea. And I know, because I see this in the chat quite a lot, I'm aware my stops are pretty tight. I like to keep them tight because it does allow me to trade and scalp a little bit more to my freedom. So just before, because I know sometimes you get those comments, I think the issue is just, sometimes stuff happens and you're a little bummed out, but you can't get bummed out because we're going to have a good time here always on the show. And I can't be too upset. I am like almost 40 pennies in the money in NVDA. So I'm happy with this trade. Again, nothing like Sean's $20 plus trade on NVDA.
Yeah.
But
hold on. Don't tell her. Don't look at the chat. How much is he in the money now? Don't look at NVIDIA either.
25 to 8, 28?
Very close. $30. I told him to go home because he's making everybody look bad. 34. I've got a correction. Since I spoke last, NVIDIA's $4 lower, so it's $34 of the money. We're spending the money for the Katina, man. Unreal day for this guy today. The confidence is gleaming. It's going. Shout out to the Katina, man. I mean, obviously, you know, we always look up to the Katina man, definitely on this desk, and I've been looking up to him for years. But shout out to him. One hell of a day and trading NVIDIA is already a clinic in and of itself. And to be $30 in the money, that's something else. So we want to shout him out, man. Great day for Sean. All right, let's get back into the trades over here. So we're still holding this Apple trade at 55s. It's obviously a range trade. I made that very clear before I started, but the range is getting a little bit tighter. So instead of waiting here and trying to be frugal, sitting at 90s, I'm going to sit at 80s for a beak wetter, and we'll look to get some out there. But now I'm still looking at Softy. I haven't forgot about what happened here on Microsoft because it's right at VWAP. And it's not breaking it with any aggression. It's above 23. I get it's above VWAP, but it's not, you know, that big move that we often expect with these type of names. So what I'm going to wait to see here is if we start getting that rounded top. Getting it on the back end, as Neil likes to say, you know, wait for that 1 or 2 candle to make a red and then look to get it down. So I'm not going to jump into the short here like I did with the 50 period, like I did with that 422.75, because it was a consolidation area low. I'm going to wait for confirmation this time. I'm not going to take an L on Microsoft, even though I didn't take an L on it last time because I wet my beak, but it was definitely not a well-executed trade. Let's call a spade a spade. So I'm still looking for short on the soft one. Let's see what this one gives me. What else we got going on? We haven't looked at these small cap gappers in a hot minute. What's going on now? Oh, I thought he was this guy. Unbelievable. Just keep hearing about his trade. All right, WISA. This has been having a great day, WISA. Look, this one hasn't respected VWAP though, so I don't want to trade it using my small cap gapper system. The small cap gapper system is super easy. Above the pre-market high, definable pre-market high, above the pre-market high, and above VWAP. This one, you can't trade it like that because it's had a great day, but it's shown you its propensity to respect the 20. It's done it here, here, and here. I don't know why, and I don't care. Whatever buy program may be programmed on the 20. I know the 20 can be something different on a higher time frame. So whatever the reason is, it's holding up there. I think I want some of the smoke. I'm going to get in here, and then I'll have a break of $3 as my line. It hasn't broken 3. So we'll continue to watch WISA. It's done really well today, up 55% off the highs, obviously. And just to remind you guys, it's about a $15 million market cap, having done 40.5 million shares on the day, and the float's 4.3 million. So let's keep an eye on WISA. Adair.
Yeah. So I made a choice, and that choice was to get involved with Lululemon. Now you might be like, Adair, why are you saying it like that? Lulu's not a bad stock. It's not. I said a dip buy because I was like, oh, I really like this level, and I'll probably forget to look for it. I get filled as we have this big sell-off here. Now you might be like, Adara, why didn't you get out? I had no reason to leave. It was still within my area. You want to give yourself a little bit more berth, a little bit more wiggle room for a Lulu. So I was going to give it about $1. Like, honestly, I want us to break into that 326.50s. That would be ideal for me. And I have no reason to leave this because we're still bouncing around. Now, I don't love this topping tail candle, of course, around the 9 EMA. I do not love it. But I have no reason to leave because we are still pushing higher. I dislike the spread on this immensely. I can't even sit here and lie to you. The spread is meh. It's more spready than someone in their yoga pants doing a stretch. That's how big this spread is right now. That works better in my head. But we're gonna have to see how this Lulu goes. Like, it's so spready that we're actually in the money on the sell side, but not the buy side. So
I hate that.
I really dislike that, but I don't dislike this trade. I got involved on. I wanted that dip buy in the 9 EMA. So did I execute it perfectly? No, nah, not at all. But I have no reason to leave, so I'm staying in it. Hopefully, we're gonna kick it in our yoga pants to the upside.
GameStop's moving.
Pardon?
GameStop's moving.
GameStop's
high day.
GameStop not move?
Oh, it's that high day.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
GameStop's always moving. But yeah, this NVDS, I'm still in. I will stay in it. I want to shout out Sean as well for his awesome trade. Mine is obviously very small potatoes compared to that. But you know what I'm noticing is I don't have a huge position to begin with. That's not why I'm adding. I always wanted to add. The initial plan was to add lower. We never had that opportunity. I'm noticing we keep bouncing off 63, so I'm going to add here. You might be like, Adara, way to mess up your average. Yeah, but I mean, if you like the trade, it shouldn't matter. It's like, if I have confidence in this, I don't know. Why not? So that's what I want to add in here. That was not super clear what I was trying to say here. But the point I'm trying to make is I do want to add, because I do have confidence in this level. I have confidence in this trade. And yeah, NVDS is like, yeah, you probably should have made that decision earlier. I'm going to keep grinding higher.
Nice.
Lulu in the money now, too. So please, this punch. I was a little bit down to the dumps about that Tesla, which, for the record, Tesla has continued to grind higher. But it's like, if you set risk management principles, you can't be upset about those.
No.
You might have to think about where I set it. It's also annoying because I think we were literally a penny away and then it bounced back up. But I can't be down in the dumps about respecting my plan. That's kind of a weird thing to do, isn't it? So just trying to be all smiles here, as we always are. And I do appreciate the conversation you and I had this morning about positivity.
Absolutely.
I think it's really important. And I think especially because trading can be so discouraging, we've got to be like Cyndi Lauper. Don't be discouraged. Let your true colors shine through. So yeah, nice look there. Darwin clarifying, this is a joke, but Darwin is saying in the chat as well, later said kidding, but took out a second mortgage to buy GME calls.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that was a pretty funny joke there, but also in all seriousness, risk management. Risk
Yeah.
management.
Guys, GameStop just went to like 11%, 35.20 is the HOD, I do believe, on the day. It did reject 35, but here we go again. 34.75 accumulation. Let's see what we get here. It's right back up into 35, so the volume is really picking up here on GameStop, and you can really see that reflected down here. GameStop just did in the last 5 minutes. Okay, I can't look it up here. What is it up? Is it up 11%? I may be able to see it on my. Yeah, give me a sec, because I want to be able to see the amount of volume in the last 5 minutes. It's not showing me. Sorry, guys, I'm just trying to find it here. Okay, I'll find it after, I guess. But right back into highs. Here it is, 35.20 again. GameStonk is going, baby. It's going places. It's up 11% again, and there's really no headline on it. All I'm getting are price spike updates, and that usually just comes when, yeah, you guessed it, the price spiked. So, hey? The Katina man is pulling his NVIDIA bid here. He wants lower. He was sitting at 85s, and it's at 87s. He's pulling his bid. He's looking for the lower. I like that. Shout out to the Katina man. That's the kind of confidence you have when you have a 30-some-odd dollar winner. Look at Softy down here. Wow, big rejection off the volume-weighted average price again. So I get a little bit of revenge there on the soft one. But, yeah, I shouldn't have had this trade over here. I should have listened to what Adara said. She said she needed to see more around there. So even though I was able to wet my beak, I did end up giving back quite a bit on that trade. But this time we get a lot more down off that big volume rejection on the VWAP right now, just holding a tiny bit off this level. That was a nice 50 penny winner. Super, super quick. In the sim today, guys, I'm sorry for having bid in the sim the last week. It is not in my hands. I have been trying the back end off. I've been trying to get the back end office to speed things up. It doesn't work like that, sadly. So that is the situation I'm in. And again, Adara, I can't believe this. Look at this level on HOOD. 2260 keeps coming in and someone keeps buying it, but here's the thing, lower high, and you haven't made a higher high until you break this 2280 over here, or 2285 that is. So I'm thinking a possible flat bottom break could be coming through this 2260. And the reason I kept talking is because we got scolded by Ram for staying quiet when we hit the flat bottom break animation. That won't happen again, Ram, don't worry. So I'm looking for either we make a higher high by breaking this area over here on HOOD, or I'm anticipating a flat bottom break through that 2/3 of a dollar on HOOD, 5.25%. Nothing, you know, disrespect, but definitely off those highs. All right, waiting for the soft one to come and can continue back down. I'm looking for something in around 422. We definitely had support last time because I was short Microsoft last time, and the best it could do was that 422 touch. So this time I have a lot better of an entry point at 422.90. I want to wait to see if we can get something in or around 422, and then I might, you know, just hold a piece for the dream. GameStop, I see it, guys. Ash letting me know about GameStop. It's still there, guys. 35.20. Are you bearish on GameStop? Is that why you hit the bear? The market. The Katina man is bearish on the market, and good thing he pulled that bid because it's right there, baby. It is right there. Shout out to him. I'm talking about the NVIDIA bid. He was bidding to cover his short at 1185. He's since pulled that bid. He's waiting for lower. The market is headed down, Katina man, to 19 1/3. What an interesting day it has been today. I don't want to point this out, but did you see Tesla?
Yeah.
It's flying, Adara.
I was just going to say, I can't, I mean, shout out to Tesla, shout out to anybody who's long there, and I'm so proud of this level. Clearly, the idea was right, but my stop was just wrong, and I can't even be that upset about myself for that. But also, I can't be that upset because Lulu's in the money, NVDS is in the money. You got to take that, to quote John Ralphio Saperstein, a.k.a. as played by Ben Schwartz on Parks and Rec, turn that frown upsidicity. So that's what you got to do here in this. He's a really funny character. It's one of my favorite fictional characters ever.
Nice.
But, you know, you got to just stay positive. As I know that sounds like a cliche, but it's like, I can't be upset about that. I got to find new opportunities. Opie always says, where's the next trade? That's what I had to do. The Lulu fill, as I said, I kind of forgot I had a dip buy, but I had no reason to leave because my level was still hitting. So I was like, Adara, stay in that thing. That's not the quote of the day, stay in that thing. I don't like that. But stay in that trade. I'm so sorry.
You're good. You're good.
But stay in that trade, Adara. Also, NVDS, I'm really proud of myself for not trying to get out here yet. I have no reason to leave yet. Every time we get into 42.69s or that 11.90ish area, we just keep, kind of coming right back up. If we break this 69 area, we might get lower. Like I said, I'm still partially tempted to add at 69s. It would mess up my average. That's not even the point. The point is just I don't want to add just so I can have more shares. You know what I mean? As Sharif says, you're always going to be a little bit grumpy or upset as a trader. So I can't let that, get in my way of this trade. So Lulu, if you want to curl higher at a faster velocity, I would love that. If you want to stretch a little bit more to the upside in your yoga pants, that would make me pleased as much. Shout out to Sharif. No, sorry, to Kyle, Big Kyle Burdett. This is directed for you.
Yeah, I was about to read it. Big Kyle, I know, right? Yeah. Big Kyle, 499 Sufat. Sharif, check messages for info on SPY trade today. First cover incoming. Big Kyle, you don't want to tell me twice. We're going to load up that real quick over here and give the peeps a peep of your SPY setup today. Big Kyle did send that to me. Give me 1 sec over here to load that bad boy up. As I tell you about that, let me tell you about this. We are still doing the dance here with Softy, but it is coming right back up after getting bottom wick. So 423 break, and that's the end of this trade. Not even going to give it any room. It has to stay. It has to stay honest here. Here is one of Big Kyle's looks over here. This is the ES short. So let's have a look here. Yeah, I didn't get a chance to look at. Oh, here it is. This is it. All right. So let me pull this up over here. Here's what he wrote. Have 75 put contracts for tomorrow. Expire SPY strike 535. Looking for this bull flag on the ES 65-minute chart to fail. Today is my anniversary, 16 years. Dump it. Absolutely. Shout out to Big Kyle, man. He sent me pics, the little ones and the family. He's got a beautiful family. Shout out to you, Big Kyle. We're waiting for you here on this side. Get those get the kiddos the passports so you can make it all the way up here. We're waiting for you, Big Kyle.
Yeah, shout out to Big Kyle Burdett, and I want to shout him out as well. I don't know, if you saw this, but I do, again, I took a very teeny infinitesimal SPY short, but I was just really inspired by stuff that Kyle said in the chat, just waiting for those pops and just shorting the pops. That's what I tried to do in the SPY. Should have been more on that, but maybe once we're done with Lulu and NVDS, then I'll get involved in that. But yeah, right now, nothing to report in either of those trades. Lulu, if you would like to have less of a spread, love that. I have no reason to leave this yet. What I want are 326.50s. I think it is feasible. I just think I'm going to have to really pack my patience to get there. But that's another reason I was part of my NVDL trade yesterday. That taught me I do have the potential to pack patience. It's within me. I just have to want it really hard. And I have no reason to not like this Lulu trade right now. Kind of wishing I had more shares right now because then I would have been able to piece out some of it. But it's like Adara. This level is, I think, physically possible. Don't leave yet. You have no reason to leave. If we bounce off that I like that 324.70 area. I saw what we did there. So if we even get a little bit lower, I'll add to this position. Trying to be more confident in my trades. As I say that Lulu gets lower. Lulu, that wasn't a request. That was just if you got lower. I was not Lulu. I'm just going to do the old man finger at Lulu because I didn't love that. No reason to leave NVDS. Also no reason to leave Lulu, but Lulu, I said if you got lower. I did not say when you get lower. So I'm going to stop yelling at Lulu like she's my child because that's kind of weird. Tesla's so nice, thanks, says Ike Anderson. Yeah, honestly, shout out to you. I can't be bitter about this. I can just be happy to everybody who took that trade. And I'm really proud I called out that level. So shout out if you were able to get that 175.20 level and not get stopped out at 175.19 because you got involved a little too early. I wonder who that's about. Me. But yeah, all good. All good in the hood. Speaking of all good in the hood, are you still good in your hood?
Yes, but we're literally waiting for that flat bottom break. I have 2 more outs. The stop is in place. Anything happens on this one below 55s, that's the end of the trade. I'm actually long at 55, so it's perfect. I'm just going to give it a bit of buffer room to 55s. I know I said the break was 60, but I just don't want to be part of that specialist breakdown in case I get weaseled out and then it rocks back up again. It's going to have to obviously stay within 5 pennies because I won't put the stop any lower than that. I've been holding this Apple trade for umpteen amount of years, and it's been really doing, now as you guys can see it visually here, it really has been absolutely consolidative. Now we're talking about a 10 penny spread for the better part of, let's say, half an hour. And so, it's not breaking up, breaking down, so nothing precipitating me out of the trade. I have to wait on that one. The other one, MSFT, got that 43 print, and then ever since then, it's been making highs. I de-risked the majority of the position already, so I only have a couple of beak wetters left. And so if this one breaks anything 5 cents higher than 423, we're going to cut that one off. I'm not letting this go against me. It's just too strong off that 420 bottom. I think that the shorts here, if it doesn't continue down and show you it's trending, get out of Dodge, because it was a hell of a recovery. As you can see, it's an upside down Christmas tree there. V-shaped recovery on MSFT. Still technically red though, only a 0.25% in the red. To get into Greensville, it's got to break that 424 area. It's having trouble with 423. Let's hope it continues to have trouble with 423 so we can take this bad boy more south side. The other one, the Tesla, the Cybertruck, look at this topping tail candle through 177 2/3 and then down below 177 again. Let's see if we get a break below that level on a closing basis. It could be an interesting topping tail candle and a good short off that level. We'll have to wait and see. Wait for confirmation on that monster. The Cybertruck today, I mean, I don't want to call Tesla range bound, but it kind of is lately, Katina, man. Since the April 29th, it has been in this holding pattern, a couple of dollars here. It's been in about a $10 range, 170 to the south side. No, about a $15 range. 170 to the south side, about 185, 186 to the high side. It's not a bad range to play on a $180 some odd name, but in any event, it's been, I was adding to this one in the 160s. I haven't added lately at all to my Tesla position. We'll have to wait and see. By the way, guys, I'm adding like 1 or 2 shares at a time now. I was adding 5 shares at a time, but I'm like, no, you're just getting too aggressive with it. You're not even really sure with the company. So I started adding much smaller amounts. So we'll see what Tesla gets. Just thought I'd talk about it off the cuff like that on a wider time frame. All right, let's see what else is going on here. Yeah, the soft one's making a move back into 423. So if that happens, that's going to be the end of the traded era.
Do not let the Tesla bulls on Twitter hear that you're not sure about the company.
Oh, well, no. I want to make my point very clear.
I'm also joking most of the time.
Very clear. I'm a big Tesla bull. What I'm talking about is a swing short-term trade. Yeah. I'm not trying to bet against Tesla at all. I'm an Elon fanboy. Joking, yeah, I'm an Elon fanboy.
Oh, I know you are. Yeah. No, but I see what you mean. Like short term, there are definitely you have that shareholder meeting coming up as well. There's definitely a lot of risks.
Interest rates, EVs, battery costs. There's so many things. Right?
All that jazz.
Yeah.
But yeah, you know what is a little bit annoying is when I wanted to add into Lulu. I didn't want to add in at that price at Lulu. So this was a bit of a fat finger, but I honestly not upset about it. Obviously, do I love that average? Nah. But it's not about that. It's about I still feel confident in the trade. I'm not going to get out of this part of the trade. Like what would be the point? We're probably going to hopefully get our first peak wetter soon. Then we're going to keep that piece for the dream, for the breakout. Still happy I added. It is what it is. Also NVDS, this was a planned addition. Now, obviously, again, this, if you're talking about your average cost basis, I added, I averaged up. But why I did that was because I said, Adara, if you look at NVDA here, and we will now, we're kind of ranging. I said, Adara, get out. I have a really small position in this to start with. So I said, Adara, get out your initial position, take whatever, your 50 pennies in the money, and then switch to range trading it off of 42.63. So that is what, in fact, I am planning on doing here. I don't know if I'm going to get that beak wetter, so we might have to change things up a little bit. I'm going to try going for 73s. That would be the plan here, but I'm still confident in this trade. I have no reason to leave yet. I just wanted to address that is how the plan is switched up on that. We did get part of that position out on Lululemon, so no sour lemons here. When life gives you lemons, make Lululemonade. And I say lemons because this Tesla, this was kind of a lemon for me trading-wise. You know what I mean? That the stop loss wasn't where it should have been. I got a little bit messed up. It's all good, but you just have to keep going. You have to keep finding. I was going to say finding things to live for, but that's so dramatic. Finding trades that make sense for you, right? So if I'm doing that, why am I upset? What the heck am I so upset about? I was already in NVIDIA, or NVDS, sorry, which I'm using to short NVIDIA. I was already in NVDS and in the money when that happened. So it's wasn't like it was a be-all, end-all. You just can't let each individual trade get you down. I will stop being a motivational speaker for a second here. I apologize. GME won't stop, says Thed G. Let's take a look at this GME once again here. quickly, and then we'll look at another popular retail favorite, Scott Edwards mentioning this Mara. This is a great look on GME. I mean, I have no words, but I do have one level, that's going to be 34. Look at that resistance at 34, then we bounce off 34. I think 34 is a great level here for GME, and I think if we keep bouncing there, I'm not sure if the games will stop. Let's look at Mara. Scott Edwards saying thoughts on Mara at this level? Yeah, I mean, let's see what kind of thoughts I have on Mara at this level, if any. Let's see what Mara, okay, Okay, I'm going to be honest, Scott Edwards, I don't know if this is what you're going to want to hear. I see Mara as a short. Why do I see Mara as a short? We're down to the day. We had a massive amount of these topping tail candles here to 2210s. Then we continue to kind of go a little bit lower here, rejecting off the 9 EMA, rejecting. And now look at this level we're rejecting. That's right, it's that pre-market support, even a little bit actually into the open. The support we got around 10 a.m., that's going to be 2089. I'm going to be honest with you, Scott Edwards. I think Mara does look like a short right now. I have no reason for this to continue to look like it's moving upwards. That's my take on it, though. Regardless, whatever trade you are in on MARA, I hope you print. And for levels for this, if we break higher, I would just be watching every rejection. So if we break above, see what you do at 2110. See what you do with that previous support at 2140. Hope that helps. Scott Edwards saying agreed. Okay, pleased to hear it. But yeah, I always just want to be honest and give my take on the chart. Again, never advice, just what I'm seeing on the charts. I do want to look at PLTR. PLTR is rangy. Some people were mentioning PLTR earlier. I apologize. I wasn't able to look at this one for a little while, but we do have this range, this chop and turn, this bounce here at VWAP. But look where we're rejecting. That's right, 2350. PLTR honestly might even make me pull up a side chart for it. That's how good this looks. Shout out to anybody involved in this name. I think there were some great trades available on PLTR. I also, I do want to shout out Lululemon again because I'm really proud. I mean, obviously I was like grumpy about the level at which I added, but I'm still happy I added to this trade. I want a 327 break. I don't know if that's crazy, but that is really what I want here in Lululemon. Happy I already got out part of the position, $1 in the money. Hopefully we can keep going, make some more profit on the Lulu, the lemon. And, you know, I was saying too, like when life gives you lemon, Sharif, sometimes you have to make Lulu lemonade.
I agree.
So there you go.
Get it.
Yeah, how are you doing?
Good. Right back in that softy short. I got stopped out for the remaining amount, but I still think it's valid. Let's go ahead and put that out at the $0.25. And we'll cover everything at the $0.33. So I'm going to put that there, and then I'm going to put beak wetters. Let's put the beak wetter here. Where are we short? We're short at 98. Okay. All right. So we're going to sit in and around this area over here. That's wrong one there. Fat finger mistake. That's all good. There we go. Okay. Can I? Yeah, that's fine. No, that's fine. You're good to go there. I'm just putting in my stops. Sorry about that. All right. Let's see what else is moving. Another couple of topping tail candles here on Tesla, but it didn't tank. But yeah, there's something going on here. 177 and 2/3. There's definitely a seller of sorts in and around that area on Tesla. That's very interesting. You know, this candle hasn't closed yet. I realize that. This candle is a candle of indecision, a tug of war between buyers and sellers, essentially. It's a doji. And this candle looking awfully topping tailish, inverse hammer candle. Let's see how it closes. But something at this level here on TSLA, unsure exactly how to play this, but we shall see. So I do have to adjust my stop on the soft one. Oh, wow. Softy's going to stop me out, man. Softy just keeps getting more strong and more strong. What is happening over here? All right, so the soft one's going to stop me out. We're going to end up... Are we going to go red on this? What's the situation? No, we're still okay with soft one. All right, so I'm going to pack my patience over here, but we're about to lose 25 pennies just like that on Microsoft as it does break above that level, and there it is. So we get stopped out of Softy. Unbelievable. Now it's time to flip long here on Softy, at least into 424. That's where the closing print is on MSFT. Disappointed in myself in this. I did actually go red on it, full disclosure, on this last move up, but we'll have to figure something out here. MSFT bamboozling me. All right, Apple, we're doing well on this one, though. There it goes through the top, 195.90. So we get all three beak wetters in a row there that we had lying down. And here comes 196. So let's sit at 99s for that 196 take or reject. We'll see what we get there. Apple just marginally green. To go green, it had to break above 195.87. It's done that. It's at 96s. Here comes 97s. The dead one moving midday, baby, as it breaks out of that range and is now above VWAP. VWAP was at that 80 penny area. Let's see if it can take 196 though. And it doesn't seem like Apple was running on this own because Softy and Apple kind of look like they moved together. What's up? So NVIDIA did break 1183.20. Katina Man is $40 in the money. That one moving absolutely inverse to everything else, and then it moved up $10 in 1 second. Yeah, that's the way it is. That's the way it could. Yeah. Shout out to the Katina man. It takes takes definite patience and conviction to hold on to something for a $40 winner. Let's just call a spade, right? Yeah. So that's the look there. But a good NVIDIA popping up $7 in a matter of seconds here. It's just quite ridiculous. So that's the look there.
Yeah, and I do want to shout out Sean's confidence because I'm still in the NVDS, obviously not a $40 winner, not even a 40 penny winner, but I do, and I want to say, I know Sean was saying that, he's like, everyone can have confidence, but the reason I call it Seanfidence is because I think Sean, the level of confidence you have is, I think, contagious, and it shows, if you have an idea, you owe it to yourself to stick through it, and that's a huge thing I've learned from you, so I really honestly want to say that. And I think that energy is contagious. You see it in the chat every day. But also, that gave me confidence or confidence as well to stay in this. I didn't panic sell. I wanted my 43 breakout on NVDS. And if I didn't get it, I was like, you know what, Adara? Wait. I still think we could break a little bit lower. I don't love, mind you, that NVDA is pushing above here. I'm going to wait and see what we do with this 90 MA. But, as Sharif said, Sean has the confidence to just stay in this trade. So it's like, what? If I like the trade still, why don't I stay as well? And again, I'm not staying just because Sean is still in it. I'm staying because I still like these levels. I still like what I have.
GameStop's flying, Adara. 14%. There goes. We just broke through 36. 46 high of day. GameStop is really going, and the volume is picking up big. It's now done 47 million shares today, and it's up 14%. So something's afoot with GameStop here. So for all of my meme people, here it is, guys. GameStop is moving. Let's have a look at some of the other memes. Let's see if they're moving. Okay, in sympathy, some of them are green. They're definitely not where GameStop is, certainly. You have AMC up 2 1/3. Carvana's up 1 1/3. We're not getting too much in the way of movement except for GameStop. It really is a GameStop story. It's up 110% on the year, guys. So GameStop is back for now. Anyway, moving right back up 15 1/3%. This is it, guys. This is kind of the thing that really had everybody interested in 2022 when these meme names move. So yeah, this is what we did the lesson on today, and look out for MACD. Try maybe now it's like the idea to try using your MACD, try using your RSI, see how it jives, but this thing is absolutely pumping to the high side. Great day for the meme names. There goes 16%. It looks like it's on its way to $37. And if you want to hear the big kahunas talk about GameStop, then this is what you're going to do. You're going to get into the chat right now. You're going to hit !join space and the $sign and type in GME right after that $sign to let the big kahunas know that you want them to chart it. You want them to give you their levels. If they've traded, they'll tell you exactly how they trade it. Every day from 2 to 2:30, you can have your say. Get in the chat, !join space $sign and the ticker of said choice. Great move up right there. Now, the market also made a move up, no question about that, right back into VWAP and yesterday's closing print. So the market looks like it has intentions possibly of going green on the day down now, only 0.01% to go green. It's got to get above that 19 3/4 area because that's where we closed out yesterday. VWAP like 2 or 3 points above that level. So it's nice confluence between those two areas of technical resistance. We'll see if that area is just a plot on the chart or an actual area where the price action of the future holds up. Great move up there. Let's see the dead one. Let's see if it printed me at that level. Let's find out. No, we're still destined to go unprinted here at 99's 195.99 on AAPL as it's marginally green now, 0.04% in the green. There's some stuff happening here, guys. Meta just broke through VWAP. on the way at 498. Microsoft is well above VWAP. You see NVIDIA and how it recovered off that 1183. It's $11 higher now. You have Tesla that just printed high a day, a skosh below 178. You also have Amazon curling right back up and starting to put in that rounded bottom. It's not at highs, but it's on its way into that, at least that $0.50 level, looking to break out of this range that we've been in for the last hour and 20 minutes on AMZN. So good look here for the Mag 7 names. They're all moving. And every time I see a topping tail candle come in on Tesla, it makes incrementally higher lows. So forget about my topping tail analysis today. It looks like the Cybertruck on the way to that 178 break and take possibly here or there.
Tesla did not want me in this Cybertruck. That was like literally Tesla just wicked that cent below and I got out. It literally reminds me of like, you know, when you were saying the Tesla Cybertruck, like they don't let you see inside, they don't open the doors. That was me, except the doors closed in my face on that long initially. Like I said, honestly, not upset about it because that allowed me to take my Lululemon. I just think sometimes things are funny and you kind of have to laugh at them.
Sure.
Because is it not like literally getting wicked out by a cent and then it going up like multiple dollars? I gotta laugh.
Okay.
I think that's what positive. You know, you got to be a positive force here. Also, IWM. If you want to be a force to the downside, sorry for the chair sliding there. I just get really excited about these markets. That's why I talk so fast too. You know, I see like, oh, she's really caffeinated. I'm not. I really am just so excited by these markets, and that's why you know if I'm yapping quickly, it's because I got to keep up with all these markets. IWM short. Why? Because, so that was really abrupt. Because we kept having lower highs. I love this little 9 EMA rejection, 203.40s. This is really tight risk. I got involved 203.38s. I was going to see what we did at 204.45s. Sorry, not 204. That would be insane. 203.45s. I was not risking over $1. I was risking like less than 10 cents, to be clear. But if we break below 30s, I will be getting out. This was a scalp. It's just about finding levels you like. And again, I'm not trying to find ranges where they aren't there. I was a little bit concerned because we had a slightly higher low, but I was like, Adara, you like this look. It's what I always tell myself is if you're going to regret not taking it, that's a trade that I think is worth taking. And so that's something I wanted to do. We're out. Please just punch. We're going to move on to the lesson of the day, but I want to quickly talk about Lululemon because I am out of that trade. It did break higher, but I'm happy with what I did with it. So Lululemon, I said I wanted to see 327s. I got out at 327.20s. I'm really proud. Got out for the first part of my position, $1 in the money with that piece. And I'm splitting it up by the parts of the position because I took out like exactly half. You know what I mean? So it's like I know exactly at what point I got out which part. So I got out, I think, what was this? This is like $1.25 first part of the position, $1.50 second part of the position. Please just punch. Lulu is my strongest name in the day. I think there still are dip buy opportunities, but I don't want to jump in all willy-nilly. Just, you know, I don't want to, if I feel confident about it, I'll get in, but I don't want to get involved just to get involved, you know what I mean? So happy with that. NVDS, if you keep having levels around this 42.50, which for reference for NVDA, is going to be this 11.95, that could be spicy for me. Sean, are the bears still roaring? Oh, he's out of NVIDIA, but now he's involved in SMH. Hopefully he's shaking his head at how many profits he is getting on that SMH, or how much profit. Oh, I like this level.
We got a pushback. That's two pushbacks today, guys. We need a pushback counter. Maybe we can get Ram to hit like a pushback
I don't want to copy Sean's trade here, but I'm going to put this on my side chart because I mean, I think this 252, 251.87. Just because I saw that support and resistance flip-flop, and that's what I saw, and I was like, I think that's a nice look. Shout out to Sean, who is in the money, and this is actually going on my side chart. Move aside, Lulu. Put those yoga pants in the laundry bin for now. But you know what we are? That was a weird analogy. But you know what we're ready for? Always? Short squeeze. Lesson of the day. Cheese. And if you have anything that you want to look at, short squeeze or otherwise, any names, you know what to do. You're going to go to our chat right now. You're going to go exclamation point, join, space, $, GME, NVIDIA, Tesla, Microsoft, AMC, Meta, Amazon, Google, Apple, any ticker you want.
I love it.
You have to. This cuts off at 1:50, so you have a cool 41 minutes, like the length of an old episode on television. If you watch dramas, you have 41 minutes to get that ticker in there, and then you will see the mustachioed man to my right on that green screen. He will be giving you all of the, the mustache does not speak on its own, unfortunately, but Sharif
doesn't. Yeah,
not yet.
Not yet.
But anyways, yeah, no, all love for the mustache. Just shouting out the mustache there.
Before you start the lesson, I just want to let GameStop's going, guys. All right, it's 17.5%. It's on its way to 38. It just went to 37 3/4. Be on the lookout. GameStop's moving.
Also, yeah, we're gonna get to the lesson. I also just saw Brandon Townsend in the chat. Thank you so much for the kind words. Yeah, I'm trying to get better at calls and also just trying to find trades that work for me. So really appreciate that shout out there. Hope you were having a great day trading, everyone here in this lovely, supportive chat. What about short squeezes? That was a transition. Well, meme stocks, a lot of these are going to be fueled by some social media friends, like maybe some kittens are roaring, perhaps, stuff like that. You know what I mean? They can be really hot, but they can also be pretty risky. So we're going to explore how the MACD, or the moving average convergence divergence indicator, can be used to identify potential entry and exit points for intraday meme stock trades. But remember, as always, this is just going to be a tool. It's not going to be a rule. And so sound investment decisions always require further research. I almost said further investment. I was like, that's an accidental pun, too on the nose for me. What about MACD? What is it? Well, it's a momentum indicator, and it measures the difference between two moving average of a stock's price, and there's three parts to it. So you've got your MACD line. This is going to represent the difference between a 12-period exponential moving average, or an EMA, and a 26-period exponential moving average, or EMA. Now, what's the signal line? This is a 29-period EMA of the MACD line, so it smooths out any fluctuations you have in those lines, because we know the markets love fluctuating. NVIDIA. Now, what about the MACD histogram? This will show the difference between the MACD line and the signal line, and it visually represents the relationship between your two moving averages. Oh, this is funny. Eddie R is saying, oh, is the MACD a new McDonald's burger? LOL, just kidding. Shout out to you, Eddie R. Great participant in the chat, and I got a kick out of that. And you guys know how I feel about puns, so I want to shout that out. Shout out to MCD, which is the ticker for McDonald's, but it is not MACD, unfortunately. Here's a MACD chart. Thank you to Sharif for putting together these lessons, putting these charts in here. So you can see you've got your 26-period EMA minus, your 12-period EMA minus your 26-period EMA, and then your MACD signal line, which is going to be your 9-period EMA of your MACD, and the histogram, which is the MACD minus the signal line. Lots of fun little math. What about MACD signals for memes? So for volatile meme stocks, what you're looking for is a crossover between the MACD line and the signal line. In a bullish crossover, you're going to want to see the MACD line cross above that signal line. So the MACD line is quicker, the signal line is a little bit slower, and that will suggest increasing momentum because you get the fast line running. It's like go, go, gadget. It's Sonic the Hedgehog. It wants to go even faster. And so that could signal increasing momentum and a potential buying opportunity. It could also be a sign that the stock is about to climb higher intraday. Bearish crossover as well. So conversely, when the MACD line falls below the signal line, that is going to suggest weakening momentum and a possible selling point. This stock might be due for a little bit of a pullback. Here's one example too. You have your crossover here in your MACD and your signal line, and then you have a bit of a pullback in the markets. Then you see the cross right itself, and then we have a move back up. So nice little example there. What about divergences? Divergences can be useful for meme stocks, and this is when the price movement is going to contradict the MACD indicator. Bullish divergence is when the price makes a lower low, but the MACD makes a higher low. This suggests a potential trend reversal upwards despite a little dip in the price that you may see. Now, what about bearish divergence? Well, this is when the price makes a higher high, but the MACD makes a lower high. So this suggests a possible trend reversal to the downside despite the price increase. Now, look at the GameStop. Look at the GameStop story of our lives, but look at this GameStop chart that Sharif put in here with the MACD, and thank you for that. We have the higher high and a break of support, but at the same time, bearish divergence showing we actually have a lower high with the support break. That's when you got your signal line crossover, broken support becomes resistance, one of our favorite things to look for at the How to Trade desk, and then we break to the downside. Also, I'll answer your question in a minute, but I'm going to finish this lesson first because I do want to talk about that. But now what about confirmation and risk management? So you want to remember, MACD is just one singular indicator. You want to look for confirmation from other technicals like high volume during a crossover, or high volume during a bullish crossover, or falling volume during a bearish crossover, because volume is a huge example of a way to look at interest. If you've got a lot of volume, you've got a lot of people interested, a little bit less volume, that could be a sign things are turning bearish, and maybe those bulls are getting a little bit bored. Now, also, you always want to make sure you're setting stop loss orders to limit potential losses, especially with meme stocks. Of course, stop losses can stop you from potential profit opportunities. I've been yapping about that Tesla, but also can prevent you from losses, and that's what you have to focus on there. What about, we're going to have some water. What about practicing and further researching? We love practice here. You might want to use a paper trading account to practice using the MACD with meme stocks. This will help you to understand how that indicator reacts to different price movements. Now, what about, remember, you also want to, sorry, I got confused there. Remember as well, technical analysis is a skill that requires time and practice to develop, and that's why you want to do your own research on the company's fundamentals before investing in any meme stock. MACD can be a helpful tool, but you want to make sure that you are using it in conjunction with other tools. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm just watching GameStop absolutely flush off that 37 3/4. And then all the way down to 36. I see some price action support at 35.50. There was some accumulation in and around there. Let me just show you exactly what I'm talking about by bringing it up. That's WISA, by the way. WISA is not tradable on the VWAP system right here, as you can see, a little bit above, a little bit below. But that's neither here nor there. This is the GameStop level that I'm liking. Now, you got double bottom off 36 right now, so there could be respect here for the whole dollar level. This candle held up at 36, and there you go. This one did as well. This one got into 36.07 and right back into the 50s, low 60s we go on GME. Look, I was looking for price action support, and that's what I saw over here. I saw a bunch of these topping tail candles or candles that held up at that 35.5. It also kind of jived with the 50. Not like I'd really want to trade this off the 50 all that much, even though there was decent respect with the 50 today and GameStop. In any event, the order's already out. I put in an order for 35.55 to see if this price action area support holds. Right now, it's the whole dollar level at 36 doing the work for the longs by keeping this monster up above that $36 level. So we'll wait and see whether or not that 35.55 gets triggered, and not in that new fun way, in like the actual order way. So we'll see exactly what we get there. The dead one is on its way back into the grave. It just came right back down off that 196.07 touch right over here, right back below the whole dollar level, and right in back into the top end of the range. That top end of the range that we were basically in forever ends at the $0.75. So I want to see, does Apple now hold up at that $0.75? If it does, and it gives me that 5-minute candle to close green at $0.75, I'm going to add to this position. So we'll see exactly what we get, and we won't get upset at this level no matter what comes. Anyway, this is the area that I'm looking at here, and it's dancing at it right now. It's not about getting to the area, it's about holding up at the area, so I got to pack my patience a little bit. Yeah, this is why I didn't take it out on Hood. Unreal recovery on Hood. I can't believe that this 60 penny area, boo, Neil? Oh, Hood, I thought someone said boo.
Boo.
Yeah, so did I. 22.60 held once, twice. You know what I'm going to say next. Obi thrice, but there was 4, 5, 6, and 7 holds at 22.60. There was clearly a buyer there. I don't need to look at the book in order to know that. The chart represents that manifestation quite succinctly. We'll look now for another high day touch. Somebody in the chat was asking me, what are you doing with your Hood position? I said, quite honestly, I was looking for a flat bottom break through that 22.60. A last one did not come. So now the plan has to change. And what is the plan? To look for an HOD break. That HOD is hanging out at the 16 penny level or thereabouts. HOOD getting a great move up today off that announced acquisition of Bitstamp, $200 million all cash acquisition to grow their crypto portfolio. There are headwinds for these type of names. I'm talking about the Coinbases and the Binance. Well, Binance is a private company, but the other hoods. The SEC still wants to categorize and classify a lot of the coins that they have on their exchange system as securities. That makes them a securities dealer and subjects them to all sorts of different regulation. It is an election year. If the Republicans win, that may not be the case. If the Dems win, then we're probably going to see the continuation of that kind of SEC move. We'll have to wait and see what we get. but you need to know about that. If you're gonna, punch long into this for the long term, you should be aware of that. So anyway, HUD on the way up into high day again, Ram. It just broke through 23, so we'll have to wait and see what we get. Back into Apple here, because it's the other trade that I have on. It's breaking down now, and now it's broken down below 75, so the dead one is on its way back down, and I promise you one thing, not one penny of this trade is going to go against me. I'll get out at 55s if we get down. But I was looking to add, funny enough, at 75 because I thought it would hold up at the top end of the consolidation. That didn't happen, so I have to revisit my plan. Let's go back to GameStonk over here. Right back into high a day is GameStop. Unbelievable. There it is, 19%, 36 holds. The price action area or price action support area that I talked about meant bupkis to this name. It's at new high a day, 20% now for GameStop. Roaring Kitty apparently is gonna set up some sort of meeting on YouTube, apparently June 7th, this or that, I'm not sure. Let me know in the chat, guys, exactly what he said. I know I saw some of you guys write that in there, but it is your day today to have your say. Make sure you're getting your vote on right now. If you want to see Neil and Sean analyze GameStop, go in and vote for it right now. Enter that trigger, exclamation point, join, space, $, and GME for the ticker. No spaces between the exclamation point and the word, but there is a space between the join word and the $.
Yeah, I'm getting out of NVDL about 75 pennies in the money. Honestly, I was not prepared for that to move as quickly as it did. I was just dawdling around with Tesla. Then I turned around and I'm like, oh, NVDL is above 67, huh? So I got out some of the profit. I don't mean to sound so aloof, but I want to be clear. I'm very grateful and I did want this trade. I just want to clarify, it moved way faster than I wanted it to. Just because I don't want it all to seem like I'm ungrateful, whatever. I'm proud of this trade. I'm proud of what I did in it. And I also want to talk about some levels in NVDL that we can extrapolate to NVDA. Also, shout out, thank you, Easy Trader, for the compliment for this trade. But basically, I was watching what we did at 40s. That was the real thing I wanted to see. Because look at the top and turn we had at 40s. And in case NVDA, what was that level? That level was going to be about 1190 or 1199s. So it was going to be about that level there. We didn't really top and turn. We kept pushing forward. The reason I got out where I did is because I didn't like that we had that rejection around that previous support area, 67, 70s. I'm almost positive that it's going to be that 1205. Yes, it is. It's about 1203, 1205 here on NVDA. So I'm really proud of this trade. Really proud of just kind of trying to keep with it, you know what I mean? Also, I want to mention Ike Anderson. I do not want to neglect your question. You asked why I got out of Lulu. I got out of Lulu, honestly, because that was the plan for the trade. I wanted to see my 327 break. I got my 327 break, and I didn't want to stay any longer than that. You know what I mean? I think if you have a plan for a trade, you have to adhere to that plan. And so that was the plan for this Lulu. And that NVDS, that was also, I mean, I'm happy I added. I don't have any regrets about this. I'm still positive with this name. Happy I stuck with the strategy I needed to stick with for this NVDS. But I have to say, like, you know, me adding in might have been a little bit more hopium than any actual belief. Like, I was like, oh, we got to 43. We'll definitely get back to 43. Again, I managed it okay. We broke below the 90 MA. I got out. Again, no regrets on that. Happy with how I played the trade. But I just think it's important. That's why it's important to have your plan and stick to that plan and respect that. So yeah, really happy with what happened here. I'm going to stop yapping. Is Palantir still going? Because I know some people mentioned Palantir earlier. Palantir, clear of its range. Look at that VWAP bounce.
Unreal.
This was also, I know you were up for this, but I had a chair pullback moment for that range as well earlier.
Oh, I didn't even trade this today.
But look at this, look.
Oh, it's fantastic.
No, I was just saying that was, I had a chair pullback.
Oh, yeah.
Look at that. I was like, that could be a range. Happy I didn't trade it as a range. Palantir was like, Idera, what are you talking about? So yeah, happy I Palantired Palantir.
Did you say Idera?
I
like
didn't.
you Idare?
I didn't. Oh, I've gotten that a lot. Truth.
Have you?
Yeah.
So I just thought I was onto something there.
No,
I really wasn't.
No, but the Idare I have not gotten yet.
No?
Yeah, no.
Calm down, Ram. Jeez, $38 for
Yeah, I was going to say,
GameStop.
someone was saying focus on GME, Tobes.
Yeah, so I want to mention, this is what people are saying about Roaring Kitty. Apparently he's going to have a sesh tomorrow on YouTube. Yeah, well, not that kind of sesh, Ram. June 7th at 12 p.m. That's what people are saying. Shout out to Darwin. He's scheduled to go live tomorrow at noon on YouTube. Shout out to Darwin and to, I believe, Crappin. Okay. Yeah, all right. That's a great name. That's a great name, but I'm not going to read it out loud. All right. So Apple broke down right into my area at here it is, 195.55. I got out because I said I would not allow this to go against me. I have another order to defend the lower end of that area in mid-40s. We'll see whether Apple can continue to range as it has been all day. I'm going to look to get long again at the bottom end of the range. But Hood right back into high day, just printed 23.15. Watch out for the double top now, okay? We know we topped out at 16s last time. This time around, the best print's been 16. Not saying it's going to double top here. I'm just on the lookout for the double top. That's all. Here comes 16s. Now we're getting 16 prints on the ask. There is 17. Can we get 18? We got 18. Can we get 20? Let's see. We got some size here at 20, so we have some decent lottage over here at that 23.20 area. We'll see if it can continue up, but what a recovery. There it is. Go, Hood, go, baby. We got 23.20 prints right now. It was a great defend off that 22.60. I think my only mistake in this trade is not having added at 22.60, but I got to tell you the truth. I really did feel that it was going to give way there, and the reason was that feeling was quite palpable was because we kept making all these lower highs. Even though we would get bounces off 23.60, we would continue to make lower highs. And so I was like, okay, this is looking like an awfully good flat bottom break. That didn't happen. So there it goes to show you it's a lesson in confirmation bias, I guess. That's kind of what I'm trying to say there. Anyway, it's hanging out at high days. I have no plans other than to hold on to it. Tesla is just absolutely flying. So when we talked about the Zon being the best performer on the day for the longs in the Mag 7, we're standard corrected because, well, it's now Apple. I mean, it's now the Cybertruck. It's TSLA up 1.82, looking to go more, baby. And we could easily see a pivot touch over, or pivot resistance touch at that 178.50. We've already printed 178.25 on TSLA. It's been a great move up for that name on the day. Let's see what else. Goggles. Goggles has awoken. Okay, so Goggles right back into 176.90. This is where everybody and their mother's third cousin was shorting this morning. The IB high takes us just a smidge above 177 into 177.50s. But look at the umpteen amount of topping tail candles we had into resistance level 1 on pivots. We're there right now. 176.90. You could do any number of things here. You could get short right now, keep a tight stop, perhaps maybe even give it to 15s for a high day break, or you could wait for topping tail candle to come in, or wait for it to curl back down, getting it on the back end. As Neil likes to say, wait for a couple of red candles to manifest. But this is an important level here on Google because of the amount of rejections we got on the 5-minute look today, right at that level. Let's go back to GameStop because I see from the side chart that it's moving, and it certainly is, guys. 22%, forget about 38, that's gone. It's a 38.54 HOD now. GameStop's going. This thing is really moving here. Adara, if you guys want to hear about GameStop, you want to hear about the Katina man looking at all the NVIDIA trades that he's had today, but most notably, if you want his analysis on GameStop, get into the chat right now. Make sure to vote every day from 11 to 2, Adara.
Yeah, the Shim King saying, actually, I guess, foreshadowing the person we're going to have coming on. And again, I want to shout out, thank you so much, Obi, for covering for me while I am on my little weekend, my long weekend. But also, I want to shout out the Shim King saying, GameStop through 38. Oh boy. So yeah, we got a lot of that happening. Also, Amazon, to have another OP-related transition here. I did like that Amazon range. I like that we're bouncing off VWAP. I actually also love this not the 90MA. Adara, not everything's the 90MA. But no, I like this wick into VWAP, having that rejection as well. And this is right at that 182.95. I like that look, continuing to curl higher. Not one I have a read on, but I mean, okay, actually, never mind. I said not one I actually do have a read on this. Okay, I love resistance support flips. I love we had this consolidation in the 5-minute chart, 183.40, right? We have that top. Then we come, rejected again, doesn't work. Rejected again, doesn't work. Now it's support. This 183.40 could be spicy, but we do have some topping tail candles to be aware of. So going to be watching out for Amazon. Also, I want to talk about Tesla. Tesla, obviously, I did not stay in this long for a long time. It was a short long for me. The reason I got out of this where I did was I just wasn't feeling super confident in the trade with all of these topping tail candles. The breakout wasn't coming with the swiftness that I wanted, and that's definitely my fault. Also, I was definitely trying to manage my NVDL, so I was like, Adara, too many cooks in the kitchen, pick one, and I chose Gordon Ramsay, NVDL. Don't know why they made that analogy. But yeah, Tesla, I have this line drawn here, a literal line drawn in the sand. I love these areas of resistance earlier. If we have a nice firm bounce around 77s, I have 67 written down, but if I get 177, 77s, I like that look. Also, now we have Tesla breaking back above 178. I'm not going to get my dip buy, but nice look here. Shop is green now, says Fennel Shot. What a day we've had. That Shopify, which was on the downgrade side of things this morning, shout out to Sharif for putting those together, is now green on the day. Shopify as green as its logo now. Literally just got green on the day. Look at these VWAP bounces. Shout out to you, Fennel, for pointing this one out to us. Totally forgot about this name. There's just been so many catalysts and so many things moving today. But you know what was always a good look? It's good to be in the hood.
One sec, I just have to mention, I'm messaging Brendo, yeah.
No problem. But yeah, I will continue yapping then. If you want to see Sharif on the green screen, if you want to see the big kahunas looking at tickers of your choice, you know what you have to do.
Yeah, sorry.
You go in the chat right now. You go ! Join, space, $, the ticker of your choice. John H. saying, yeah, I think that's more of a Jamie Oliver. Maybe it is. I really use the Gordon Ramsay analogy. Maybe Jamie Oliver. Maybe Joe Bastianich, the very saucy man from MasterChef who's always getting his mom to judge with him. I don't know. Maybe NVDL is that guy. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
But the point is, what I'm trying to say is I did choose a cook in the kitchen. I gave up the Tesla long too early, but I'm not going to regret it. Happy with what I did. And I don't have any trades right now. I don't want to force myself into anything I'm not obsessed with. That being said, sock sell. If you want to reject VWAP and have lower highs, who am I to stop you? Who am I to stop you, Soxel? I'm no one to stop you. So we're gonna risk into 60s. We're gonna try to get in 49s. 10 penny risk, I can live with that. And so hopefully we're gonna pull up our socks, get into that sock sell short. How are you doing?
I'm good. Just watching this Google break through that level that we were talking about today. So yeah, some definite nice moves here on the Mag 7 names. I was thinking goggles short at this level, Ram. 177-ish area, but it's really breaking there decidedly. Now look at it's coming right into high of day. Here comes about 5 or 10 pennies away from the high of day at the moment. So we'll see exactly what we get here. Google's making a move. Tesla's making a move. Not really getting much in the way of a move from Apple. It's been a range trade, which has been okay. The rounded bottom on Meta, though, is awfully nice here. I do anticipate possibly some resistance at 500, even though we were able to get well above that today at 502.82. So good look on Meta here. In fact, I like that look so much. I'm going to try to get in off the 10 period here on a retracement. Now, this one, it might go without me, though. That's the thing. Yeah. All right, well, it's probably time we talk about GME, though. Yeah, look, guys, I'm not going to trade GME, but I'm going to look at it for you because I know it's very important to everybody in the chat. I see you guys. I see everybody's talking about it. AMC's moving now, too. It's not just GME. So here we go. AMC's getting a bump right into high of day. It's at 5 2/3 right now. It's up 8 3/4. It's doing its thing as well. Let me bring in the memes over here. So you have GME, AMC over here. You have COS, all right? COS is starting to do, but the volume on COS is crap. It's 308,000 shares, but it is also another meme name as well. But be on the lookout. These guys are moving, and once they move, they really move here, guys. So 39.50 HOD right now on GME, up 25%. It was a midday move, really being probably spurred by the announcement of Roaring Kitty that he will have some sort of live tomorrow on YouTube. It's said, we'll see whether or not, it's going to be a Sell the News event on Monday. I'm also anticipating another Sell the News event on Monday on Apple. And I will be getting very ready with my orders layered to pick up Apple because I'm anticipating, again, a big red day of sorts on either Monday or Tuesday for AAPL as people look to wet their beak on some of this move. All right, I was just saying going long Meta here because of the rounded top, but I'm starting to see possible resistance over here at the 499 area, and now this topping tail candle doesn't look all that good. I'm going to pack my patience. It looks as if definitely you could have had something off the 50 over here, so maybe I'll have to wait for that. Otherwise, I'm just going to stay put and keep an eye on GME to see if I can have a trade on that.
Nice. Yeah, hopefully that you can get game started with GameStop.
Game started.
Also, I hope that those prints are red delicious. You can pick up some more Apple trades. Yeah, I've got to get the puns in before I leave, guys.
There you go.
But yeah, this SOX L, I have a feeling this is going to be a SOX L and not a SOX W, but I don't have any reason to leave yet. Maybe like Adara, if you don't feel good about it, why are you in it? It's not that I don't feel good about it. I think the technicals are good. I just need the other chips to fall where they may. The chips need to fall where they need to fall. The chips actually just need to fall, basically. But so look at this. To me, this is actually a bearish look. We have lower highs. We don't really have lower lows. We're kind of bouncing off the 90 MA and the 5, but we do have lower highs. We rejected that VWAP beautifully. I don't want to take a trade just on a VWAP rejection, but if this is our second VWAP rejection and we have lower highs, I'll take that heat. I do want all that smoke. So that's what I want to be getting here on my SOX L. A couple pennies out of the money. If we poke our head into that 52s, I'm going to be watching out for that. If we break up into 60s, decisively above VWAP, we're going to have to call things quits, cut it short there. What other names are oh, IWM also looking for a VWAP rejection, so I'm going to be cognizant of that. Also, it would be, I cannot believe I have not looked at AMD yet today. I'm very sorry to everyone. I should have looked at this AMD earlier. I think I might have looked at it for a second. Oh, AMD. Look at this AMD. We pop into 167.50 with a topping tail candle. Reject. Bounce off VWAP. Oh, 167.50. No. And even lower. Bouncing off this level I actually drew earlier. So that, God, I mean, I love that. I love when you draw levels and they end up working out. Look at that. We bounce here off that 165.25. We come right back up. Then we reject 167.50 again. But you have something way more interesting than this.
It's just flying. It's flying. 40.75, guys. This is it. Like, this is the kind of thing that we saw in 2022. This is like exactly how it kind of went down here. We're moving dollars at a time now. The tape is really picking up. As you can see, the boys on the floor are yelling because they're trading it. Shout out to them. I know Wainers took that 38 long. Shout out to Wainers. Go Wainers. It's up. We're flying here. 41 bucks. Let's go. 42. Bring it in, 42. It's going to come soon. Let's go, baby. 30% in the clear now. What's the short float on this again?
It's like 21, I thought.
Okay, that's not bad. I mean, it's decent. Yeah, 25.5% a dare. Not too bad at all. 25.49 says at Trade Ideas. Here comes 41.5. There goes 41.5 now. It's 41.64 HOD. Now we're going to halt or fake halt right now. Let's see if we get the halt. Nope, not yet. So the sellers come in there aggressively and push this bad boy back down. Big move up today for the apes, for everybody who loves these meme stocks. I'm very happy we're able to kind of talk about it this week. And here it goes. Forget about the RSI and the MACD for now. You're going to have to keep your eye on price. You don't want to be shorting at these levels. That isn't until you see some weakness. 42 is incoming. It seems inevitable. At this moment. Where is the resistance level here? We should be doing some charting here rather than yelling. So let's find out exactly where.
We can chart and yell.
Yeah, we can do both, Adair. Good call. Let's have a look over here. All right, so we definitely have resistance. Okay, coming soon to a theater near you. You like that? 45 bucks. Thereabouts. We have the topping tail candles that go into 47s, but there will be likely resistance in and around here. That is the level back from June 3rd. It now on the half an hour looks like one hell of a rounded bottom. Is it halted? No, not yet. 42.06. It could halt at this level. Let's see if it's a fake halt here. We're seeing a whole bunch of red coming in on the tape, and we have sixes. It's going to false halt. There it is, right back up again. I knew it. I could see that one coming. Wow. Did it halt? It's halted. Okay, good. There we go. 42.06. Halt. Let me give you the tap. No tap yet, because New York. That's right. I forgot about that. Yeah, so some of the New York stocks we're not going to get the tap on. Wowzers. That's all I can say about that. That was very exciting to watch. And I'm sorry I had to interrupt you, but I'm sure you understand what...
I totally understand. Yeah. I mean, there was literally... We would have gained nothing from me waffling about one level in AMD over and over. Although that level did actually flip to resistance from support in the time we yapped. So that was
it is. And we should also be cognizant of its sister company, AMC. because it's still going, Adara. AMC now, that GME's halted, is probably going to go, and here it is. It's at high day, 584. Let's see if 6 can come in. It's probably inevitable as well, because now that everybody's focusing on this one, we're probably going to get some love in this one as well. So this is going to be a punch and pray kind of thing. I don't think technicals factor all that much with this type of trading. Beautiful look on the day for the memes, and I hope everybody's printing out there, straight up.
Yeah, I mean, Mark the Realtor, 19305. Shout out to 305 in my city, a really old Drake song, and also, you know, Miami, the city. But Mark the Realtor, 305, 199 super chat. Thank you so much for the super chat. We are all here for it. GME and AMC. Movie emoji, popcorn emoji, exclamation point, party, low, like, streamer face. So shout out to you. But you know what? Also, Mark, the Realtor 305, unfortunately, you know, we can't look at GME and GameStop every single second because there are so many stocks moving. But you know what you can do is you can vote in the chat, and then we can look at it on the green screen with Neil and Sean giving their levels on it. You might be asking, how do I do that? How do I go about doing that? Well, we'll tell you. What you do is you go in the chat right now, you go exclamation point join, space, $, whatever ticker you want to look at, GME, AMC, what have you. And then once you have those tickers in there, then you have a shot at having your voice heard. Well, you don't have a shot, you will get your voice heard. And maybe Sean and Neil will be looking at the ticker that you want. GME, NVIDIA, Tesla, Microsoft, AMC, Meta, Amazon, Google, Apple. Any ticker you want to see, you put that in the chat right now. Just do exclamation point, join, space, $, whatever that ticker is, but you only have 10 more minutes left. I cannot believe how quickly today is flying. Time flies when you have fun. I love the markets.
Absolutely. All right, I mean, 570, I'm going to put an order at 571 for AMC. That's a 10-period moving average. I mean, I'm not trying to say that this is going to respect moving averages. I'm trying to figure out some way to get into this without, you know, just punching in willy-nilly at random levels. There does seem to be some action over here at 580. Okay, here we go, all the way back down. Now, there's a tug of war happening here because we couldn't break 580. It looked like there was a hidden buyer at 580, but we're below there right now. Let's see if we make it back down into that 10 period. I'm waiting at that 571, 572. I probably have to move that up though, because the 10 period is dynamic and it's also moving up. I think we're going to break 6 here. This candle going green, 596 HOD. We're 10 pennies away from the HOD. Full tilt banana asking for a tap on GME. Sadly, I don't have a tap because it is a NYSE stock. Neil, do you have a tap for GME? It says 4206 on Neil's screen. I don't have one here on my platform. That is not unusual for NYSE stocks from my experience. So we'll see exactly what we get there. But yeah, good move up for GameStop. I'm not exactly sure when it halted. Let me just look super quick to see exactly when to expect this monster. So it did halt here. 138.15. So it should be going live, sorry, at 143.15. Oh, perfect. It's a sell. Oh, thank you for that. That's great. Yeah, there it is. So there you can see the auction live on Neil's screen. That is the, that's the, what's it called? The Yeah, okay. In any event, I think we're going to get an GME open in about 30 seconds or so. So we'll wait for that. But right now, AMC is all the hype because it's on the way to $6. At least it feels like, but a bit of a tug of war happening right now between buyers and sellers at these levels. So we'll see how it resumes. And I want to see if AMC will continue to pump in the same way that it just did once GME opens. We'll have to wait and see for that, Adair.
We have to wait in AMC.
Oh. GME's open.
GME's open?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, here we go again. So now GameStonk is up to 41.84, but I mean, it halted at 42.06. We're gonna have to watch. Sorry for the dark pool prints here, guys, but yeah, breaking down into 40s. Let's see if this one can trigger a 20 period touch. It just touched the 20 period on the one and right back up 60 pennies off that, right back into 41.5. This was going to 42 again. Here we go. 42.06 HOD, and there it is, baby. 42.60 now. HOD on this monster. Lots of volatility, baby. It's up 35%. And there it is again, another high of day. Into 43 we go. Lots of strength here. Wow, 76 million shares done so far. This is the area I believe we were talking about that we topped out at not that long ago. Let's have a look. No, we're generally in that vicinity. So 43 is going to halt here? No. Is it halt? Okay, I don't have eyes on it. No, it's not. It's not. Okay, so we're going to have to keep eyes on this, Adira. I'm tired of talking. What are you looking at?
Yeah, sorry. I'm just, did not mean to keep you talking there. So Microsoft, they got out of this short. Still happy I took it because honestly, the reason that I had for not taking it was going to be, oh, well, I'm worried because my last Microsoft trade didn't go very well, which is, sorry for that voice, but that's not a reason to not take a trade. You have to be taking a trade if you like the trade, right? Microsoft, I had these shorts initially, have not been able to time the short appropriately since, but it's like, I like that 423 rejection. As we had all of this other strength in the market, we were continuing to grind a little bit lower here on Microsoft. So I thought, Adira, take the trade. I didn't risk very much. I risked like 20 pennies. Happy with it, no complaints, and no regrets. But you know what I'm really looking at right now? We know, although I do want to, shout out Sharif, because Sharif did mention, I've been moving away from this a little bit lately because I've been trying to diversify my trading styles, but I still love a good range. I love a good range with all my heart. Call me a Walker, Texas Ranger, because I love these range trades. But look at what we're getting in NVIDIA. And the base of it is that level of support we had in NVIDIA yesterday before that 12 break. That's right, 197 and change. And the top is going to be this 1203. So it's like, Adira, why are you not all up in your NVDL? I don't know. Why am I not up in my NVDL? I don't have an answer for you. So I'm getting involved. We're going to risk here into the bottom of, we're going to risk into 6709. Am I risking very much? Not at all. But I mean, look how clear of a bottom that is. I have no problem with that. Okay, well, in order to risk, we have to get in the trade. So NVDL, if you want to NVD let me in, I'd be greatly appreciative. But yeah, I think the biggest thing I'm learning is you can't be scared to take trades because you lost earlier. You don't, you know what I mean? That there's nothing in that. And there is no shame in trying for something as long as you try it with a risk management strategy in place. Although sometimes risk management strategy can get you out of the Tesla, but you still have to have it because that could have gone totally against me and then I would have been all bummed out, right? That I didn't have that plan. So you got to go. The market will try to chew you up and spit you out, and you just have to be like, no, market, I'm still here. I'm still making my trades. NVDL, please keep pushing higher. This has been such a fun day. Disney says Pablo with 2 question marks. Let's find out. No, Pablo doesn't have 2 question marks, but Disney does. So let's look at Disney because I want to look at some other tickers for people. Sorry, guys, I'm just so excited today. It's so fun to be in these. Wow, Disney. Woo. Look at these rejections, strong rejections here with these topping tail candles into 101.45, not so fast. Couple times, nice little range here earlier with that 101.50 base. Then we come, 101.05. Then we come bounce off the 90 MA. We have our last little push, resistance, not quite yet. Then we finally get our gorgeous flat top break here above that 101.40 level. Great look here for DIS, House of Mouse. I'm sure these mice are scrambling around all happy, eating those little pieces of cheese there. Hopefully you can afford some nice Havarti, some Gouda with the cheese you are making from this House of Mouse trade.
What is your favorite cheese?
Oh my God, don't get me started. I love cheese. I literally,
Are you a wine and cheese person?
I'm bad. I like rosé. I'm basic.
Okay,
but
that's not basic.
I could do rosé and cheese. Yeah, I love Parm. Parm is my favorite cheese.
Okay.
But I'm also very partial to a brie. I was just talking to you earlier about brie.
Yes.
Apple and turkey and how good that tastes.
I was very surprised about that. I'm not gonna lie. Ram's loving that. They were chatting up a storm together this morning about putting green apples with turkey on brie. I love it. I love it. I mean, it's fantastic, guys. I'm long AMC at 77. I'm looking for another move up here. We'll see what AMC does. I have a tight stop. Already took a little profit there through the top. But you know what? When it starts kind of slowing down like this is kind of when I get a little bit nervous. But I don't really punch in when everybody else is piling. So if I'm doing that, then I should anticipate a retracement on times that I get in. We'll see what we get here. And we will not get upset no matter what. I'm waiting at 86s and then above that 92s. Let's see if AMC can continue to run up. GME is, I see, what's that? Thank you. Yes, Ram. Thank you for reminding me about that. Guys, if you want to hear what Neil and Sean see on GME and AMC, then you're going to do the following. You're going to go into the chat right now. You're going to hit the following prompt. You're going to hit join, exclamation point, join. Then space and the ticker. with the dollar sign above it, just like you see on the screen right there. Make sure there's a space between the word join and the dollar sign. Otherwise, Streamlabs will not pick up on that. Make sure you're voting every day, and make sure you're voting today. Otherwise, you know, GME and AMC may not even make it onto the list, and you guys don't want that, right? So get your vote in every dang day. We already took another beak wetter there on AMC. Let's see if it can run up through the 90s. Again, I'd love a 6 break on this one. Let's go. Maybe we'll hit this one. I like this one. Yes, there we go. Let's go, meme gods. Bring up the memes. Reawaken the memes, baby. They've been dormant for far too long. Now it's coming back down. Now this is trouble here, Darrow. Let's see if that breaks that 75 penny area. I've got 64s as my out. We're risking 11 pennies through the entry to the out. Right now it's coming back down into that 75, but you know, bamboozlement is this stock's middle name. So be ready for any moves up and moves down. Make sure you're voting. I love how I see everybody voting right now in the chat. Get your vote in every day and have your say. Let's move, baby. What do you got?
Shout out to you on that AMC. You know, the thing is with trading, sometimes it's a little bit hard. You're like I did give up some of the gains I made earlier today. I'm still up on the day.
Nice.
Still really proud of what I've done. I'm not even gonna lie. This is, if not my best day, it's going on my second best day. And it was initially my best day, and then we did give up some of those moves. But it's like, I'm not upset with any of the trades I made since those decisions, right? The one thing I want to talk about, this NVDL management could have been way better. My issue was sometimes things just run way too fast. I still have issues with setting stops. I need to figure out how to set stops properly, because that was my issue, is it did not stop properly. I mean, to be fair, and that's why sometimes I think having a tight risk management works for me, because if it doesn't work out, I'm still not going to lose too much. But NVIDIA fell like crazy. NVD fell like crazy. I'm still up on this name. I did give up some of those earlier gains though, but I'm not going to cry over spilt shares, because I'm still proud of what I did, still proud of the trades I took. And that's the biggest thing, is I think it's about trying to decipher and discern between, I'm trying to find a way to word this, to discern between, like, obviously you don't want to trade for profit and loss, you want to trade for trades you like, but you also want to maintain your profit, right? So I think trying to discern between those two things is something I absolutely want to work on a little bit more, because I do want to make some profit, you know what I mean? I'm not going to lie, this has been a good trading week for me. I feel like I made some breakthroughs over the last couple weeks. I want to keep that going. And again, I really want to thank the community here in this chat for that. I appreciate what everyone has to say in the chat. I know my style is a little bit funky. I do not stay in moves for very long. I have a certain way I trade, but I really do appreciate everyone in the chat sharing their thoughts, sharing their POV. Sometimes you have to try things to figure out if they work or do not work for you. But are you still hanging out with the 8?
I took off because it did break through my level, so that's the end of that trade for me. I'm going to see where it holds up. 540 is where the volume-weighted average price is. Keep an eye on AMC and GME. They're moving in tandem, so I'm going to keep an eye on that. I'm not going to short it. You don't have to borrow shorts when you're in the sim, so I can just short it, but I'm not going to do that right now. I want to see if it's still strong, possibly to the high side at that volume-weighted average price. So I'm going to wait on there. But this is the one that I've really had the best success with today, is HOOD. It made its way up all the way to 23.25. I only had one more out on it, though. That's why I didn't wet my beak there. But it looks like it's coming back down into 23. I want to see what it does at 23. So if this one holds up at 23, I'll definitely add a little bit more for that move back up. But, you know, I'm not saying HOOD is going to be connected to these meme names, but we all know there's an overlap. There's a story between them, obviously. So let's see if HOOD can get any sort of parabolic movement behind itself here. Let's go back to AMC, because we did bounce off that $half area. It looks like people were buying at the 550s, but you're not getting that same type of bottoming tail candle on GME. That's because it's halted to the downside. GME now halted 40.18. It's still up 27.27%, but it is halted at 40.18. And sadly, I do not have a tap on it because it is a NYSE name. So I will not be able to give you the theoretical auction price on GME, so we'll have to wait there. Eyes on AMC though, guys. Eyes on AMC. When one is halted, the other traders could move to the other one. So let's go ahead and see if we can risk 7 pennies here on this name for a 10-period defend. That's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to put it at 49. So then we'll put it into that and see if we can get something there. All right, already moving up a skosh. Let's put in our orders at different levels to see if we can capitalize on the momentum. And then we'll put some at the $0.75 as well. Let's see if the shorts are going to start piling in now, or whether the longs can take advantage of the temporary halt in momentum of GME to pile into AMC. Let's find out.
Yeah, so I did get back in a trade. I got into this NVDS. I'm trying to be cognizant of not taking trades just to take trades, because I do think there was a little bit of that for me earlier, because I think it's hard because you want to make sure you're taking trades while you're on the show, right? And then I think sometimes I find maybe I'm slipping into taking trades I don't necessarily love, which is something I want to work on and, journal about, maybe figure out how I feel about that. This NVDS trade, though, I really like. Why? Well, look at, okay, as I say that, maybe not. But look at this NVIDIA. We're hitting into that area of resistance. I was like, Adara, try this. You might like it. It's a pretty small position. If we dip any lower here, I'm going to have to get out. But I really, again, like, you owe it to yourself to try taking things. And as I say that, we dip lower. So we're going to have to be getting out of this NVDS for a little bit of an NVDL there. Not bad. Again, still up on these names, still up on the day. And I need to trade P&L less, because it's like you learn from every trade you take, win or lose. And it's funny that the trade I learned the most from was a trade where I kind of did nothing, which is going to be this Tesla. I set my stop at an area, and you have to accept that, hey, maybe it's okay that stop didn't go, because that allowed me to get involved in Lulu, that NVDL breakout. There's so many opportunities that you get. When one door closes, the window opens. And unfortunately, your window to vote has closed for today. You're not going to see that here at the green screen, but tomorrow we'll get a whole new window to vote.
Absolutely.
To see the mustachioed man to my right. I really like saying that.
I know. We're going to be with the OB. We're going to miss you on the show, obviously. We're going to miss you on Monday as well. But you're going to get some well-needed R&R, because I know for a fact you haven't had a vacation since you got here. So, and she's the hardest working person here. I think you're number 2 after Neil. You get in the morning, and you're like one of the latest people that leaves. Adara is... Oh, really? Who? Neil? Fabian? The Chilean Nightmare is not here tomorrow? This place is going to fall apart.
It'll become it'll become a daydream. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. Fabian, I hope you enjoy your vacation.
Yes, Fabian.
As well. I was just making a silly pun. But yeah, shout out to Fabian. I didn't know you were off Monday as well, so Fabian and I apparently having matching vacations. Hope you enjoy your vacay.
All right, I'm just going to send it to you for one quick sec to use the bathroom before I set up on the green screen.
Yeah. Thank you so much to Sharif for that. This has been such a fun day, guys. Bora out saying the Stash Nation, baby. Yeah, instead of like Bachelor Nation, it's like Statchler Nation. I don't know. But yeah, shout out to Sharif and his now famous mustache. So really fun time. Let's take a look at some of these other names. Lululemon, what a move down here. I'm kind of upset I didn't miss the opportunity to go short this name. I will say, if you're looking at Lulu, again, this is not advice, this is my take on the chart. We're coming to a really interesting level here, this 324.50. That was a huge resistance support flip earlier that I tried to play that ended up working out here. So I would say, watch out for Lulu, 324.50. I think things could get kind of spicy here. M. Mason, yeah, I know I talked pretty quickly there. I like to talk as quickly as how these markets move, so I want to be part of that. Gatorman saying, Amazon says, don't leave me out. Oh, yeah, let's take a look at that Amazon. This is what I should have been doing. I'm like messing around in NVDL and NVDS, and Amazon's like, Adara, I'm just still in my move to the upside that you talked about, but okay, that's fine. This one continuing to push to the upside. GME down, GME open. Some comments here on GME. Let's see how the games are going on GameStop. This is a hard look on a chart for me. We did have this little bullish push here below into 39s, but we are hanging out around the 90 ME. I hope for everyone's sake in the long, the games don't stop for you guys. I really do wish everyone's, I hope everyone prints. And shout out to Wayne in the back who's like through.
Wayner, yeah, I just told him right now. I'm like, great trade, Wayne. The dude, I was walking by. I heard him punch long at 38. This thing made it up into 44. Shout out to Wayners. You got to put on the trades if you want to make the money. And the dude did it back there. He's sitting there all the time. His hands like this, and he's all like, you know, Wayners style. But anyway, guys, I wet my beak a couple of times right now on AMC. On the way up, the stop is in place. If it breaks 50, that's going to be the end of the story. I've given it 10 pennies worth of a spread on the stop because this thing's a monster. It could absolutely run your stop, no problem. Hopefully everybody prints. I'm going to send it to Adara now. I will see you guys tomorrow. I will be with Obi. It will be Obi and I on tomorrow and on Monday. So make sure to join us tomorrow.
Yeah, please join Obi and Darren. Wow, I'm tired. Obi and Sharif, who are going to be on tomorrow and Monday. I want to shout out Obi again. Thank you so much for covering for me. Much appreciated. Also, I did just get in and out quickly of the stock sell. I saw this continued grind to the upside. We had a lot of chop and churn. I said, let's try to play that. Stock sell was like, I don't think so. So it's all good. But yeah, in all seriousness, like I said, I do want to work after my vacation, hopefully get some R&R. I want to do some reflection on some trades. And I definitely want to come back and try to figure out the over trading thing. I do think, it's hard because you want to make sure you're making trades while you're on the desk, but you also don't want to be getting involved in things that don't make sense for you, right? That being said, I'm really proud to say 6 positive names, 2 negative names. One of them Tesla, the other one this SOXL. So pretty proud of what I did here. I just need to work on making those losses a little bit smaller and not crowding into trades that don't make sense. G&E Day, congrats to Kitty Nation, says Finch Jane. Yeah, I think certainly the kittens are pleased as punch. Roaring Kitty is certainly roaring to the upside. The bears were growling, and then the bull said, no, I don't think so. Basically flat on the day for the Qs, slightly down on the day for the SPY. Oh, man. If the SPY bounces, we got our last share pushback of the day. If the SPY bounces off that 534 area, this is going to be something else. A little bit sad I'm not taking that trade, but congrats to anyone who does. Love this chop and churn here on these markets. I'm so happy to be here, guys. Hope you guys have a great weekend. Thanks again. Or sorry, not weekend. Hope you guys have a great rest of the week. Thank you so much to Obi for taking over for me on Friday and Monday. Cannot wait to see you guys on Tuesday for a post-split NVIDIA. Same bad time, same bad channel with Sharif and Obi tomorrow. Let's see Sharif at the big desk. Oh, screen.
Welcome to the segment where you choose what we talk about every day from 2 to 2:30. You get to have your say. You get to vote every day from 11 to 1:50 for your favorite tickers. Neil and Sean, they're locked in at the big desk. They're ready to look at the stocks that you want. But first, let's have a look at the futures. As you can see, very sideways today. There were a lot of movers. There were strong Amazon. Tesla got going midday as well. But you had the likes of Apple and these other names that were awfully consolidated. NVIDIA chief among them. We'll get to that one in a sec. But this is what everybody wants to talk about. GameStop getting that big move midday on the back of news that Roaring Kitty will be doing a live tomorrow on YouTube at 12. And that had everybody talking, guys. What is the look on GameStop?
All right, 12 o'clock. Yeah,
Madness is what the look is.
Okay, that should be exciting. That should be exciting.
Madness, this is GameStop. That's what it is. I can't. The level of FOMO I have over GameStop is it's high because whatever. It is what it is. The chart's going to speak for itself. I have my hand. I'm that guy today. This is like at that 35 level. I was in, I was out, I was scalping. I'm like, oh yeah, this is scalping. You're getting all the dips you want. And then I got this fill right in here, and that was at 35.65. You got to really squint to be able to see it. It went to $44. All you got to do is say you're live streaming, and apparently you're going ham. And the kicker for all of this is they just said we're going to investigate for manipulation. Who cares? I'm doing a live stream, and we're going streaking to the moon. That being said, you're going to see that I'm short BlackBerry because obviously, all I'm going to say is this. When GameStop holds it down, this you could do. You can't even make this crap up. Like GameStop literally turned on and went nasty to the downside, and you could short like, I had it at 90. I was able to get more at like 91 on the top side when GameStop went into a halt, so I'm sitting in this one off of VWAP. I did try a scalp trade off the halt level at 42, which I feel like is a bit of a thing in the other direction, but it couldn't get through 43. So, the other thing is for anyone at Real Trading, if you have the Frex key, I just learned this today, that routing key, you don't want to be using it when you have these parabolic movers, especially if it's going into halt bands. Yeah, it can get stuck. It's just the way that it works, and it's a Frex thing. All the other gateways are fine. If you're at Real Trading, you'll know what I'm talking about. But yeah, it's going ham. It's insane. It's GameStop. The 38 level, I guess if we're talking about where this got insane, this was the 38.40 area the other day on the gap up when he disclosed the position. And I think this is where the support feels like it's trying to come in. It's between like $38 and $40, and that's where things died earlier. So I guess there's some logic there as to what level is holding, but I don't want to hold on to logic too much with this stock.
So we're going to talk about NVIDIA after. We had obviously a monster trade. We're trying to get out of SMH now as we continue to hold on for this one. But yeah, GameStop is not stopping. So, I mean, that dip buy into there, I think you could just watch this 50-period moving average, but here we go. I mean, it's going to be another day tomorrow. If you've made money today, great. If you're thinking about holding on to it, I think that's great also. If you want to get flat and wait to see what tomorrow brings, amazing. Up 30%. It was our trade of the week back at the beginning of the week. Fell right back into some support at 25, 26, and now you're all the way to $41. You got Dave Portnoy, you've got Roaring Kitty, you've got Adara, you've got all of these people talking all about GameStop, and I mean, it is making that move one more time today. So, hey, look, feel like it's going to halt one more time. I mean, we just got 2 back-to-back halts there. First one did activate it back up to 44. Second one actually kind of opened pretty flat, found a level of 40, and went back to 42. So, I mean, you know, that move down into 39 is something. But again, if you're holding for $1 winners, you got to be holding for $1 losers. I mean, or somewhere near there. So, GameStop continues to be that name. I mean, whether or not we take the long, breaking through 42 has to break first. 42.30 looks like a pretty good level right there on the 1-minute chart. So if we break through there, you can use maybe 42 as your bottom, and I think that makes a lot of sense. So yeah, so far so good here. Almost $1 in the money on this SMH short. We'll talk about this up next.
Some profit taking today, definitely on NVIDIA after hitting all-time highs yesterday. Record close. No real catalyst today for NVIDIA, but it was definitely on the way down. A little bit weaker. I know somebody on the big desk here had a $30 winner. Tell us all about it, Sean.
It was 40, but yeah, we only got 30 on it. So at the end of the day here, NVIDIA was just a really, really big. First of all, we're starting to head to the downside right now on these futures. So there it is right now. Let's go over to the SMH right here. We are currently in this position. It is now $1 in the money. It just wicked down into here into 22s or so. But SMH continuing to fly. And we went over, I'm going to put another bid here just to punch out. Let's get something out at 27. Oh yeah, props up on that one. Man, what a different day we're having now after this move on NVIDIA. So we lost enough money trying to chase this. We early had a $13, $15 winner. We bought the pre-market lows, and we were really patient and waited for that. We sort of built that out and how that was working. But there it is, right into the pre-market, and here's those love. But then it broke $12.50, and we love that as well. We got $4 or $5. But as it came back, we started to get out of that trade, and it was not holding, and it was a violent move all the way down. Thankfully, we were able to get out at 12.40 and 12.45, but the damage had, wow, this SMH is doing well now. The damage had already been done. Then we tested 1200. That broke as well. Tested the short, did not get it. Got it 1 and 1. So that was about flat. So we were down on NVIDIA. Then all of a sudden, we got a double touch there at VWAP. That was 12.23. This happened live on the show. We thought we were doing pretty good getting out for 10 bucks. Then it went all the way down to 12.06 into this area, 50-period moving average. Then it absolutely crashed, and we had tweeted out 11.85. Well, it hit that a couple times, and we should have took it. But then on the way back up, as it broke through the 50-period, and this little shelf right there at 11.92, we covered. So 12.23. They're $11.92, so yeah, $31 at the end of it all, but it was 40. It did touch 11.83, which matched basically that bottom to the T. So feeling a little silly that we didn't have that bid there, but we thought we were going lower, and we'd even put that in the chat, that it was up to everybody, but our initial thought was here, could have took it, didn't, and look what's happening right now. There's another 200-period double touch. So, I mean, nice move back in for NVIDIA. The market's trying to come in, and we have the short here on SMH, and we had to fight.
GameStop's halting down.
GameStop's halting down. Okay, so we'll just interrupt all this because that's important. Okay, yeah, GameStop's halting big time to the downside right now. Is it worth getting some shares short if you're able to? Probably, but how do you exactly do that?
Nope, didn't
No,
get it.
so we did not get any halt shares there on that either. So there's GameStop attempting and now halted at 38.70. Clip it for that one because it is a nice move. Downside there for GameStop finally finding its way. But SMH, VWAP trade, same thing. We're trying to find stocks at VWAP, SMH, nice downside push. Is what it is, but we're $1 in the money on that one. And then GameStop. Yuck, did you get short?
No, I didn't get anything. Just
all right.
I want to leave the order out there because whatever. It's
No,
yeah. So,
no.
anyways, try to get there really fast. But I was looking at we're talking about NVIDIA. I wasn't on the level 2. If you're trading and you're on the level 2 and you're trying to get the whole trade, you got to get right to it. Here, I'll just quickly show you guys the chart. Something smells delicious. Who's eating It's that jerk chicken.
Oh, she's got the jerk chicken going on.
So the halt is at,
Which is not spicy at all, by the way.
no, but it was delicious. I had a piece.
Adara, can I get a jerk chicken?
38.7. 38.7 is the halt price. Because it's New York, we actually don't get updates on the tap. So when it opens on NASDAQ stocks. We'll be able to usually tell you. What we can do is always just look at what the open interest is. So right now, it's indicating 140,000 to the sell side. So we can look. It's not giving us a tap. It basically the auction value is where it closed, but it's 180,000 to sell. I know that's not a big number, but it was only 120 the last time, and it opened initially down off of this halt. It opened initially down, so we'll see what happens there. I'm only in BlackBerry. NVIDIA, as good as yesterday was, I should say. I had some winning trades on NVIDIA, but it all amounts to basically flat.
7, I think.
Like I had a breakout. If that breakout failed, was up on it there, then reloaded and lost, and actually made money on that trade, then made money there, and then lost and lost. So it's like I'm literally flat on the stock. And I had this trend line that if it doesn't break the trend, it feels like it could have caught a little bit of a bid there. But
I have an update.
Yeah, we'll let you guys know what's going on with GME when it does open. Wow, I can't believe as quickly as that came up, right back at the 38 level. Unbelievable that stock.
I have an update about the jerk chicken.
Wow,
So Adara had it. So at first enters, right? And then she was like 5, 5.5, 6. Then I saw the reach for the water. And then it went to 6.5. And I think we're getting about a 7. What are you thinking, Adara? 7? 8?
An 8?
8 out of 10 on that? What?
Oh,
what are they doing in Winnipeg? Like my kids would eat that and say, "Where's the spice?"
It's the one. Big Patty Ice brought some hot sauce.
Right. Okay. Right.
Oh, right. Do you still have it? I'll taste.
Adara, do they have jerk chicken in Winnipeg?
I'll do a spoon live of his hot. He got some real.
Yeah.
Hot sauce.
I mean.
Well, he's busy. He's probably trading GameStop. But
no, don't punch out of anything. Are you ridiculous?
Out. I will.
Who cares if Neil wants a hot sauce?
I will go when we get a chance. We got Frank on here.
Who cares? Yeah, we got consolidation. That's exactly what I'm trying to talk about. BPI, man. There's a couple ones around here, but we really like
these good people.
Patty Ice there. So.
Good people.
All right, let's go over and talk about what AMD. Okay, let's go talk about another chip name. Why not?
I told Adara it's either milk or bread, not water for that hot stuff, but give that a try. AMD, NVIDIA's little cousin, next on the board, and that's exactly how tech investor Paul Meeks feels about it. He feels that they're going to get some of the GPU hype that NVIDIA is obviously feeding off right now. Kind of a decent day for AMD today, about 0.75% in the green. Did you guys have a look at this one?
AMD? Why look at that? No, I didn't trade it today, thank goodness. I'll be happy that I didn't trade it today because I feel like there would have been a lot of bamboozlement on this stock, at least for me, because when NVIDIA was flushing and doing all that good stuff, like look at the move that went up in AMD, and then it didn't follow through breaking lows. So these are not real wicks. These are like dark pool wicks in there. So all it did is hold higher lows when NVIDIA was getting crushed. That would lead me to believe when the market's at the bottom, AMD could be along this afternoon. If we bounce off these lows, like why wouldn't AMD be along? So from the 15-minute to this little VWAP bounce, I'm not completely convinced the market is going to hold these lows, but if we can, I think you look for higher lows off of VWAP. It's a weird one because it's hard to look at that move on NVIDIA and expect to see AMD putting in higher lows when NVIDIA is down there. Is what it is, though. So I'll be looking for VWAP bounces, but only if the futures hold this bottom. Watch out. Apple is trying to bounce off 195. Apple has gone red and trying to bounce off a key 95 level.
Yeah, so AMD, my whole day is basically this AMD. So what we're down on AMD is basically what we're down this today. And we're down because we just kept shorting this and didn't believe it. We had the short early and it was fantastic. I mean, we were doing real well, shorting 165, 165.50 as NVIDIA really started to break down. But then as NVIDIA was still kind of breaking down, AMD said, no, hold your horses on this one. And it's actually green now. So we fought it all the way up. We fought it into the pre-market highs, which is normally a spot that we really like. I don't think I violated any of the rules other than standing in front of a trending stock. But you can't just keep on sitting in front of a trending stock and taking the short over and over and over again. So eventually we stopped. GameStop is now
back
open, so let's
open.
go have a quick look at what it's doing. So here goes GameStop, now open and yeah, willing to dance a little bit here. So I'm just going to adjust my shares and see what happens here for GameStop. So nice move back in. VWAP down here at 36. Could be a nice little level. We don't want to halt again, do we? No, we do not. So a break higher above like 39, that last halt area, 38.70, would do it for me, but that's got to be almost 39 bucks breaking higher on GameStop. I think that would be the punch long, but it is retracing pretty good here.
I mean, it is VWAP, so 37 could hold. I don't know. I'm looking for bounce play in this thing, but like, yeah, it looks like it could go another down halt. That stinks. It's more fun if it was bouncing higher.
Palantir up 3 1/3 ahead of its AIPCon event next week. Make sure to catch that. We've seen them sign multiple new contracts this year, mostly with government contracts. They are trying to expand into that commercial space, and that's what I'll be looking to hear from their conference event. Palantir, as I said, up 3 1/3, pulling back a little bit right now, guys. Did you have a look at Palantir?
So
That's Palantir.
I was still trying to. Yeah, I'm not even focused right now on Palantir because I was just thinking about GameStop. Again, it just basically bounced off VWAP. So it didn't exactly get to that 36, but we were pretty foolish by not taking something there, I feel like. So I'm going to try to get something here at I can't even get 38s. We'll see if we, I try to get a 38 pullback there. We're bidding 38.05. I don't really know why it matters what exact penny that we're bidding. It doesn't. All right, I mean, let's just punch a little bit higher then. All right, we'll take it right now, of course, as it comes back in. I do want to still go back down into 37 and change, see if we can get that, and then use basically 36.50 as our stop. So I'm long now, excuse me, into GameStop. And yeah, I guess giddy up, and we'll see what winds up happening here with GameStop. But we are now long at 21s here on GME with a lower bid at 37 and change because, I mean, I want that fill. So if it comes back in, let's get it to us. We should have had it a little bit earlier. Right now, 30 cents in the money. All right, so what I was getting at there with Palantir before we got sidelined a little bit there was, look, Hood, long. I mean, come on. I don't even know if Hood's on that list. I didn't even look. Right now, by the way, we're 70 cents in the money on that GameStop, and we missed it. NVIDIA long. Well, you saw that 1,200 long. I mean, that was, can't believe it even came through there. Palantir long as well. So we only had 4 or 5 ideas, and Palantir was one of them. First of all, GameStop is really, now we're almost $1 in the money right now on GameStop, and we just took this trade. So let's see how far we can go back up right now. Let's go GameStop. Here we go, man. I mean, let's just keep on riding with that bull as we go. Upside on GME. We joined the club with that one. Yeah, Palantir, great trade early. Just didn't have it. I mean, we were looking at NVIDIA, too many other things. Huge trade, awesome name. Look at it hold the 200 period. Love you long time, Palantir. You're not going anywhere in my portfolio. Dollar in the money short SMH. Dollar, look, we've got 2 damn trades on, both dollar clubs right now, and still trying to make a little bit more on this. As there goes GME, man, we are now ripping to the high side. We just bounced off 40. That was almost $2 in the money on GME. So, hey, we're here for you, whether or not you're trading NVIDIA, GME, Palantir, Robinhood, we're here, ETFs. Neil, what you got?
Well, first of all, with that move up in GameStop, I'm now going to punch out if BlackBerry breaks VWAP. If I'm playing a sympathy play, if it ramps to the upside again, like you got to keep in mind, if you're playing a sympathy play like this, it goes up because GameStop goes up, it comes down because GameStop comes down, but this whole thing started at 78. I was going to cover it in front of the low anyways. If we take out VWAP again, I'm just out. I've moved the trailing stop in there. So that's the first part. I was trying to get VWAP as well, but I'm not going to be in it. So Palantir, the only thing I'll say for Palantir is on the higher time frame look. You know, it's obviously a great looking chart. It's broken yada, 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 the 50 period and all that good stuff. It is a very, very clean trend line this afternoon. So there is Palantir. It's a steep trend line. I think as long as it holds this and the market ain't dying, then you can look for long. But if the market does consolidate under, like you look at this, if we actually consolidate under and break to the downside, this feels like it can be shorted underneath 50. But it's got to break that trend. I'm just going to hit save so that I actually keep that line in there. Because in P Pro 8, you don't hit the save button, your fancy lines don't stay on your chart. So I got eyeballs on Palantir, but it's a very steep trend line. As long as it holds, I think the long is good here for PLTR.
Salesforce next on the list was trading up a lot higher this morning on the back of news that Value Act Holdings bought 428,000 shares of the client relations management company. As you can see, though, selling off well off highs today as the market in general retraces, guys. What is the look on CRM?
I mean, yuck after, like, it's basically been pulling all the way back in. The good news for Salesforce, here's another crazy wick here, is if you look at the actual gap down on earnings, there's the gap down. There is the highest level it reached, which was 2 days ago. That is 240 and change. That's pretty much exactly where it's bouncing on this pullback. So it broke out that 240. Now in the dip, it's pulling right back in and bouncing off of 240. So the look would be, hey, this is the right level for it to be a bit of a bounce. The market's actually starting to go. I hadn't looked at it till it got on this list. So I hadn't even thought about this stock today. GameStop was the only thing that was really this afternoon when it started moving. That's all we really looked at was GameStop and BlackBerry. But CRM, it's pulling back into the right level. I hate the fact that it did that dip in the first place, giving up those gains, but there were some concerns after earnings. So if it can hold 240, I think it could be a long into VWAP here. But I have a sneaking suspicion that not that many people are going to be interested in trading CRM this afternoon. And I can't pretend that I'm one of them.
Yeah, I'm not even looking at it. I just put an offer of GameStop up here at 41.75. I don't know. I mean, I feel like it won't halt if it gets to there, so we should be able to get up to something like that. And then that would be right before this 42. So let's wait to see what winds up happening right now in and around 41.50 or so here for GME if we get there. I mean, this is something to watch out for. So I don't know exactly where we're going to go with it, but I like the level and I like the stock here with GME. But we're still going to punch out if it breaks through 36. So again, you know, we're going to be here for it. If it hits it, hits it. If it doesn't, it doesn't. We're just in this a small little piece. It's our first time being in GameStop off of VWAP. We could have just used our logic there and got out at the 40 again, but we didn't. So at the 50-period moving average, which was $40. So we didn't do that. That might have been irresponsible. Let's see what happens now with GameStop. All right, these are the only two positions we have. So SMH, we really nailed Robinhood earlier today. Unfortunately, you're going to see this out right there when it broke lower and we got out at the 200 break. But we really nailed this one at the bottom. I was saying to Patrick, like, we should have started buying this up here at 22 when we wrote down 2160 on the sticky note as a level that we were looking at. So that was a little foolish of us to do that. But when it came back in there, we were able to have more confidence because our levels were there. And then it's a nice upside move. And that's just a break of the high break that we didn't want at that time. So I got in and got out. Actually, it was an okay trade as we break the high, but then it came right back in. So we are now out of that. Checking on the big dog. Yeah, 200-period moving average for NVIDIA. I mean, this was that $30 winner. Really put us back in a good mood there. But since then, yeah, I mean, glad we're out of it. Less stress now. But we did get right back into SMH. And I just think that NVIDIA is going to have its day, right? I mean, it could be down another 2% tomorrow. Like, these are slow little dips. That's how I think NVIDIA is going to move. I think just every day people are going to wonder why they didn't sell the day before. And that's just going to create some more selling pressure. Just for now. With NASDAQ, basically, and we talked about this, a SPY and NASDAQ, both at all-time highs pretty much right now. So you're going to get some push and pull on all these names. And I just... You know, when you get nervous, you sort of maybe look to your biggest holding and possibly take a little bit off. We've talked about how much they've added 12% in a week. I mean, that's huge moves. So I could see some more profit coming through on that, which is why we're holding on to SMH. So SMH, nice short there. We really like this one. I'll short more of it if it can come up. GameStop, let's go. See if we can get back up to the upside right now. Looks like it wants to try 40 again. So let's get through this $40 mark. Again, Roaring Kitty tomorrow. I didn't even know the time.
I don't know what time either.
Mentioned at noon.
Oh, it is?
So I thought that potentially, I actually phoned Marissa about this on my walk, and I was like, man, GameStop's starting to go again. And this is what I talked to my wife about. I know. Thank you for still loving me somehow. But at the end of the day, you know, I said, well, you know what, maybe it's even more manipulation if he starts going on during market hours. But then I thought to myself, you know, I look over at other stations and I just see these guys going on Let's talk about Josh Brown. We talk about it all the time on this show. He's like, I've added to my Pfizer position. And then Pfizer goes up $2 and all of a sudden there's someone selling it up there. I don't know. And it's just like, oh, because he has a business or because CNBC pays him to be on that show? I don't know what exactly the problem is. But Roaring Kitty now trying to do the same thing. So I just, all in all, I just think fairness should be fairness. And I don't know if either one of those things should be allowed. I think they both should be allowed. I mean, as long as you're disclosing what you're doing, then I don't have a problem with anything like that.
Forget about Josh Brown. In a world where those that actually make the laws that govern business are allowed to invest in companies, don't give me this nonsense about a dude in Reddit. What are we even talking about here? What are we talking about? And I don't mean to rant. I know we're not supposed to get political, but what the hell are we even talking about? If you're concerned about that, but you don't give a darn about the people that make the laws are able to do it, get out of here. If it breaks 40, I'm going long. There's a really steep trend line. Look, trend lines that are this steep, who cares? But when it's going, it's going. So this is, since the top, this is the trend line that it's trying to break. So it's trying to consolidate above this very steep trend line. If we get VWAP, we get VWAP. If it breaks out from here, I want the break. I'm not saying it gets into the high, but I am going to respect it if it takes that 40 level. Let's see if it starts to go. Apple. I was mentioning 95 in Apple. Look at this on Apple. I don't know what just happened on Apple, but it was a big volume candle, probably the biggest since somewhere in the middle of the day, we're at 10:15. It got through 95 and then right back up. So Apple catching a bit of a bid. It was weak. I think that's probably what turned the market a little bit here. So if we get back down, let's have a look at that 95 level for Apple. It could be a little bit of something. Not sure what caused that move down in. I didn't hear any news. There was some news on Hertz. Let's see if I can even find it. Hertz Mull selling at least $700 million of debt convertibles. So that's not good. And Hertz is going to the downside for anyone watching that name. Not fantastic on Hertz. This might be worth a short if we don't have to pay for it. I'd look for VWAP in here. Let's see if we can. Nope, we have to pay for it. So I got to go see how much that's going to cost.
All right, I'm going to start the short in Apple. I mean, I think I agree with what we're talking about here. Market, below, and this is not a day where, remember yesterday, or was it yesterday? Yeah, it was yesterday. Well, whatever the day was with AMD. This morning with AMD, but then it was the futures the other day where it just kept on going, and it's like you're trying to find levels to short. Well, this time, I mean, the futures look like they're going the other way here. So we can easily get out of this if we start to rip up. And Apple's giving us some levels right here. So there's the 200 period at 62. We'll see if we get some more short right now immediately. And then take some more even up here at 80. And then we'll see about this 96. I just feel that we can really share size appropriately, knowing that this is what we're looking at here for Apple. So, I mean, underneath, we just got some more shares right now. We can even get out if it breaks VWAP and not even worry about this up here. Maybe that's the best play. See if we can hold VWAP and then we'll go from there. But I still like 96s are out, even though that high is 10, so we may go to there. But let's just see how this plays out right now. We just got more shares there. We got the full. Did we get the full? Yes, we did. Well, we just got more right now. So now we have a decent sized position, probably about a quarter of what we want on this move. The next piece comes in and around VWAP, which is going to be 80s. So we'll see if that can last up to 196.10. If we break out of that, then we break out of that. I still like this. We are below, and I'm thinking a little red here in the market. Let's see if we can capture that. GameStop pulling back. So we still want to get long. We still want to respect VWAP. So if we break through that, then we'll get out. But let's see if this gives us an opportunity to get more long here on GME.
I still was waiting for that 37. We might have to get something a little different than the 37 level. I don't think we get VWAP again, especially if you're going to continue to hold this line. It's kind of going back and forth, so I want to give it a chance to make a decision one way or the other. I wanted to go over to, just very quickly, I'm on the off of Hertz. If I get it, you'll probably see it pop in. On the off, we're going to give that one into VWAP. NVIDIA is coiling a little bit, so it's giving some kind of a sideways bounce. It's still higher lows after this huge reversal at the low end of the day, so double bottom. Still trying to put in a reversal on this name. Ooh, good. Low of the day on BlackBerry, so we should be getting that one. we get the low of the day, I think we just jam out of that. Might as well take it. I'm still in a piece of Robinhood, but that was from a VWAP in the middle of the day. You know, if we get the high of the day, we'll take it. Hertz, I'm kind of passively on the offer at 68. Let me just get on 67 as well. Want to jump in. This is the first pop since the news dropped, and it's gotten all the way into 370 here. So we'll give this into VWAP. Again, senior convertible, 700 million convertible notes for Hertz, and it is to said downside. Not the best looking day for them, down 7%. We'll see what happens. Sometimes you get these news bounces and it's a nothing burger, but I think I want to take a shot here because they were in trouble already. And if it's a bad stock, I want to go short. If it's a good stock, I want to go long. Strong stocks, look for the long. Weak stocks, look for the short. All right, we're back to the 40 break. The dip buy is now gone, so I'm back to looking for the 40 break.
Yeah, it came right in. We could have actually got more, exactly the price we're at right there, but we didn't get any because we weren't looking for it. But let's again see that. We're still waiting at 41.75. I like that trade. Let's see if it can work out. We got, again, just walking around the office here, getting some compliments as some of the traders listen to the Freedom and Wealth podcast. So go over there, have a look. The best part about the page is that it's a little different than our last one. And by a little, I mean a lot. We have all of these clips now where they're just 5 minutes, 3 minutes, 2 minutes, fun stuff like produced, edited, all that kind of stuff. So go over, you can watch the whole thing, which by the way, like the quality on the cameras here, and we just actually filmed the next one in 4K. So it's ridiculous. And it's just gonna get better and better. So that's something that, you know, again, we've gotten some really good feedback on it, and a lot of that's been from you guys, so thanks for that. Make sure you go over, hit the like, hit the subscribe. It's the Freedom and Wealth podcast, and we just did another one yesterday, and we had a great time doing it. So hopefully that will hit, and you guys will like it. Almost, oh, wow, nice, 1.5K views as we approach 1,000 subscribers. So thanks to everybody for getting that going. We have, you know, one release, and here goes GameStop. So let's go. Let's fire off that hot dog cannon again because it's just a $2 winner. So let's get those dollar clubs going and throw them up there now as GameStop finally goes. Look, it doesn't matter when you're in it. This is a $2 winner. Whether or not you got it from here, took it all the way up, trade your book, and there it goes, man, right to the 50-period moving average. Again, could be an out for us, and probably should have been right there, but we're still waiting for up here. Let's see if GameStop can really sing, get into this $42 area. I mean, that's what I'm waiting for. I don't know about you, but that's what we're trying to do right there on GameStop, just holding it, right? And again, it's not a diamond hand type of thing. I'm looking for that level. We gave ourselves this low of 36 and change. So that's what we want to try to do right now. And by the way, I mean, let's see if we can get going again here with Apple because there's a move down for AAPL, and we just got into that one as well. So it's not a big move. We'll just take that 10 cents early on it. Hopefully we can get a move back. I mean, it's right at that level. This is scalping, and we're going to continue to do that as we're still $2 in the money on GME. So let's see what happens.
I'm in on GameStop, obviously, and out on BlackBerry. Said it would get out if it made that break at the low of the day. It just tagged it, dropped the 40 level in. I was able to get sixes, so not much slippage. Thank you, Ed J. Stop's going to be at 50. First offer, 41. 42 is going to be the problem, I suppose, because 42 was the whole price here, and then 42 was resistance on the way to the downside. So 42... I'm thinking we take another leg out if it gets in front of like 41.5, but it's got to get to 41 first, obviously. Running into there's not a lot of size on this stock, so it doesn't really matter what kind of size you see. It's pretty much irrelevant on GameStop. It'll chew through just about every single level. And just to prove that point, I think it was a 38 level, had more sides than I'd seen on GameStop in months. And the amount of time it took to get through that level was literally nothing. So there's the first spike into the 41 level. It's continuing to go. Great look on that trade at that 38. Sometimes VWAP is the line in the chart, but if you really think about it, 38's where it broke before. So what's more significant? The massive event where there was like 500,000 shares on the offer, I think it was about 500,000 shares, or a line in the chart at VWAP. And it ends up being a little more important, the 38 level, which I know a lot of people were taking that break the first time through. So I'm a little bit cautious with this 42.
Hilarious. You're gonna miss it.
I think it could be a bit of a problem, this 42 level.
Oh man, that's hilarious. It went to 41.50 and we're sitting there at 41.75. Just one more push through. Oh no, and we should get it, but I don't know. Like we are now $3 in the damn money right now. And I mean, look, we're here, baby. Like I was saying to you, let's just see, man. We took $30 on it and Nvidia earlier. $3, $4, $5 right now on GameStop if we can get it to the upside right here. Just bounced off 41.50. Can we get higher and break? Let's go. We're here again. Oh, it just rejected one more time right there on GameStop. So let's keep going. This could be another one that we could use, clip it with, but up to 41 and change, all the way going right there, 41.50, 41.80. Good little stop area right there. We called it, but missed it by 25 cents. So now let's wait to see what happens here. Nice little pullback. Could just be reloading itself, though. I mean, you're above the 50-period moving average. Let's see if it gets a little bit more. So we missed that out, it looks like, by 10 cents up there. So 10 cents costing us $1 because we're just too darn precise right there. We should have maybe noticed that at 41.50. We could have done that. But we were waiting, thought it had a chance to go. So let's see if it can get back up to that level. So far, so good, man. Great trade
NVIDIA.
there. Yeah, great trade, SMH. And then Apple's trying to go downside as well.
NVIDIA is trying to break the 1200 level. Oh, okay, trying is the operative word here. Actually just broke and came right back underneath. It's considering all of the volatility that this stock had before, all of a sudden, it's really not moving that much. You know what? Forget about 1200. Has 1200 really mattered? Like, look at 1200 for the entirety of the afternoon. The big moves came when it bounced off the low of the day and then 95. So maybe it needs to get above 1205 and then we get some confirmation. GME doesn't look like, because it goes to that 41.5, but it can't break 40. So this is going to be pretty simple for me. At this point, if it takes out 40, I'm out and then looking for it to retrace back into this trend line. It's reestablished the good side of that line and the bottom will still be in front of VWAP. So I'll look for a dip buy somewhere in the 38 range and in front of VWAP if 40 gets lost. I'll just be out of it if 40 goes, unfortunately. Is what it is. NVIDIA maybe not going to be the thing this afternoon, although sometimes you write off NVIDIA and it goes all the way to the top in the afternoon. However, AMD's up 1.3%. AMD's bounced off VWAP already. AMD is approaching a test of the highs here. So I think this could be one. Like, why not? Like, why not on a day where NVIDIA loses the headline, doesn't AMD pick up that slack? So if we can break out of this consolidation, why not look for some longs, consolidate higher, grab a long maybe back into the 68 here on AMD.
We are canceling. We're canceling our offer. I don't, you know what, let's just see if we can go up a little bit higher right now through 42, through 44, and see if we can get a little bit higher on this move for GME. I don't want to get out of it. Let's see. Maybe we could do something special here. I mean, at the end of the day, it's going to be really illiquid at 4 o'clock. So maybe, I don't know if we'll still be in it at that point, but after hours, this thing could get ridiculous right here. So Robinhood going to be speaking on Fox
CEO
Business News or something about GameStop. So we'll see if that happens or not. But this is also a nice trade right here for Apple. So, I mean, it's starting to move in a little bit now. I mean, we shorted it, it's coming in, and here it comes. So just breaking through some of those levels. And again, the market's not doing too much, but we knew we wanted to be short. So there it goes. Good trade also on SMH, as that's hopefully going to start to fall back in. But we already indicated what NVIDIA was doing, and that was going a little bit of the other way. Right now, back up to the upside after that short was a banger. All right, I'm just probably going to watch this and just figure out what's going on. If there's any other kind of trading that happens for me, it would probably just be to get out of some of the Apple short. We are bidding 32s right now. So if that can hit right now, there it is at 32. I don't know if we get any fills there. No, we did not get those 32s. That's too bad, but that should come through at some point there for Apple. And then we go even lower on that one. That's crazy. We were bidding that 32, held the level up. But all right, GameStop right now, $40.50. It looks like it's trying to retrace a little bit. We're still in the money, $2.50 on this, but let's wait to see what happens here. As Roaring Kitty's live streaming tomorrow at noon. So, I mean, that's what he's doing.
Buckle up.
Unless that gets pulled, then, I mean, we're going to be here trading this tomorrow. That's for damn sure. I just paid for shorts.
How can they stop him? I mean, like, unless they... Like,
they can stop him pretty easily.
I mean, of course they can, but, like, the thing is, if you've taken legal action, there's processes that go on, like...
Yeah, I mean, Google could just flip the switch immediately.
That they could do. I think that would probably do more harm than good in some ways. for what they want.
Yeah,
but I'm using
There's Apple,
they,
by the way.
using they very loosely. I'm going to put a trail in on Robinhood. That news doesn't affect Robinhood. It just so happens to be the CEO is going on talking about all this stuff. But if it goes back underneath 22.85, we're just going to jump out of it. GameStop's still looking pretty solid in here. Just to show you the conclusion of the BlackBerry trade, it did tag the low of the day, and then when GameStop bounced, I punched out of that last little bit that I was holding right here. It's more or less at the same price. Every single time the last 3 times there has been a big spike on GameStop, there's been, free money's the wrong way to look at it, but a point at which it obviously turns and you can just punch short on BlackBerry. 3 out of 3 times. It's not free money to do it, but it's not it hasn't been a difficult trade. And the best part is this time we actually didn't have to pay for locates. BlackBerry doesn't even have a big short float anymore, and it's free locates for us. So VWAP on Hertz is starting to come back in. I'm taking bids in the 60s. I don't know if it gets back into the low of the day, but we'll just keep getting out on Hertz. That 42 level on GameStop is still being a bit of a problem. I just want it to break 42, and if it does that, I'm going to look for the high of the day and put my trail back underneath 41.5. Like my plan is 42 breaks, trailing stop 41.5, and then see where it goes from there on Jimmy. See what that bad boy can do. Yeah, it's absolutely wild what's going on with this stock. Like it was doing not a heck of a lot of anything, yet up 10%. And then things just exploded the second he announced that live stream, which I wasn't even, I came back to my desk and was like, oh, that wasn't a very good out. Yeah, hindsight being 2020, but I mean, whatever. Like I got out of it before the news happened. It was just, yeah, very, very early in the news disseminating was when I was out of the long.
I mean, I hope that you guys have been doing this. Like, so we came back online. So both these trades this afternoon, one is $3 in the money, and Apple is better for me because, quite frankly, well, I mean, we're making more money on GameStop, but Apple's a little more controlled money, that's for sure. As there goes GameStop to the upside. We already called this out right there. We just didn't take it at 41.75. So I hope you guys grab that. That would have been $3 and change. So $3.50. Yeah, $3.50. So that's a $3.50 winner. I hope you grab that. And then the other position that we put on this afternoon was this short at Apple, as well as trying to talk about SMH without it really moving. So we're not going to average back into this. We already got some great levels there. If it wants to rip up, it wants to rip up. Honestly, our whole thing, look, I mean, there it goes again. Let's just, Hydration Nation, stay hydrated, everybody. Big moves today. There goes Apple, nice move to the downside. I mean, we're happy. We're happy. It's been a big one. If anybody has any questions in the chat, please put it on and let me know. But GameStop rate.
Where's Bitcoin?
Nothing. 71 change.
Oh yeah,
it's not doing anything. ETH also not doing anything right now. All right, come on, man. Come on, GameStop. I mean, there's nothing that. Sitting here cheering it on is kind of ridiculous, but it's just a matter of we have the position on. Let's see if it wants to work. Maybe we'll get out of a little bit more of Apple here because it's kind of just a sideshow for me at this point. We'll take out some more as we just sit here and watch this $3 winner on GameStop and hope for more. I think that's all you could do at this point is hope for more, and we'll see.
I mean, that's the thing about it. Like there is no like rational. Okay, it should do this. That you give a reason you get a reason in. And a reason out, and then you try to hold for the dream, which is usually like that halt upside or like a parabolic move. If it does halt, I'm going to take an action off of any kind of a halt, up or down. Randy in the house, yeah, GameStop did some things. You were on earlier, but yeah, GameStop was normal, and then GameStop went parabolic because Roaring Kitty's going to do a live stream at noon tomorrow.
Starring Randy. No, okay.
No?
Oh, you're not here tomorrow.
It's Friday.
Good job, Randy. Good job.
Everyone's still getting a long weekend in. It's all good, man. I just hope the weather's great for everybody. That's all, because it's supposed to rain all weekend. Unfortunately,
vacation must be nice.
Must
Bring your brawly.
Yeah.
Brawly?
No, I got an iced coffee. I'm almost done. Yeah.
Too late in the day I can never do the coffee late in the day. Everybody can. I'm just not one of those people. Look, it's going to be the same plan of action. I don't want to stare at this thing absolutely forever. There was a small move in Mara just there on sympathy, getting above VWAP. The other thing that's trying to go is it was a squeeze name this morning, was Novavax, and Well, it was a gap up this morning. It didn't have a chance to squeeze because it just dumped off the open. It bounced once off 20. I was in that. It couldn't get past $20.50, but then it rejected the 20 level, bounced off 19. It's trying to go again. I suppose if GameStop makes another break of the high and really starts squeezing, this could be a decent, like maybe a sympathy play if you can grab it off the 20 level. Let's see what happens. I mean, if GameStop falls, this will probably just go right back to dying down. It's not the story. Like it's at the lows. I'd look for a sympathy play and pretty much nothing else on that one. Marathon making a run apparently. Marathon Oil, not really. Nah. No, that's not really doing much of anything. It's a GameStop story. I'll have eyes on Novavax, but unless you're going to show me something here breaking out tops, if the leader isn't going, then I don't want to go long a follower. That's as simple. Like I'd be sooner looking to short like BlackBerry again if GameStop goes to the downside than try to pick up a long without this breaking this key 42 level.
So what's up to Hal right here? We are going to have Frank on in just a couple of minutes. So he says Hal, how do you realize after many years of trading that your style, support and resistance, was the most profitable? So look, I just want to, I'm basically learning all of this kind of in front of you guys as well. This is not something that I used to trade. Like I used to work in the back office, hired thousands of traders, traveled all over the world with real trading, and then just couldn't be in too many places at once. So then we created the show, brought on Neil, brought on now what it is to something that's so huge. So I'm just now learning this. And those of you that have been watching the show now for 4 years used to trade a little bit of a different style, now trade this style. And it's just a matter of trying to find out, A, what works on the show and what works in the current market environment that we're in, right? I mean, when you're in a bull market, sometimes you're able to get like huge moves, and you've seen this in NVIDIA. I mean, I've never, sure, we have all the big, per dollar winners on this show, but like $30 on NVIDIA, that's just a matter of VWAP trading back down to the 50 period again, right? So there's different methods, and then there's the support and resistance again coming into play. So, I mean, it's just different markets will give you different opportunities and then different styles of trade. So although I've been with this company for 23, 24 years, hired Neil, so on and so forth, it's been a journey to where I even took years off to work in the back and develop risk models and all that kind of stuff, and then help all these offices grow to where they are. So yeah, I'm very proud of doing all of that and very proud to start learning in front of everybody as well. So that's an absolutely great question. But the person that has all the answers, it seems like all the time, is Frank Cabernet, and he's live now with Brendan.
No pressure, Frank. No pressure, as always. It's a big day. It's a big couple of days here to have a conversation about. Welcome to rate cutting season, I guess. It's officially begun, so it doesn't necessarily mean we're going to go straight back down to where we used to be. But officially, we have 2 rate cuts here on the books.
Yeah, and they've both gone off with very little price action fanfare here today across almost every asset class. I mean, you could watch that Canadian dollar and euro chart versus USD for the last 24 hours. And I haven't seen anything more than like a 30, 40 pip range, as this seems to have been very, very priced in, Brendan, and you're obviously not seeing many big waves being made across equities or any other asset classes relative to these rate cuts. But it is nice to see, and now the conversation becomes, when will the U.S. cut, obviously, and how much will all of these central banks be cutting for the remainder of this year and on into next year. And that actually is a big meaningful piece, right? Because we're just right now about a month and a half out from the second, I would say, fear-inducing move in the last year of will interest rates actually move higher again. We had this move back in September, October of last year, and we can throw up the 10-year chart to show a little bit of this. You'll remember in the fall of last year, interest rates got to their highs, even though the Fed was now in retrospect done with their hikes, because there was fear that they were going to go actually even higher. You had the big move lower to below 4% in 10-year yields. That's the same time where they priced in the 6 to 7 rate cuts in 2024, which we have not gotten, although we're only halfway through the year, but it's not looking likely that they're going to get that amount of cuts. Yeah, just a month and a half ago, we had another one of these run-ups in interest rates, and an increased likelihood of no cuts this year, or maybe even hikes. And so it's been nice to see that we've got the confirmation from global central banks like yours in Canada, and of course the ECB, who is maybe right there under the Fed in terms of the most important central banks globally. We're not moving higher in interest rates. We are moving lower. The question now just becomes how quickly in the US and by what degree at large, because we got 2 25 basis point cuts, not a lot in the grand scheme of things. And central banks seem to be very kind of even keeled in terms of their rhetoric. It's not like they're saying, hey, we're cutting this thing all the way down to 1% or lower in the following few months here. It seems like it's going to be a data dependent handful of cuts over the course of the next 6 to 24 months, all the way out in the next 2 years. You can go back and look at the Fed dot plot. They want to get this thing down to around 3% in the next 2.5 years here. Right now being up above 5%, Brendan, and only pricing in maybe 2 cuts this year of 25 basis points each. The market feels very comfortable with that. And like I say, no great waves being made over the cuts that we got today. The big waves that will potentially hit equities and Forex and all these markets that are tangential to interest rates will be if the jobs data tomorrow in the US continues to come out weak, if inflation in the US next week is under expectations, then maybe they do price in another cut or 2 here in 2024. And that could mean, given recent trends, a lot of upside for stocks and downside for US dollar. But you're just seeing small moves here. US dollar is continuing to give up some ground. Interest rates are continuing to give up some ground, but nothing very substantial. Your Canadian dollar didn't lose a bunch of value overnight. It lost a little bit, but still really in the last handful of weeks of trading range, as for the time being, 25 basis point cuts in Europe and Canada, mostly priced in, although it's not priced in the US for at least the next couple of months. So we'll see if that gets moved closer. That would have effects for equities and everything else. But right now, everything seemingly going according to plan, Brennan.
Yeah, I think the more important message here is the language that followed that, both from the Bank of Canada and the ECB, suggesting that they're comfortable in the fact that we're heading in the right direction. Inflation is still heading in the right direction, and that is on a path to where they want it to be. So with that, yeah, let's talk about some more exciting things, because there are a lot to consider here. You mentioned CPI coming up on Monday. That could be very influential, A, and B, something that I think gives hope to the remainder of the year. We got this jobless data this morning, jobless claims coming out higher than expected once again. So we've seen this, another data point getting added to the pile, another data point getting added to the pile. We have non-farm to come then on Friday.
Yeah, and if this non-farm comes in confirming what we've seen now in the job openings number and the jobless claims number that we got today, as you can see, yeah, another data point showing a softer job market in the US. The real question for next week's FOMC, and I don't know if you saw, they actually reduced the expectation for the non-farm. The bank analysts did from, it was 190,000 jobs for the last week or so. Now the estimate's down to 185, which is very close to last month's number, which was way underestimate expectations that were well in the 200 handle for non-farm payrolls added in the month of April. And so this number here expected now at 185, if it does show another soft job data point, something that is 175, 170 or below, the question becomes, regardless of what CPI is next week, if it's 2.4% or 2.5% or 2.6%, whatever in the mid twos, will this weak job data spark some interest from the Fed come FOMC in the middle part of next week? Will they flip some of the rhetoric, which has been by and large, yes, we think we've peaked in terms of interest rate hikes. Yes, we do see cuts coming, but we're waiting for inflation data to come in, and we're data dependent and whatever. Do they add in some of the employment side of things? Because remember, we've been so infatuated with inflation for the last 2 to 3 years because it's been higher than expected. The central banks, theoretically, they are watching employment data as well as inflation data. Those are the two major metrics that they look at constantly in terms of where they're going to set interest rates. And so it'll be interesting to see, Brennan, not if they cut interest rates next week. It's pretty much priced in that they won't. So probably no surprise there when and if they don't cut interest rates like the Bank of Canada and ECB counterparts have. But more so, if they enter into their statements or into the press conference, anything about, we're starting to watch job data because we see that it's softening up, and that might factor into when and how many times we cut here in 2024, then you might see interest rates take another leg lower. And again, it'll be interesting. I feel bad coming on here and saying the classic BS of a talking head. Like, the equity environment will be nuanced as to who knows if it'll go up or down. Obviously, what we've seen over the course of the first half of this year is when interest rates have trended lower, equities in crypto have trended higher. But again, this is a weird one wherein interest rate projections could trend lower, but as a function of a struggling economy, which might cause some back and forth in equities, some indecisiveness, as opposed to what we did see, like I say, in the first several months of the year, which was interest rates moving lower and equities moving to all-time highs. But yeah, it'll be a really interesting number tomorrow. If it's a big miss to the downside, I wouldn't be surprised if come Wednesday, the Fed is talking more about employment than maybe inflation, as they have in the last 2 to 3 years here.
Which would be a change in the language. And I think it's worth noting, even going back to what happened with the Bank of Canada and the ECB, we've spent so much time. We went up, first of all, so quickly and spent so much time so high. Yeah, a quarter point is not going to be earth-shattering by any stretch of the imagination in the grand scheme of things. It's the sentiment change and the directional change of the overall move. And I mean, you have the chart going out to the end of the year here, suggesting that, as you mentioned earlier, maybe we're starting to see a move back towards not only 2 but 3.
Yeah, and keep in mind, of course, the Fed doesn't like to move in more than 25 basis point increments. They could throw a 50 basis point cut in there by the end of the year at one of these meetings, especially if employment data is lower than expected last month, it's lower than expected this month and next month, and then into continuing months into the future. But yeah, right now, the expectations right there are really almost perfectly normally distributed around 2 rate cuts. But what's interesting, Brennan, I know you watch this religiously, I do as well. We've seen this shift from the distribution being around 2 cuts and erring on the side of maybe 1 or no cuts to now really shifting to maybe 3 and slight outside chance of 4 cuts by the end of the year here. And keep in mind, like your friend Frank has jumped on and highlighted so many times, in the first half of this year, we went from 6 to 7 cuts down to 1 or 2 cuts in a mere 5 or 6 months. We can absolutely go from 1 or 2 cuts to 2 or 3 or 3 or 4 in a matter of a couple months. And so the employment data, that's been the hot item over the course of this week and the last 2 months. I would say it's been a lot more interesting than this inflation data, Brendan, that's been maybe 0.1% lower, maybe flat from a month-to-month perspective. And so I think this non-farm number tomorrow will be a really big one across interest rates, obviously, but all asset classes. And maybe that's why we've got some quiet trading here from the market at large, even though you might say, wow, major central banks cutting for the first time since the pandemic. Doesn't that mean something? Whereas that's been mostly priced in. And everyone's really waiting for this U.S. employment data to see if the U.S. is going to follow suit sooner rather than later, because, the Canadian Euro area piece has been so priced in. But I think this non-farm will be a big one. And then the CPI next week will obviously be big, but I'm really interested to see if the Fed at their press conference and in their statement is talking about this soft employment data, especially if tomorrow's numbers a miss.
We'll keep an eye out for that. The good news is we don't have long to wait for that. And then, the big one coming up next week on Wednesday. Great stuff as always. Good luck, Frank Caberna over at IG in Chicago. Good to see you.
Thanks, Brian.
Thank you, as always, Frank. Bit of a move up in the market, but not a huge one. I mean, if you're looking at what's leading it, it's a vastly different story. All the Mag 7 names here. Amazon, high of day, so that is strong. Tesla near the highs, that is strong. Microsoft, low. There we go. It's trying to break view up, so that's kind of in the middle. And then you got Apple on the other end of the spectrum. We've seen NVIDIA. We already know where NVIDIA is. Apple on the other end of the spectrum looking like it's pushing lower. So it's a really mixed bag. But overall, the biggest ones are all weak. Microsoft, Apple, and NVIDIA are all at or underneath VWAP. So I tried an Apple long right before we came back. Actually, it was like 11 o'clock or 1 o'clock. So it was an hour before we came on. It felt like it wasn't that long ago, but it was above VWAP, and now you're trending back into the downside. GameStop got me out that 40 level, so we took a 40 break. I'm asking myself, do I want a 42 break? My gut's telling me I don't. I'd rather find like a dip buy in here if we can get back into it. So the 40 break will still be good. It's one of those, like this morning, there's a 0% chance that I anticipated that my top 2 stocks were going to be BlackBerry and GameStop, but this is where we're at in the afternoon because they're the biggest movers, no questions asked. Palantir is holding on to strength, literally breaking the high of the day as never mind. It's at the high of the day, hasn't broken it just yet. 23.93. The 24 level could be pretty solid here as well for Palantir. Still holding a very, very steep trend line. I did say if it broke it, I would go short, but as you can see, Palantir wants no part of breaking down, just showing strength all day long. It's just higher low after higher low. Sometimes these really hold pretty nicely, but if it does break, right now it's looking like 75 into VWAP would be the jam.
So, look, I mean, Palantir is going to be just a great stock. We've talked about that over and over again and how much we liked it there, on the sticky note and whatnot. All right, we have a new position alert, so let's just do that. It's a name that we haven't talked about in a while, but we really like their products. Starbucks right there. All right, it's up 1%. So I'm just taking this as a break back through VWAP, again, trying to get going. So you see the 50 period here, we're looping up against that. Feel like we can use 90s as our out, trying to buy that, and it worked. But just right now, it's not really. So a nice little breakdown through 82. We were trying to buy those 82s against this, so that's 10 cents. And then it went, our best out is 14s, and we've come back in now into 08s. So we're only long here at 03 on Starbucks. I still think we can get up, and if we can get up 20, 30 cents, we'll take that. The problem is the market just bounced off VWAP, so. It's great for our Apple trade as that continues to go lower. So we've had 3 trades. Now that got out at the 50 period, but here we go, Apple. Let's go to the downside. I mean, I'll be just as happy if this market goes down as up. I mean, we do have Starbucks is a little more shares because it's a newer position, of course, but we've already sort of taken Apple. You know that we really like the stock, so we're comfortable taking shares here. 95 is a target for me. So I'm actually bidding 12s, so a little bit lower than this, kind of where we had stopped out there. We stopped out at 15s. We're waiting a little bit lower than that. Then we'll wait for 195, and then we'll see if Apple gives that up and then starts to head lower. And why did we choose Apple, you might say? Or maybe if you don't, I'm sort of going to tell you anyways. The market was down underneath VWAP, red on the day. Apple's more red, and I feel like the tailwinds of Worldwide Developer Conference are over now because that's next week. So tomorrow's options, it's Friday. Feel like Apple probably gets sold off. It's been a huge move. We talked about how good NVIDIA's been, money coming out of NVIDIA today. How good Apple's been, money coming out of Apple today. So I don't know how good GME's been. Money piling into GME today, as there goes GME breaking through 42-ish momentarily, I would think. 41.90 and change. That wick high right there is 42.25. So here we go. It's GameStop into the close. Probably worth a break there at 42.25.
And it's almost 60, 80,000, 100,000 shares on the offer. I was just, as you get a look at the level on all the different books, you can't really tell how much is on the offer until it gets there. But I saw about 100,000. It doesn't matter. It's going to break the level. If it was bigger, we'd care. So if it can't hold, 42 is a pretty key level. If it can't hold it, I think this is one of those that should work right away, and then we test the high of the day. The chances of a halt seemingly at this point are a lot lower. Like with the first move is the only reason it halted up and down. I feel like if it can't, all right, doesn't think it's going to hold, not going to hold, give it to the 50 level, and we'll see if it can hold 50s. I don't know if it's going to hold this 50 break. I was ho-humming whether or not I wanted to take 42 long break, and I basically just took it for a little bit less shares. I split the difference on that. The only other position I'm in is still in Hertz. If it breaks VWAP, I'll let you know. But that's kind of calmed down a little bit, Hertz. There was the bad news, it did the big flush, we shorted the pop back up, and now it's leveling off of sorts on HTZ. Oh, NVIDIA's back above 1,200, so 1,205 could certainly break on NVIDIA, although the velocity is not nearly what it was before. Like, it's night and day watching NVIDIA, looking at the chart here, as opposed to what we saw earlier in the session. Like, it's just, it feels like it's asleep, and it's moving like $3, $4 at a time, and it feels like it's asleep.
So we took the 42.25 break, so we're stuck at 42.29. Wish we had gotten that 42. Obviously, would have saved us 30 cents. But let's go wait to see what does happen now. We're up at 43 to give it a shot. I mean, I feel like the 50 period here is it's forever changing, it seems like, of course, as this name gets really rapid movements. But $40.50 right now for a possible out. Let's see if it wants to go here. 305. I mean, we're in it, so we're flat on it, so we can see what happens. Just needs to break a little bit more because we're right at that high again. So that's right where we're stuck long, and I'm fine to be stuck long there. We already took that $2. It did break the 50 period the first time there, and we got out. So obviously should have been holding on to that one, but we just punched longer again. So I don't know if I would have even punched longer there, but here we go. We're trying to hold on to this. This time, let's see if we can go. It's GameStop. It's trying to get back to the upside right now as GME. It's potentially going to be my number one stock if it does touch this 43 level, for sure it will be. And then we'll take a piece out and then hopefully not get stopped out on the way back down if there is a way back down. We're at $43 right now on GameStop. Good call, Neil, there. Here it goes. Nice move. Let's go. Let's spin that money.
I was going to say hit this.
Yeah. As 42.90 coming through right now, it's GameStop. We like it a lot right now. Get going. Did we get that out? No, we did. We're at $43. Just one more push up there for GameStop. And there it goes. Let's go, man. Whether or not this is diamond hands or not, who knows? But it's a chicken dinner winner for your boy right now. It's GameStop, and we are going longer. That was a good break there. Just took about 80 cents. Let's see if we can get higher here on GME. Yes, we can.
Yes, we can.
Maybe we cannot.
I wanted to answer a really good question. Ooh, I just lost it. It was in the chat. It was like, someone said, do you think NVIDIA can go to 1210? NVIDIA can go to 1210. It could go to 1210. I just think that GameStop getting back to the high of the day and looking for entries is a better bet than NVIDIA. There's nothing against NVIDIA, than guessing that NVIDIA is going to start to do something that it's not doing, which is move. So look at 1205 looks like a pretty good break level. Look how long it's holding 1205. Maybe 1205 to 1210 is a good break. I'm not going to say it's not, but you know, this just broke that 42, which is another triple top of sorts, and could get to the high of the day, give you like 50 cents worth of risk, and it just went $1 and it could go another $1. Is nothing, it's just about where the better opportunity would be, and maybe GameStop wasn't a better opportunity, and 10 times out of 10, NVIDIA should have been the thing. I would just tend to disagree. You trade what's moving, especially in power hour. I think at the beginning of the day, if you get a good level, the stock can trend all day long for you, and that's all great. But near the end of the day, when you're up against the clock, you want to trade the things that are moving the most and then give you the best opportunities to trade. That's why Sean jumped over to Starbucks, because it moved. I mean, I tried out Hertz because there was news on this thing. That's why I'm not even looking at Google. Have you heard me even say Google? Absolutely not. Not today. Although, you know, I shouldn't write it off. Maybe it's doing something. My guess is absolutely not for Alphabet. Look, I'm going to take the high of the day on GameStop. I just feel like if it makes a break, there's other ways to get in it. Someone said, why do you guys take it out? I take it out because I like to go station to station and look for another break. I don't mind taking every single break that looks good and scalping every single break that looks good, as opposed to trying to hold for the dream. But I promise you this, if it fails this top again and there is an opportunity that's not a really bad price, I'm punching short in BlackBerry again. I just wish it was up at 290, 291 like last time. But we'll probably only have to look at VWAP here. It'll be a much tighter trade because it'll be like 83 with an 85 stop. You know what? Actually, it doesn't even look that good because you want to be able to risk 2.5 cents and have a 10-cent move. This isn't even worth it because I probably could only make 2 pennies on it. But anyways, maybe AMC or something like that. But I'm not shorting GameStop. Find a sympathy play if you want to look for a short.
Yeah, probably a good idea with that.
Okay.
All right, here we go. I mean, GameStop is starting to go again for us. I mean, we're in it. You just saw me take it. Let's see about a 44.50 area right now. Let's just put it there. If it comes through, we'll take another piece out. I mean, this is the station to station we're talking about. Here, next station, high of the day. So let's see if it can come up there, and then we'll get a piece out there at 44.30s if that is available. So right now, we'll wait. There's still a long time before this market even thinks about closing. So we're excited for that. Yeah, you mentioned Starbucks, but Starbucks has come right back in again. And again, the futures
I missed the news.
Really,
Was there news on it?
no news on Starbucks, no. I don't know, again, like we were just mentioning there, news or not on this name, if it breaks this 50 period, well, there's no news, but if it breaks this 50 period moving average, then we're going to have to get out. And that's, we don't have to, but I'm going to. So that's imminent right now, breaking through this 90. So thing is like, you know, we're celebrating and happy, not necessarily celebrating, but there goes Starbucks, that we have this play right here on GameStop. So let's not like give it back by losing everything on Starbucks, right? And so that's kind of the mentality that I have when I'm trading. And we're going to use that now for Starbucks. So nice little break lower, wrong on that one, as the market kind of doing nothing. We've been right on Apple, so we'll make that money. That bounced off we're at 195.12. We said that. That bounced off 15, so maybe we can go back to that. But really, I mean, I'm just looking at GameStop. SMH has been kind of sleepy. We will have to go back to NVIDIA at some point. It's at VWAP right here as well. That could be a short. So that could be something that I look at there as well. Back into SMH as a short. Let me just see what NVIDIA is doing.
NVIDIA VWAP 10s.
That's the thing. NVIDIA's not doing anything. So we went short there on VWAP the first time on NVIDIA, and that took us $30 downside, and we got that one. But for right now, not much happening. So if you do want to be a VWAP shorter, I think you got to do something in and around here with SMH. But FFIE apparently moving around on social media as well.
No, it's not.
250, 250. I think we should get in some more short here on SMH.
I was just basically, like, FFIE, there was some social media chatter about it, but this stock moving 4 cents is not enough. It's 10%, but it's nowhere close to breaking out here at 60 cents. If Faraday breaks 60 cents, that can be a level. Like, that's something that will get my attention. I took out GameStop as it's now breaking toward the high. I don't know, like the price where it turned around, this 44, I don't know if I want that break, but if it fails that break, I'd look for a dip buy. 40 makes sense, 42 could make sense, 41 could make sense. You see what I'm getting at here? I don't know. If it fails the break, I don't know where it's going to bounce, but the first even dollar that looks pretty good is where I would try to get back into it. And I'm going to keep Faraday up just in case somehow on sympathy it does break the 60 cents. I'm going to have it in my side pocket there, but you know, as far as I'm concerned, the story is going to be GameStop. Just looking for a re-entry. Can continue to try to scalp this bad boy.
Yeah, we talked about that going to PL number 1 real quick right there. And there it is, it's GameStop, and we just got that fill again on that upside. Like, that's why you got to sit there, right? 44.40s right there on GameStop. So that's another $2. So just do the math if you're here with me. That's $2. That's another $1.50. That's another $2. So as we continue to go higher, let's see what winds up happening now with GME. And then obviously we did this as well. Let's get on that reload. We just said, well, hey, why not reload SMH? I mean, I hope you guys heard me mention that. Obviously we did. So there it is right now. Let's see if we can get some out here at 18s and a little bit lower than that. But we just missed that because we were looking at SMH. So now let's see if we get some out as it's come back up a little bit. So SMH, quick little outs there, but it is coming back. We'd like to get some outs. Hopefully it comes back in and fills us as we celebrate that $3 now. GameStop is trying to go higher right now, still going. We bought it again. Let's see what GameStop can do, and SMH and Apple. Wow, Neil, what kind of a damn day is this turning out to be right now? 50 cents in the money for Apple, $3 in the money for GameStop, another 20 or 30 cents on SMH, depending on where we go. Let's go GameStop, and this is the day that we're waiting for. It's a good one here. SMH ruling right now. GameStop breaking $45. We are all over this one. It is a hot dog kind of a play right now for me on GameStop. Let's continue that move higher. $2.50 here. I mean, $30 on NVIDIA, 15 early, getting into GameStop. Let's see if we can really get something going here into the afternoon. I believe we already have.
100% we have. It's a monster level at 45. It's a brick wall. I didn't see who it was, but I saw someone saying they're adding to a short in GameStop. I'm covering on the way up and trying to get back in, but that in no way do I think it's a short. I specifically am not even trying the short in this. If it makes a nasty turn, I'm going over and punching something else, which is if I get BlackBerry, maybe even Faraday. Okay, if it pulls underneath 44, I'm canceling the 45 break. There it is. Yeah, so there's the pullback through that 45. No good price on BlackBerry to grab on that little turn. So it tried to make the break, hasn't really done it. Let's see where it has a chance to bounce here. I thought 42 or 41 could come into play. So if we get 42 and get a bounce off 42, I think it's good for that little rubber band action. So for now, it got to 45 and didn't break it. The high of the day stands at 44.99. So the break is still valid. It's not technically a failed break because it hasn't really gone through the 45 level. If it gets there, I think a lot of people, 50 would be a logical stomping grounds for GameStop. I think you just go with the obvious levels in this one. It's also Friday, for tomorrow, so 50 is going to be a pretty popular level. Not that Roaring Kitty matters. I mean, he's at $20, so he's chilling. All right, so here's the dip. It's coming into that 42 level. I wish. Yeah, okay, so I mean, if you were adding to shorts, you're looking pretty good. I just said there's no way I'm shorting that level, but 45 was a brick wall, and it held. So good scalp trade if you're in it. But I'm looking for a place to get long again.
This has been an afternoon for the ages. Honestly, this like Apple, boom, right back down to the bottom there. SMH, the reload right there, boom. GME, lots of opportunities. It's nice when only the longs, like other than that move at 45, like only the longs really work. I mean, I know there's a lot of traders looking for those longs, and that's why you got to get out once you hit that. But we're still in a third of it, so we'll wait. We've been playing back 50-period moving averages, so let's just do it again, right? I mean, that 50-period moving average gave us a $2 winner right there, and it will get us basically flat right here of a breakthrough. Here it is right here, 41, 47 or so, we'll get out. All right, stop order in. All right, so there it goes. But we're really, really putting damage on the board here on this SMH trade. We loaded this up at VWAP, and then obviously we'll give props to everybody out there that's trading VWAP with me. And thank you again for those nice words from Hal and from everybody out there just about learning to trade and really, respecting some of the things that I've been doing over here. But at the end of the day, trades go against you all the time. So you have to be able to take profit, know what your risk parameters are, and try to be as accurate with those as possible. And I mean, that's why I take it personally, when there's a loss, because, it's something that I thought it would work, didn't. And when it doesn't work, that's fine. You have to stay, like I said, stay, in your zone and understand that losses are going to be part of the game. So that's what we do, and we just sit here, put on the trades, and then watch what happens, right? I mean, we've already sort of built up, the reputation and been able to trade very, very profitably here for many years, and now it's a completely different environment, as we say. Like, I was never trading, 15 years ago, GameStop, anything that's moving like this. So right now, we just hop into it, and we just adjust. and we get better, and we get better, and we get better, and tomorrow will be better, and every single day we will be. And again, that's something that we talk about, and thanks to the guys behind us for tuning in. But that's what we talk about with the Freedom and Wealth podcast, is just get incrementally better every single day. And as long as you can do that, then you will be able to. Oh, look, I got shades on now. Oh man, look at this. We got a new one here. We got shades on right now.
Comply or die.
School, yeah, you're muted there. Yeah. School teaches you to comply with the system. Yes, correct. So watch out for this one and see what's going on right now and realize why. Basically, we've talked about this. My guy that's in university right now, taking some time off. He's in funding round, trying to make something special happen. So, I mean, this is what we're talking about. This is the Freedom and Wealth podcast. Please go over there and subscribe immediately. It's just these little clips, man. I really love what we're doing now. And plus we both got shades on there. Oh, nice, Brendo, going through. So it's just been really special to do it. And, thank you to everybody for coming through and subscribing. 861 subscribers. You could be the 1,000th subscriber if you get it probably before the night. But go over there, have a quick look.
Do it right now. You can be 869. That's not a bad one.
Yeah, you could be there. Yeah, for sure. 862 for right now. But okay, so GameStop is pulling back a little bit. Already. But yeah, we're still here at 45. So we'll do that. And then we're still here on SMH. Let's see if this market does want to collapse into the close. Hey, market collapse, please. And GameStop go up. I mean, they're not connected, so we'll see if that can work for us.
I actually like when the meme stocks are going up and the market's going down, because I feel like at that point, like everything's in the doldrums. The only game in town is going to be the movement to the upside that's happening in a squeeze name. So I'd much prefer, it doesn't really matter. I don't like when the market goes down in a general sense, but if we break this 45, fantastic. It doesn't look like it's happening anytime soon. Every time I stare at a level, this is what ends up happening. We don't get the break. So if we get down to 43, I cancel the order and look for some kind of a dip buy. As long as we're at 44, I'm looking for the break. 40% to the upside is a drop in the bucket. Don't mind looking at other names, but as long as it's close, I'm looking for the breakout on GME. Just want to be able to get in, get out, take the profit. At the end of the day, I think one of the most important things Sean said is get incrementally better. Like one of the things that I found over time, if I look at the traders that have stuck around and the ones that haven't, it's the traders that are okay with getting incrementally better. Like the ones that before you have stability, before you have consistency, just try to scale like crazy before you actually have something that's profitable for you. That's where you run into trouble. Once you get something profitable, be willing to gradually scale, learn something different, and then add to it. There were no meme stocks when we started trading. There's no question about it. Like most of the things that were meme-ish were just penny stocks that would go nuts, which is a very different ball game from what you see now. Like the trading, the volume is incredibly different from what we're usually able to see. I just saw Go Meta in the chat there. Yeah, Meta's not really doing much. Reddit's worth a look. Like Reddit, we always talk about sometimes this is like a secondary name. Of course, it's on the New York Reddit. Thank you, Neil, for not actually remembering where it is. The thing about Reddit that I like for a meme play is there's at least something, there's a there with Reddit. So it's not just like a straight gamble. Like this is a stock and a company came to market, has been a successful IPO, has an idea of how they're going to monetize. It's been doing very, very well since its IPO. Potential chance that it could break out some of these tops up here, 62, 63. If it gets through 65, I think it can go squeezing. So you want to look at every single opportunity to trade. I would caution you that this is a very gentle move to the upside with not a lot of volume behind it and still a bit of a spread. It's just like programs that are buying this. So the parabolic moves are going to be in GME. It's just not going to be in Reddit. From a trading standpoint, if you're a day trader, I think it's a no-brainer that GameStop is the thing that you want to be trading at this moment. And Reddit, put that into the other basket. Maybe it's good for a swing trade while this is going on for more stability because you can hang on to it for a longer time frame. But I'd be much more interested in, when you're trading something active, it's going to give you multiple opportunities to get in, get out. The more I stare at 45, the more it just doesn't seem to want to go. Always frustrating when that happens. NVIDIA just came back in at 12. So I feel that was the right decision. Like NVIDIA might go. NVIDIA could have been good, but NVIDIA, come on, break. Just break. They get so annoying. But NVIDIA just broke the 1200 to the downside. So unfortunately, it's just not going to go. The one is going to be GameStop or through 45 any second now. Let's go to Adara at the desk. Get going.
This part of the show brought to you by American Airs, trading in the USA under the symbol AAIRF and in Canada under the symbol WIFI. This company just announced a knockout punch, a global marketing partnership with the UFC. Airs Tech is dedicated to bridging the gap between technology and wellness. Airs Tech's mission is to provide cutting-edge solutions that protect against electromagnetic radiation without disrupting everyday use of technology. This innovative company has seen consistent revenue growth and boasts several high-profile customers like Russell Brand and top UFC athletes. Invest in American Airs today. OTCQB, AAIRF, CSE, WIFI.
As we said all week long, absolutely love that symbol. It's going to be Wi-Fi. Now, this is a break that I want to work right away. When it failed the high, when GameStop failed the high, it dropped 12 or it's like $7. It was almost 20%, like that move in, and it was pretty clean. It went in, absolutely smoked. So this is not a trade. Everybody's got to be different. For myself, I don't like giving up my profits in one shot. So I'm going to have a very tight stop on this. It's either working right away or it's not. If it goes immediately into some kind of an up halt, I would definitely take some out before it got there and then try to hold through a halt. But it's just seen 95, 96s, again 99s. There's the break. Where did it just get to? 45.80? Oh, yeah, there's the rinse. I tried to get 45.80 almost instantly, wasn't able to get it there, and then right back underneath. So that's the job that it can do. Still going higher, but I'm taking that break only if it works right away. Let's see if we can get it one more time back to the $45 level. If it does flush, the only other name I'm going to look at is like maybe an AMC on the back end. Like, I would not go short this name. If we flush from here, I'm probably flipping to AMC or, I don't know, like BlackBerry's not giving me the opportunity. I don't like the levels on BlackBerry. I don't think you get a good risk to reward. You need to be able to get at least like 10 pennies on that for it to go.
Who's got the hands with me here? As we go, I mean, we're still holding on. I don't have, you know where my stop is. Now it's actually, we got to switch it. Now it's at 42. Let's put our stop in there at $42. I don't have any offers out. I'm going to hold this past 4 o'clock. So if we don't break, 41.97 back down. So here we go. Let's offer that out. We'll get out at 42 break. I'm just following this 50 period up. Now it's at 42.50. We might as well just change it right now because if it breaks in, you know what? We can leave it. Whatever. We're here to ride. All right. So there it goes. Good move upside. Now $4 in the money. I mean, we're about 8 in the money from our original spot. And I've just been saying, like, what a great afternoon this is. But you know what's also kicked this down? Look at this trade. This, to me, is actually, for me, it's better. I mean, the GME trade will make more money on, will we? Yeah, I guess so. But for me, this is better because this is exactly the stuff that I'm looking for every day. So like I said, I'm here to trade $1, $2, $3, $4 now in the money on this GameStop trade and still going higher. And this is now moved into P&L number 1 by far right now here today. So good move upside now for this name. And it seems like it doesn't want to stop. And of course, that is GameStop. Nice move upside, 42.50. Let's just put in our stop there now. At least, you know, if it goes back down, it goes back down. I mean, I don't know. We're in this for the long run, right? I just said we're going to try to hold this until 4 o'clock. We're on a prop floor, so that's been part of the, you know, beneficiary of being able to trade with more shares and be able to put some risk on when you do like the position. So there it is, man. We liked it once, we liked it twice. Let's get some more SMH out right now as well for 70 cents. Like, that's could be a good one. And now $5 plus now in the money on GME. So I mean, let's go. Today holding has been definitely the right call here into this move, as you know, we've been able to get out at all of those spots as well. Maybe that $1 was a little bit early, but we got it there at 44.50, and we actually got spooked because we went up there to our price and we should have got out there, and then we got stopped. So I wanted to make sure that we at least took some profit on this. But here we go, man. 42.50 is a stop. Now 5 almost clean in the money here.
This is getting insane on GameStop. I mean, it's already been insane, but just so you know, this is it. If you go all the way back to, it was literally 3 days ago, it's not even that far, this 47 level is kind of it. If it holds on to 47, I think you see the 50. I'm out in front of 50. It is what it is. And the other thing about it, like, all styles can work. If I get wicked out of a trade, I'm generally speaking getting back in. Took the break, I said I'm having a tight stop, it works right away or it doesn't. The first thing it did is go right back above 45, so I punched right back in above 45. So this 47 level holds, I think we get 50. If it does not, I'm not holding it all the way back into 45. Everyone can do their own thing. I'm gonna do mine, whatever is profitable. Let's go to Adara.
You're looking for some of these heavily shorted names. Here's another one actually making a move here. It's gonna be Edible Garden, EDBL, this one here up almost 20% right now. They had a bit of a catalyst this morning just announcing that there's some more availability for their products, but worth noting they do have a short float of about 26.4%. Their total float is just under 3 million shares, so pretty small float there. Also worth noting lots of social media attention, especially over the last 10 minutes, trying to make a higher break on the day. EDBL, another short float name, guys.
47.50 just hit on GameStop, putting us 5 and change in the money, and still going higher right now. We could check on AMC and all of that right now, but I mean, the bread is being buttered over there on GameStop. Maybe I'll have to get my kid that new game today that he wants, whatever the hell it is. I have no idea. He's really all over the Oculus. He's gotten a couple things off the Oculus.
What's new? You tell me.
He loves the Oculus.
I'm just curious what's new on the Oculus.
Oh, I have no idea, but he's loving the Oculus these days. So, all right. Let's see what happens now. We're just still. I mean, we've already got that low. I don't even really want to get into anything else. SMH right here. We've already, again, because it went all the way to the downside. We talked about it going to the 200 period. That's it for me. Like, that's a good trade into the 200. So we got the majority of them out. I don't even know if we'll reload this into the close. NVIDIA was a monster. SMH was huge. Starbucks, look, good thing we got out of it as it just continued to the downside. Wrong call on that one. I mean, I thought Starbucks would be strong there. Good thing we took a little bit of profit. Still be red on that name, though. And then, not much else to talk about. Robinhood, still, I guess, off the open, fantastic, long there, no shorts.
Oh yeah, that came out just so.
Yeah, pretty proud about that one. And then AMD as well, the reddest stock for me today, AMD, as it goes up to the upside there. And it looks like we could have just shorted 168.50, but again, looks like it's going to continue to be strong off VWAP. So we'll hold out on this one. The shorts are starting to lose now, so it is a good thing that we had covered. So we'll give back a little bit by holding some of this stuff. Just for this SMH trade, we have about 20% left at most. It could even been less. I'm just not even sure anymore about how many shares we had. So just all of this was a great one. We don't have any stop outs higher. So far so good here on SMH as GameStop continues to try that 47.
And the thing about it is, and what's the best part about trading, and for everyone that's out there, I know you like trading the stocks that you're comfortable with and all that good stuff. But on a day where NVIDIA is, maybe it's not exactly how you want it to be, or maybe Micron's not trading how you want it to go, or SMCI, or Intel, or AMD, whatever. SMH is out there. There's always something. If you like EV names, you could trade Rivian, you could trade Tesla, you could try NIO if you want to, but that's what it's all about. So Sean pops over to SMH because it's a better read, and it doesn't matter what it is as long as there's a read on it. I'm now flat. I'm going to get to GameStop in a second, but I forgot to mention I got covered on Robinhood there. It tagged 23.15. We just sat at the offer. It's been a strong stock, and I don't want to forget Robinhood tomorrow, up 7%. Remember, this is just a breakout today. Like, it just took out a 52-week high today and is going to close, barring some kind of a disaster, it's going to close above 23 at a 52-week high, so this could easily continue tomorrow. But at GameStop, that big 47 level, 50 would be nice, but there's that top there at 47. Once it rejected the 47 top, I got out. There's still 28 minutes left to go in the day, so there's always a chance that there's more entries possible. Could it bounce off this halt? Like, the top end halt was at 44.40, so it could hold that and then go dip buy hunting on GME. Volumes through the roof. This story might not be over, but let's get on over to the green screen with Adara.
You might be able to expect here quite a few names on the S&P 500 making some outsized moves on a variety of catalysts, including Uber here. And Uber, from what I can see, looks like a bit of a sympathy play, up about 4%, but we did see that move up in Lyft earlier today as well. Lyft raising some of its expectations into 2027 ahead of its investor day. So nice move for these rideshare names. UBER up about 4%. We also have CRM, Salesforce. This was mentioned a little bit earlier, but a couple catalysts here. For one, they did announce they're building their first AI data center in London Also here, Value Act, this group increasing their Salesforce stake to nearly $1 billion as announced on CNBC. So nice move there. Last but not least, we have Old Dominion Freight Line, ODFL. This one's on the NASDAQ. This one down actually about 3%, though recovering a little bit here. Basically reporting some operating metrics and getting a price target decrease from BofA Securities. So tons of names to keep an eye out for throughout the day here, guys.
All right, thanks, Adara, for that. Looks like we did go up to VWAP there. We should have probably offered some more on SMH, but again, into the close. Future still holding out right there. Obviously, GameStop's at 46, so we can leave that alone just for a minute. It's not doing too much, just dancing around right now. So it did make that bottom. It's touched out now a couple times at 45.50 or so. Now back up 50 cents from that level, but 50 cents in this name is like, you know, whatever it is, it is. Coinbase quickly, just to see what's going on here with crypto kind of flat over these last little days. We have some nice moves up. We had Michael Noss on Monday talk about Coinbase and how much he liked the space right now, but you are coming up to this 265 area that's held before and created sort of a top. So that could be something to short for Coinbase, especially if you are a little negative on the crypto space, which I'm not, but that could be a spot there for Coinbase. And then just for today, looking at it today, look at it hold VWAP, and there it is again right there. So sometimes trading is a little bit easier in the afternoon, and we talk about that as here goes GME again. Let's go up to GME, now 47 again. But holding VWAP there and then the chase back into it, good opportunity to get long on Coinbase. And again, here goes GameStop, man. We talked about what we're trying to have right now. And let's see if it makes sense or just a stupid meme. Going back up to the upside.
Or
here,
both.
47. Yeah, it could be both. It's, well, yeah, if it's, I don't know if it's a stupid meme or not, though. Here we go, 47 right now incoming again for GameStop. Like I said, I want to hold this after 4 o'clock. So I might be trading out of this on the Market Recap Show. Join me, Adara, and Danielle Shea.
Danielle Shea tonight. And after Lululemon this morning, which sometimes earnings are the big story and sometimes they go back to the wayside, because I feel like I just said Lululemon for the first time since about 8:40 in the morning, whenever we would have gone over Lulu. Maybe we did it in the rundown at 9 o'clock as well. But yeah, Lulu, not great. It actually ended up giving a lot back. I'm still thinking we have some time in here. We have some early look imbalances that we can look at. But if we're going to hold this breakout price, the halt price to the upside, 44.40, I'd like to see one more test. You're still seeing a bit of a heavy bid on GameStop. And I saw in the chat, and there was a really great comment about seeing the different trading styles. The thing about a move, when it's moving like this and the stock is doing that much volume, it will give you multiple trading styles. There's like all different kinds of things you can do. If the stock's not moving, then there's not much you can do. I'll give you an example because it's the easiest thing I could say. Like the way BlackBerry is trading right now, I'm just using this example because it's not moving. There's only one way you could possibly trade this. You'd have to somehow make spread, grab rebates. Like there's not much you can do because absolutely nothing is happening. But the way GameStop is trading right now, you can be taking every big red candle dip, like you could do this and say it dips in here, going long to that stop. You can take consolidation breaks and then give it back to break even, which is essentially what I'm doing. You can buy and hold along a trend line. You can maybe slap some, I don't use Fibonacci's, but maybe you can use those to your advantage here. You could have just dip bought off VWAP and said, who cares about everything else? There's so many different opportunities when a stock is moving, and that's what you want to take advantage of. It's all about the opportunity in the stock market. And at the end of the day, it should seem obvious, but this is why there's nothing else other than GameStop. At least for myself this afternoon, outside of BlackBerry and Hertz, those did move. That was a one-shot deal on on BlackBerry.
DocuSign tonight, so we'll see what happens.
Giddy up.
With DocuSign, implied move here. Let's go over to Docu right here.
Let me just see. It's 12%. I'm just guessing.
Yeah, 9. So 9% on that one. Something called Rent is going. That's going to be expected to move 41%. What the hell is that?
That's Rent the Runway.
Oh, okay.
That's 23% short that stock.
Yeah, 40% expected move. IoT.
Sorry, 40?
Yeah, 41%. That's about it. So not much happening there today, but we'll still be there for it. And then look what just happened to Apple. Let's go. That was a good one for us on Apple, as that's starting to get down to the downside as well right now. So yeah, so far so good. Mara, Coinbase, what time is it? 3:36. All right. Let's just watch. I mean, honestly, I'm just really watching one stock. I'm not even going to try to pretend anything else. let's see what happens with GameStop. I mean, I think it's probably the one that everybody's looking at. Again, we know they have $2 billion in cash. You're bouncing off the 50-period moving average. You also hit VWAP there. That's why we initially went long. And to have diamond handed from here would still have been great, but we actually added 3 times the shares. 3 times, yeah. So whatever we had here, we put on 3x right there on that break, and then now we're able to get out 1, 2, 3. So let's see if we can get another stop right there, a tranche through 48. I don't have any offers out. The only offer I have out is if we get clubbed out through now 44. We might as well just keep changing this. Now it's at 43.50. So our stop, I was just like, where's my stop? It was at 42.50. So now let's put this at 43.50 right now and just keep on trailing it up and get higher and higher and hopefully higher on this. So that's what I'm looking to do right now on GME. Let's just let it go into the open and then hold on into the close. We still don't have those imbalances. I mean, I guess
nothing.
There's nothing. Okay. So then the other
Unless
trade.
you're into BAC.
No, that won't do anything anyways. So right there, VWAP coming into play again. I'm waiting at 50 to short this. Like I'll take VWAP and then just give it like 15 cents. So something happening right there for that. So that's about it, man. That's about it. So GME right now, 46, 46.10. Just waiting for this. Robinhood CEO speaking as we speak.
Yeah, I just checked. It's not moving. Robinhood, it pulled back, but it's not doing anything over there in the hood. It's still going to be the GameStop story as far as I'm concerned. I did look over at cost, and that was making a bit of a move. The other thing, someone in the chat said, you guys aren't looking at CrowdStrike. Not really, but there's a reason why. If I can get one more shot at GameStop, I'd rather do that. CrowdStrike just broke some support and just went red, so there it is. Crowd breaking through what looks like a flat bottom break at 342. It closed at 342. They had a great earnings report and might have run into some chop and some resistance here at 350, starting to pull back. But the chart looks fantastic for them. They probably just ran into a little bit of a double top on the daily for them. Okay, here comes 43, 43, 44. Okay, so it broke the, never mind. GameStop broke that halt level. I was looking for a bounce off this level, and then we'd have gone long, but it just broke through that 44.40 level. Let me just get rid of this trend line. That is completely useless. Don't need it now. So I need to see it hold that level. I don't want to punch short anything right now at about 340 to go, because if it holds here, it's going to rip some faces off. I'd rather look for one last long.
So I didn't even notice that because I just made like 2 or 3x whatever I would have made on GameStop on SMH. So let's go right there, right now. I mean, Neil just talked about, making sure that you're trading different things. We're going to be like 4 for 4 here in the afternoon, just by trading exactly what we're doing. And we already talked about, the style that we are, and then we got that question, what made you turn into this? I mean, this is just putting in work, reading charts, sitting here, looking at things, and trying to get it all figured out, right? So SMH right there came back in, and we had looked at NVIDIA. I just thought that NVIDIA's a little bit of a spicy meatball at some of these levels there. So we'll have to wait for that. And again, not doing anything. It's not at VWAP, so we go over to something that is at VWAP. And then, with diamond hands comes outs, and there it is, 43.50 break. We get out of that one, so we do give up it all the way to the top. But at the end of the day, we take that dollar at the end, which kind of does suck. This could be a reload spot. The minute we knew that Robinhood was speaking on this, it's just, like, I'd rather just hear that they're done, and then I can go back into the long. But for right now, I mean, what if they talk about suspending accounts, or I don't know what they're doing. So we'll wait to see. We could actually get a halt there because that was 47.
I was about to say the same.
47 down, so you need to go down $5, so 42. We come in pretty close. I mean, if that gets to $42 right now, we could go into that halt. So let's wait to see what does happen right there. But yeah, Kevin Mendoza, I mean, there it is right here. It's the Apple short. I mean, do you want a banger or not? Like this Apple trade, I mean, we put it on right in front of everybody, and that's huge. SMH, I mean, I hope articulately, something like that, described exactly this trade. I said, I'm waiting for VWAP. VWAP came, and as some people say around here, boom, or bang goes the dynamite on that one. And then GME, again, Huge trade despite getting out $1 ago. Bleh, on there. And then actually I guess we'll go 3 for 4 because Starbucks, although Starbucks wasn't that big of a hit because we did get out, we still wind up negative on it because of that reload, then out for 10 cents. So yeah, that one we will be red on. But let's just wait to see what happens here for SMH. I mean, if we can really get low on this, including an NVIDIA break lower, then yeah, man. I mean, let's see NVIDIA get back into these lows with an imbalance. Ooh-wee, would we be pretty good? Blow the cow, says Ozan. I think he means do this.
Show the cow, he probably meant
So
that.
there it goes. Now, he probably meant what he meant there. But there it goes, Ozan. You get it. I mean, when we're having a good day, we'll do it no matter what kind of day we're having. But there's SMH, just a ho-hum, another 50-cent winner right there. And honestly, we had about 10x the shares on SMH than we had on GameStop. So it's all good over here. Just wish we would have held on to that GME. Congrats to anybody that's following.
Yeah, wow, what a bounce on GameStop as well. I just saw an interesting number. Rowan Kennedy's a billionaire at 70. Maybe lock that one up. Think about that for a second. He's a billionaire at $70 on paper for GameStop. It just dipped into 43. It was a little quick. I thought it might go into a halt down and was maybe looking for a false halt if it could have gotten to 42. A false halt means it gets to the halt band and then resists the halt band and then reverses, for anyone that isn't unfamiliar with that. But I might have just missed the opportunity. Maybe not fast enough on the keys. I really only traded a couple things this afternoon. There was that Hertz trade, but it was mostly GameStop. And I feel like tomorrow is going to be a very big GameStop kind of day. If you're still tracking NVIDIA, which I know some people are, it tried to break 1205. Remember we said 1205? We were asked about 1205 into 1210. It broke 1205, went all of 40 cents, and right back lower. So that's what this level is giving you on NVIDIA after all of that turmoil and nonsense today. You're essentially doing nothing on NVIDIA. Not that bad over in AMD, but you got to be able to stay in the pocket. And I'd rather look for an opportunity and maybe not find them in GameStop. Since the halts at that high, 1, 2, actually stopped out here, like that looks terrible, but get back in where you can. So the next breakout ended up being good. That was clean. That one lost, and we then got back in again. So you take multiple trades if you can find them, but you don't have to force it. There's always going to be something out there for everybody. I'm just going to go back just so you can see. Hertz took out VWAP. Wasn't much happening. It eventually got to VWAP and pull back in, but higher lows. So Hertz is going to end up down, but right back into some support. And I looked at that rent. Forget about the 40% expected. That thing went 140% the last time. But it is stupid, illiquid. Rent the runway.
Yeah,
it sounds exciting. Oh my goodness, a 40% and went 140 last time. It's done 109,000 shares, and there's not even a print. So, I just pulled it up. Still, there's the first print. It took all of 10 seconds for the first print for me to see on the tape. This really doesn't trade. So it's exciting, but unless you're a swing trader, maybe there's options or something that could be a trade for you on Rent the Runway, because this is absolutely dead. Wow, GameStop, right back into the highs. Maybe 50 in the aftermarket.
Yeah, it's too bad because we did want to hold on to that, but it did crank lower for us. But honestly, man, if there was 99 problems, definitely trading is not one of them for me here today into this afternoon. I mean, look at Apple go lower, man. We called these lower moves. And so, just like we sort of sit here and be like, why did we short it? Why did we short it? We're losing. We're going to win today on the short. So it made a little bit more sense there as the market was underneath the VWAP and we weren't really fighting anything. So pretty comfortable. We are waiting for those imbalances to come through. And then, as we said tonight, it'll be Adara and I on the recap show. And we've got some good guests lined up, including Miss Danielle Shea. So she'll be coming through later. And I was just messaging her because I got a stock I'm going to ask her about, and it's John Deere. Okay, so right into here right now. Just quickly, we just released this as well, so check that out from Trader TV Live. Another great little clip from our podcast, so go check that out right now, Freedom and Wealth. That's already come through, and we've talked about that a lot. So go make sure you have a quick look at that as these imbalances are coming out. And these are the market on closing imbalances. So we'll just see nothing on NASDAQ here until 350. And then they'll all update, and you'll get not just broker quotes, you'll get NASDAQ quotes. You can see these are from 9:30. So they will update, and then we'll be kicking with those back in. So we did only get out of, well, actually, I can find out how many shares we did short up there. Okay, so we have only about 25% left, as that just happened really quick. And again, you guys know that I will chase the P&L. So when that came back in like that quickly, we're able to get out and then hold. We're doing a lot better holding on to more shares. So I think this is a good example of that. We make sure we capture that profit and come back in. That is Apple and SMH. Oh man, it's been a good day. But interesting here in the afternoon with GameStop for sure. $46 still pumping around.
Unbelievable. So obviously we're here and I'm not paying attention. I'm not listening to whatever got said by the CEO of Robinhood. It's not tanking, it's just a bit of a pullback. Just so you know, the CEO of Robinhood was talking on CNBC, and you can probably find those comments like somewhere on the Twitter machine. But the real story is that the fact that GameStop is going to get all the way back to the high is complete insanity. I echo the point in the chat that it's good if Nvidia holding this 1200 level is a very good sign. It might not be doing anything. I know it looks like it doesn't look fantastic, but the fact that it can close above, like, remember where this is coming from. So to dip right back into the breakout price at 9:30 yesterday, which when you zoom out, this is the reason why I'm pointing this out. When you zoom out, this was an early break at 1185. Look where the turn ended up being. Yesterday's break at the open and the 9:30 high was at 85. It double tapped that same level, and then the big key level of 12, it's going to try to close above that 12 level. What two levels do you think I'm going to be keyed on in tomorrow? 1185 and 1200. That's simple. Keep it simple is the easiest way to go. It's definitely a good sign for them. If you're just tuning in now, then you probably missed a lot when it comes to GameStop. 12 o'clock tomorrow is when Roaring Kitty is going to have his live stream. No idea what he's going to say, but I can promise you this. I'm going to have GameStop level 2 up. I'm going to be maybe tuning into it or just sort of following the price action. That's what it's all about here. I don't know if it's going to be a sell the news event. I don't know if it's going to be a big ramp to the upside. We could be gapping up. We could be gapping down going into it. So you've just got to play it by ear. This morning, there's no way I would have thought we'd start by dip buying at 32, be out of that thing after a 35 long that we got out at 35.70 right before it went ham. And then suddenly we'd be buying 42 and buying 40 and buying 42 and buying 45. You do not know what the day is going to give you. Just be mentally flexible and mentally agile so that you can adjust to whatever the market is giving you in that moment. When it starts going parabolic, you've got to trade it differently. When it's in a tight range, you make that adjustment as well. But obviously GameStop is in the other of those. It is not range-bound trade. Got about 5 seconds, and then we're going to get these imbalances coming in. The early looks, like I said, BAC, unless you're into that, it was a sell of 1.7, so we don't care about BAC. Microsoft, 1 million to the buy side. Pfizer, not a big deal. Apple is 650,000 buy side. Tesla is 600,000 to the sell side. So Microsoft, million buy. Apple, 600,000 buy. Tesla, 600,000 sell. That is all the names that matter. Amazon, small buy, 400,000. GameStop still moving. Let's just double check.
It's 45.50.
I don't know if Microsoft did anything on that. It's $1 million. That's not a bad number. It went up like 70 cents or so on Microsoft. The other day, Microsoft was like 4 million to the buy side. And you saw it really do a ramp job. 1 million shares on a Thursday, random Thursday. Probably going to pair off. I don't think there's much of a trade there.
All right, just quickly, so Apple making moves here. I mean, Apple goes upside and then goes downside right now. We did get stopped out of SMH, which is completely fine, man. I mean, we didn't average back into it. We talked about it. Sucks to take that last little L, but if you're holding something into 350, I mean, that's kind of as expected there. So, yeah, hit the like, hit the subscribe, get all of that pumping for sure. As Apple actually starting to go lower here for me. Wow, we are now 60 cents now. Wow. I'm like, why? I just took an L on SMH, but again, what's happening with Apple right now is really starting to make a move down. Nice move in. Effective date tomorrow, 1 for 10 stock
effective
split.
Dates
Okay, so I don't know what NVIDIA's prices are going to be, but here we go. We have $1 right there. We have Apple dollar. So there it goes. Nice downside move coming in for us. I don't know. I'll just do the Shrug again. Nice move downside for Apple as it's coming back in. Let's just, okay, Apple, you are welcome to come to this party because it is a sweet downside party right now
Balance
for
flipped.
them.
It was a buy and it immediately paired.
Yeah, so there goes Apple, man. I mean, put that one on the damn board. I mean, if you're with us right now, then you just got another one. You've had GameStop, you've had SMH, you have Apple right now. These are some trades this afternoon, boy. We be doing good. And let's just put that bid out right now and take it right there. You can get into the gates of hell, Apple. Not too far, though,
Bye-bye.
because I likey that stocky, but that's a nice downside move here.
Could we still lose the bet?
Apple.
You see
I don't know. I am
you
a
see
little.
where Apple got to on the daily chart. Oh, my
I am a
goodness.
little nervous about that bet because.
So here's the weekly chart.
Worldwide
The bet was Apple versus Tesla, who gets to 200 first. Obviously, Tesla can make a $25 move easier than Apple can in either direction. That's just the way. But look at what Apple's done at this high. It's the weekly chart 3 times. It's a triple top up here. Tesla just has to have a good week, and it gets to that point. Apple's finding. And what happened there, that reversal, it's not the first time that we've seen a buy turn to a sell or a sell get into a bigger sell at the end of the day on Apple. So good look on that one. I think maybe we just looked for some longs on Apple at 350, 351 because it was a buy imbalance and it came out. Everything was a buy. NVIDIA went to 1210. NVIDIA just broke 1210, so that actually bounced. The NASDAQ is almost going green. Think about this for a second. Apple's at the low of the day and breaking lower. The NASDAQ's trying to go green right now. Wild. The NASDAQ was a 500 million to the buy side. The SPY was like a very, very small sell. So I get a little bit of a divergence there. So with only about 6 or 7 minutes to go, I still have eyes just to see where GameStop is going to close. It is going to be a big one for sure tomorrow. I'd really hope we just kind of hang out right here. I don't even want GameStop to move. I just want it to be trading right here at 45, right here at 46, so that 50 is intact tomorrow. Because if we gap up and we're like 55, 60, I'm usually not a fan of that kind of trade because it gaps up too far and it's already taken the big level, and then the options for entries aren't as obvious. And I like easy trades. Kind of like it's just, 40 break, 1,200 on NVIDIA, 50 on GameStop. One can hope. That's all I can say.
Yeah, one can definitely hope. We hope that you guys will join us again tomorrow, so make sure you do that. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, make sure you get that coming through ASAP. And there's many reasons why I love my wife, but she just sends me a message right now that just simply says bang. So bang. Right back at you, right there. And we'll be having a good night tonight for sure as the kids have chess and golf, is it? No, it can't have both. That would be the same kid. 2 things happening tonight. Oh, swimming. That's what it is. It's golf. It's chess and swimming tonight. So that should be fun.
I still didn't.
And then the weather's pretty good outside though right now. Nice move there for Apple with only 5 minutes to go. Quick look on GameStop. We wish we were still in this name, man, but we had got out when it broke that 50 period and should have just bought it right back up on a rejection. Like any other stock, I would have bought it back up. But then again, that SMH just popped in and we started printing like crazy on that one. And then you can see what happens with Apple. But there goes GameStop trying to break through 48, and it will do that. It will do this in the after hours. I think like you're going to get to $55, $56 immediately after hours.
The key is you can't halt, right?
Let's wait to see. Yeah, I mean,
less in the way of it.
Yeah,
in either direction.
The halt. Actually, there was 3 halts. I mean, 3 halts right there on the way down. So we'll see what winds up happening there. But less liquidity, I think, is part of it. And here goes 47. Damn you. Damn that one drop and coming on Fox, because honestly, like that, we should still be in it and we wanted to be in it. So my bad on that one as we go. But yeah, so far so good. Great moves today on Robinhood. I mean, we had that long and nailed that long off the open. That was a great one. One name that we didn't look at all was Intel. So where is
go to 30?
INTC? I have no idea.
No, it didn't.
No, not even. Yeah, pretty boring there today, but it does get down to a nice little level there. Could have been bought at $30, but I'm not looking for the long on that. And then NVIDIA, the big bang today was NVIDIA, $31 winner on that one. So I don't, we're having a good day right now. I'm just losing my voice. I mean, yelling last night at baseball and then here today with you guys. We'll still do the recap show, of course, and we'll be here for that today and tomorrow.
New high of day. There it is. Right through the high is GameStop. it didn't even occur to me that dump was exactly when the Robinhood CEO started talking. I don't know what he said, but I guess there was something that got said in there that obviously spooked it to the downside. I don't wonder if he said something right after that might have given you a bit of a reversal, and that's an advantage. Like sometimes you do get that. Kevin Mendoza, will we live stream Roaring Kitty tomorrow? I mean, we probably. I mean, I'm sure we can. I'm assuming he's doing it on. He's probably going to be on YouTube himself. We've had it simultaneously when the Fed's talking, all that good stuff. We'll be here live trading the stock regardless, hanging on pretty much every single word. I just can't imagine what it is. Okay, so here's my projection. He's going to say that he hasn't sold anything and hasn't intended on selling anything. Outside of that, I have no clue what else he would say. He's probably going to comment on the nonsense that they're trying to save with manipulation. So I would expect he should rightfully defend himself when it comes to that. But I have no idea what he's going to say. We just try to trade price action. If it goes nuts, we trade it. If it doesn't move, we don't trade it. It's that simple. We'll go back over to NVIDIA as well. And if maybe it's going to move a little bit more. It did pop into VWAP, so that 205 break eventually happened, but it was like right at 350. I didn't see NVIDIA on the imbalance locator, but right when it came out, just took that 1205, which it was not doing the whole morning or the afternoon, and then got right into VWAP. So congratulations, if you really, really waited for that one and then punched it at the end, NVIDIA is going to close over that 1200, which I love. But the more important thing, and I'm guilty of this, I'm very, very guilty of this, I did not take that extra step of zooming out. I liked the 1200 level because it was obvious on a dip buy, and then when it got to 1185, I wasn't even considering that that's where the stock broke out from yesterday on the way to 1200, and then it turns into a double bottom. It's so easy to get wrapped up when you're looking at the chart and looking at the intraday and you don't take 2 seconds to zoom it out. And sometimes taking a couple of seconds to zoom it out is everything. Like when you look at GameStop, if you're a scalp trader, why was I trailing it here at the 47 level? It was pretty simple. I just did this and was like, okay, well, if it turns here, I'm getting out. And it ended up being a good high. When in doubt, zoom out. 1 minute to go. It's been a great one, been a wild one. Tomorrow's going to be even wilder, or more wild, I should say, as I would suspect with Friday, options expiration, Roaring Kitty at 12 o'clock, NVIDIA effective date, for the split. Last day to trade it in the thousands as well.
Yeah, it should be fun. With only 30 seconds to go, I will flip over there and get back to the desk. But Adara, you now have 20 seconds. So she will go over there and ring the bell. But I guess Ramin or somebody or Fabian. Where's Fabian? He's not there. He's gone. He's out here.
Yeah, that's right.
All right, so here we go. 30 seconds left. Oh, he's gone?
Yeah, he's back on Tuesday.
Great, I noticed. Okay, so here we go. Let's get ready to go with only 15 seconds left. Ring that bell.
Love Ramin. Let's ring that bell on what's been an awesome Thursday, awesome afternoon, awesome day for all the apes out there. Adara, let's bring it to an end. No, not really an end. In 2 and 1, ring it. The market is closed. Oh, we don't quite get to 47 for the close. It is a double top up here on GameStop. Looks like 46 and a half. Clearly something else was moving going into the close as well. GameStop trying to press 47. Just made a fresh test of the high of the day. I think this has a chance to go. There is 100,000 shares on the offer at 48 on GME, just for everybody that's obviously still in this one. It was 100,000 shares. I just saw 100,000 on the offer. There it is. 100,000 on the offer at 48. So clearly there's some liquidity. Somebody to get through an order like that in the aftermarket is a challenge. It'll chew through an order like that in the regular market. But when you see 100,000 committed on the offer after 4 o'clock, that's what caused that little move into the downside. If they fill that, dude, you could see 50, no questions asked. As we mentioned, Fabian already gone, having a long weekend. We wish him all the best. But Ramin, doing a great job, I think. You're not messing anything up. I think you're doing a fantastic job. We want to thank you. Big shout out to Brendan. Big shout out, of course, to Frank, our guest, and another great interview, dropping knowledge by him. Adara is also going to be taking a long weekend, so all the hard work she put in deserves that rest. Shout out to Sharif, talking about short squeezes all week long, and then we get GameStop. It can't get any better than that. The market recap, NVIDIA. You've got some earnings aftermarket tonight as well. GameStop going crazy. We've got Danielle Shea. We've got Sean. We've got Adara at the desk. Let's go.
All right, welcome to the Market Recap Show. Hadera, how are you doing?
I'm great. How are you doing today?
I'm doing pretty good. We just got a nice little GameStop bump there in the afternoon, which gave me some nice little thrilling trades, and that was a lot of fun right now. So we'll watch out to see what GameStop is doing right now. $46 right here. We did load up our trades as well, so we can check out what a live GameStop look is right now. $46. We will be watching this here tonight, so watch out for GME here in the after hours. You know what I'm going to do for everybody? Forget about this. This is the best part about it being your show. You just do whatever you want. So we're going to keep GameStop up here for you as the show goes. So you see how you think GameStop is being blocked? No, it's not. So we'll just watch out right here on the top. You can see GameStop pricing right here, 46, 46.14. Maybe I'll even bring this down a little bit right there so we can see the level 2 maybe a little bit better. And that's GameStop right here into the open. So we will find out what's going on with GME, Adara. So that should be nice.
I like that.
All right, yeah, we'll do
Man
it.
of the people, like keeping GME up there.
That's right. Yeah, man of the people. I like that. Thank you. All right. So we have Rent, I guess, just came out. We are waiting for DocuSign is going to be another one. But you highlighted this on our screen. Rent now up 16%. Rent the runway. Nice little mover there. On the daily chart, let's go see what Rent looks like. I don't know anything about this stock, but this is an earner. Yeah, nice move there. Okay, so that's a 60-minute. Now the daily, bottom of 5, up to $30, huh?
Yeah, they're a weird one on the daily, which is why I wanted to put them on here, and also why I wanted to put them in the week ahead, which you would have seen if you saw the week ahead. I did mention this stock, mostly just because of that move last time. Their previous move was a jaw-dropping 161.9%.
Daniel Shea will be joining us. Say thank you for that on Rent. We have over 4,000 watching again right now. Make sure you do hit the like and the subscribe as we're right here right now. And that is Rent. You can see here, we are doing it for the people right now. Bang, bang, and more bang as there's 47. I wish I was still in GME, but as you can see, it is to the top side right now. $47 coming through now on GameStop. So Adara, let's go over some different sectors that have been popping off lately as well. Today, silver back up to the upside. Nice move up to $28, $29. Gold is right here as well, up 3.5%. As the story changes today, we get from some rate-sensitive spots into now gold starting to go back up. NASDAQ was going to be green at the end of the day today as well. SMH down 0.79 right there. So again, NVIDIA, some downside plays. I said the Qs were positive. Were they at the end? Maybe not-ish, but relatively flat day there for the NASDAQ. So not bad. USO bouncing off again a little bit. We talked about that bottom and how we liked some oil names, XOM, so on and so forth. For me, though, we wait for DocuSign. I've liked DocuSign down here, Dara. I think they are a decent buyout candidate. They get a bump there on a possible buyout on the daily chart. I know there's Ramin. Thank you. I know she's getting busy with. It's only Ramin right now. So Fabian gone for the weekend.
Shout out to Ramin.
Where are you going this weekend, by the way?
I'm going to
Up north, around.
Yeah, it's kind of near up northish. It's like slightly closer than where I normally go.
Oh, yeah.
I normally go, so slightly closer than that.
Let's not tell everybody exactly.
That's why- that's why I was
you're
thinking
gonna have like
that,
some
yeah.
drones following
Right,
you.
that's why I was like, you know where I'm talking about.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good right there. All right, so XLI, some of the industrials coming back down a little bit as well. I want to ask my good friend about Deere and Company. Cyclical name there, not a great earnings report. My dear friend, Danielle Shea.
Ramin and I are becoming like the pun people, the punsters.
Yeah.
I love it.
You guys
Shout out to
are
Ramin.
too punny together.
Woo.
All right, let's see what happened with DocuSign right now. It looks like DocuSign is now out, and why isn't it flipping over to the 1-minute chart? Let's just do it ourselves right now. The 1-minute chart on DocuSign. We'll slap a little bit of a fail on that one as we get into $49 right now. Are the numbers out there, Adara?
Yeah, and they're pretty spicy, and
All right.
I don't even think a bad way necessarily. We do have their first quarter fiscal financial results, including a $1 billion increase to their share repurchase program, taking a key from Lululemon, which is the exact same thing yesterday, the exact same amount, adding $1 billion to their share repurchase program. The only other number I'm seeing from them right now, we did get revenue higher than expected, $709.6 million versus the estimate of $707.5 million. That is going to be a beat. Gross margin of 78.9. Again, not seeing all the numbers coming on through yet, but that buyback, not necessarily a bad look, and we did get a beat on revenue.
The nice little EPS beat, sales beat. Why did it go down? I don't know, but we'll wait. And the buyback. So right now, DocuSign, here it is. They see Q2 revenue of 725 to 729 versus 726. So possibly there's a low end there that they miss on. Sees revenue low to in line as well. So again, the guide is low to in line for DocuSign. So a good quarter, not a great guide there for DOCU. So again, a pretty good name there. I like it. Over 3,800 of you watching right now. We still have GameStop up here, so we'll say bang on that one and see if GameStop wants to continue its move northbound as well there today. NVIDIA keeps going. I mean, I don't know. Nice move into the close, 12.10. We had a great short on that one today. Over $30 from here off of VWAP, and it was 12.23. It was actually right here all the way down. So that turned out to be a good trade. We'll see if NVIDIA can sort of hold fort tomorrow. Last day trading, then we come in on Monday, Adara, and this gets divided by 10. So that's also true of options, and we can talk to Danielle about that. So instead of having one contract, you'll get 10 contracts, and then the same thing will divide to the price and the premium. So watch out for that if you are trading NVIDIA and you have calls or puts or whatever you have heading into next week. You will see those flip over and get changed up. The volume going to be real spicy on that name for sure. All right. So there's GameStop. Let's just go over some names that potentially moved here today and go over some talk. So, you know, the markets did have a pretty good day today. NVIDIA down 1.14%. All new time high for the NASDAQ at the beginning of the day were sparked by NVIDIA taking out that 1250. But then we dumped off that level below 1200, as we have to remember that the FTC and the Department of Justice, DOJ there, are investigating some of the anti-competitive concerns, which I think is a load of crap. Some major stocks also fought around today, including Apple starting to go a little lower. Apple up, Apple down, Google up, Microsoft up, Meta down. So it's kind of like a little bit of a mixed offering there, including Netflix also down, CRM, really loving CRM off that bottom from earnings. You know, utilities downside there, large companies like Constellation downside, Amazon, Tesla, Nike, and Chipotle all upside. Amazon up 2%. Wow, what a move. I don't even know why we didn't look at Amazon. Look at Costco, 1% today, and Walmart, a nice move. But yeah, Amazon huge, Tesla 165 down there. Procter & Gamble, a little bit of a mixed story there today, Adara, but Eli Lilly is 836. Are you kidding me? I'm not even trying to look at this name. We recently bought this one, as you know, Adara, because we did the work on this.
We did.
And it was down before earnings, down here at, or just after earnings, I believe it was. No, it was into earnings, right?
Before earnings, yeah.
It was into earnings, down here at $700, and then it was nothing but love from there. Cannot believe we actually have this bottom on Eli Lilly. We had first started to buy it in the 300s, but at the end of the day, a good little reload opportunity there. And the one stock that is like, we made such a great call on Meta by selling it before earnings. But guess who didn't buy it back? Hey, it's me. We're the anti-hero for Meta because we do not buy that back. And now it's all the way there and saying, well, good thing you bought some other things. One thing that's been going to the downside, Snowflake. They had their earnings report. We were cruising with it because we had bought it like 152 or so upside. Earnings disappointed. We could have got out of it. Then they had some sort of a conference or something last couple days. Something. And now we're getting to the downside there. 52-week lows for Snowflake. Not looking very good at all. This could be a quick exit, man. I mean, we bought some the other day at 136. Maybe it was yesterday or 2 days ago. And now Snowflake on the weekly looking like it is. Oh, this is such a stupid pun. Snowflake looking like it's going to melt. No, not good, Adara.
I liked it.
When they're easy, they're, you know. All right, what's going on with GameStop right now? As you can see right here, we have 46.38 bouncing around. GameStop just touched flushed, actually, down to 44. We're going to keep GameStop up here as we go so everyone can make sure that they're watching it and seeing what is going on. So any other earnings coming out? I don't think we have much going on right now. There's Snowflake Daily looking pretty yucky right there. I'll go over to a 1-minute chart. What was your best trade today?
So I had Lululemon.
NVDL, didn't you? Oh, you had Lululemon.
NVDL was not bad either, but my Lululemon, that was my favorite one. So initially got involved, 325.13. I know really specific number, but I set a dip buy. let it live its life. Then I look at my position board. I'm like, oh my gosh, I got filled. How is it doing? Like, keep in mind, this was like 5 minutes apart. Like, I still wanted to be in the trade. I just didn't realize. And I like staying like Adara, don't panic sell. You're exactly at your level. You're all good. And so I breathed. It ended up working out. I added to the position, not necessarily at the level I wanted to, but I didn't want to get out because I still wanted to add eventually. And it turns out it was good. I added to the level I wanted to. It wouldn't have gotten any lower. Took out half the position for $1.25, the rest of it for $1.50 in the money. Happy with the trade. And then NVIDIA, that was pretty sweet as well. It took like 70 pennies, which I was not prepared for. But yeah, it was a planned trade. Again, it just moved really fast with it.
It's funny, we didn't talk about Lululemon. They had a decent move, and then they only
recovered nicely.
Yeah, recovered back in, but they started off pretty good. And I know Danielle and I have talked about this name as well. It still looks pretty broken. You know, not a great recovery. I mean, a decent recovery, but you know, from where it was yesterday off earnings, we had Lululemon really starting to rocket there on that report. I mean, I left and I saw you and Neil doing this trade yesterday, or covering this trade on earnings. Nice move to the upside there. Small little buyback, I thought, attached with Lululemon, but the quarter wasn't the greatest. And then look what happened right off the open, a huge flush, and then a nice retracement off the 200 period moving average on a 15-minute chart. So looking pretty good there. Y Brothers United also saying Snowflake is the biggest loser in his portfolio. On today's sticky note, though, we had Palantir, baby, as a long, and that one worked all day. So I own significantly more of Palantir than I do with Snowflake, but I do like that name. I'm just going to have to figure out more what's going on with it. One name that I'm going to ask more people about, too, is Schlumberger. I mean, if you're going to talk about some energy space, this name just gets destroyed down to the downside. Just a small dividend of 2.5%, but SLB to the downside. And for everybody watching for the first time, I'm going to get the Freedom and Wealth podcast going up right now so I can show it to you. We're really, really proud of everything that we've been doing with the Freedom and Wealth podcast, and that's only on YouTube right now. So I actually can't find it because I'm not on the right page, and we'll talk about that in just a minute. You can find us all on all those socials, which would be able to show you that. That's funny. In the chat there, that's a S-no-man. So
I liked that.
No to snow right there. USO with oil, just because we're talking about it. Nice downside play there on USO. But, I mean, I see her waiting, and it'll be really foolish for me not to bring her on. So why don't we just do that, Adaro? How do you think?
I think it's a great idea.
All right, well, if you think it is, and so do I. It's Trader Talk. Let's go. Okay, Miss Danielle Shea, how are you doing on this fine Thursday?
I'm doing great. It's a beautiful day over here. How are you two?
I think we're doing pretty good. Yeah, it is.
Really well.
It actually
It's a
is.
fun week.
It's been a fun week. Yeah, it's gorgeous weather here as well. So nice to see. Oh, I didn't ask you last time. What's up with the turkeys right now? Are they coming back? Have they found a mate? Is there anything going on with the turkeys in your backyard?
Okay, so we figured out how to make friends with the turkey. He kept coming up to our house, looking in the windows, gobbling at us, and it turns out he loves canned corn. So
There we
my
go.
10-year-old my 10-year-old goes outside. He wakes us up at 7 o'clock in the morning and he feeds him corn, and now he just comes right up to us.
Perfect. Hey, that's perfect. Domesticate some turkeys around there. I like that. That's a good move. All right, Danielle, on this kind of theme, this is a name that I've talked to you about before. It's going to be Deere & Company. I like this position for many reasons, but it's fallen down. They did not have a good earnings report there. They've come back in. It's a very cyclical name coming through for Deere. And then as we've seen the US dollar have this move, oil have this move down, I'm wondering if it's just sort of economic slowdown maybe that people are projecting coming through in the second half of the year, which is not going to be good for many of these names in industrials, agriculture, such as John Deere. But any opinions on this recent move down? I always get FOMO off that 350 level, but we're kind of there right now. Are we buying more of this or letting it settle down?
Looking at John Deere, I mean, I completely agree with you. It's, pretty cyclical in nature, and it's been lackluster. I was looking over my stock portfolio last night, and, John Deere hasn't really been doing too much for me lately. But you know what? Whenever a strong company is like that, especially if you look at a weekly chart and you can see that it's been consolidating for a while, that is typically the spot where you want to build a long-term stock position, right? I mean, it's so fun to trade GameStop and Nvidia and stuff like that, but we don't really want to be building long-term stock positions at these levels. But with something like John Deere, it'll come back. And I mean, this weekly chart, it looks strong. We have consolidation. We're holding up on the 200 simple right here. I like the 350 price point. It's still holding above 350. Definitely, if it fell below 300, I would say okay.
Yeah,
The trend has shifted here, but I think at this spot, it's a good spot to be continuing to buy long shares.
Okay, I like that too. I was just looking at Caterpillar pulling in, but not near some of those levels like we do see for John Deere. And I think there is opportunity in both of these names for sure. So thank you, Miss Danielle Shea. It's only Ramin working the cameras here today as we're pretty busy. So thank you for the patience on that one. Yeah. Oh, what about Deere versus Caterpillar? People are asking that in the chat. Have you ever thought about things like that? Do you stick with one name in the space? Do you sometimes rotate in and out? I know you just mentioned it's a long-term play, but Caterpillar to me looks a little healthier on the chart as we're not pushing some of those levels. Do you like that name as well by any chance?
Sure, I can pull up Caterpillar here. So, I mean, I do like both of the names. John Deere is the one that I've been building a bigger stock position in, just because, I mean, typically when I'm looking at a company like this, I'm trying to dollar cost average on a regular basis. And John Deere is a position that I started several years ago. So that's just one that I've been building. But I mean, if you look at Caterpillar, Caterpillar honestly looks even better, especially over the course of the last 2 years. I mean, Caterpillar just recently made a new high. It's pulled back into the 34 EMA. It's pretty oversold. I also like to look at, of course, fundamentals when you're looking at buying a long-term stock. And if you compare and you look at Caterpillar, I think the one thing that I've had difficulty with it is just because it's gapped down so many times after earnings, but they have a regular history of beating EPS estimates. So typically I like to see strong companies beating EPS estimates, trading higher after earnings, continuing to trade higher after, the initial gap up. I like to see a long-term bullish trend on a weekly and a monthly chart. And I do like to see increasing dividends as well. So that's typically my criteria. But honestly, now that I'm looking at Caterpillar, I mean, it looks even better than John Deere right now. But that being said, it's closer to the highs.
Right.
So John Deere would have a better, lower buying point, if that makes sense.
No, I mean, it makes perfect sense. I mean, you could sprinkle on both. There's ETFs as well that we can get involved with. Last time we were on here, we talked a little bit about CrowdStrike. Did you see that report? Like, it got hit in the after hours and then made it all the way back up. And then it was expected implied move, I think, of a 12% or so. It had a lot of intraday moves. Here it is right here. Nice pullback into the $300 level on the chart there. And if we go back over and just flip this into like a 15-minute chart, you'll see there's that little wick down for some reason. Then we just started to pop. CrowdStrike continues to work right now. We like Palo Alto around here, and I know that we've talked about CRWD. Did you have any videos out about this play? I know it was something that was well talked about on our show. CrowdStrike looks like it wants to go higher from here. I like the stock.
You know what's so funny with you asking me about a video is I was on Fox Business and I said, I'm buying Palo Alto because Nancy Pelosi is the best trader out there. And suddenly my connection got completely cut.
Yeah, what was that? I don't hear you anymore. Danielle, we are freezing. No, we'll never do that to you around here, but what a surprise that did happen there. Yeah, we could talk about all those positions at all times, but I like Palo Alto and CrowdStrike, but that's a hilarious story. Maybe we should no, we won't clip that and put that out. But no, we won't. All right, so
on my YouTube channel, it's like pretty funny. It's
it's already on your YouTube.
Pelosi is the best trader. Follow her.
Yeah, that's it. I like it. People in the chat are probably going crazy. They love that. They're going to kick out of that, so that's a good one. All right, so you like PanW and CrowdStrike. You like the space. A little bit extended, possibly, as we come right back into the highs. But I like stocks that are near the highs and looking to break out, especially on a report that was well received. I think CrowdStrike goes higher. Are we crazy to think that?
No, I don't think you're crazy to think it at all. I love the move in CrowdStrike. I like the space. It's definitely a volatile space, but hey, who doesn't love a little bit of volatility? And if you look at CrowdStrike, I mean, I think that the buy the dip was perfect. I love seeing that kind of move where you kind of pull back after an earnings report and then buyers come in. That's the absolute best, especially when it's right at the 50 simple on the daily chart. That's a really good area of support. You're right at the $300 key psychological value as well. So, I mean, I think CrowdStrike is good for a trade. It looks like it actually already made 350. So then the next price target would just be where this previous high is. So it's going to be about 362. And then after that, you have your Fibonacci targets at 387, 400, 416. So, I just keep following it to the upside, but I like that one. And, Palo Alto is another one that, gapped down after earnings 2 quarters in a row, but it's still holding the 50 simple critical area of support. And there's a ways back to go, back up to that previous high.
I mean, I think also heading into an election cycle, obviously, that we're in right now. I mean, I think cybersecurity and all that, definitely the macro tailwinds are there for that spot. And then everything that's unfortunately going on in the world, of course, same kind of way. All right, Danielle, I have a couple options related questions to ask you. We talked about this last week. It's on people's mind with NVIDIA going 10-1. So it's just true. You have one contract and all of a sudden you have 10 if we have that heading into the next week. And then the same sort of math happens with any of the premiums and whatnot that you're looking at the strike prices. So that's it, right? Is there anything else that I need to know?
No, I mean, I would just stick with the key psychological values. The times where people get into trouble, and it's a lot easier when it's a 10-1 split because it's gonna be a lot
Divide
more
up easy.
equal when it splits. But when you can get into trouble is when the number doesn't divide equally. So if you just have some random strikes and then after the split, that value is not going to be a value that has a lot of volume, and it makes it really hard to get out of your options trades. So, for example, if you have a 1200 strike, that's going to split really evenly. So you'd probably be fine into 120. But that's just something that you'd want to keep in mind, because what's going to happen is after the split, all of the volume has to go into the new contracts. And there's going to be contracts that didn't have any volume. And in the options market, when you're trading, you absolutely need to have a couple hundred contracts at least of volume in the strikes you're trading. Otherwise, what happens is the spreads on the options are far too wide. And so, for example, the option could be going for a difference of $2 or $8. And then,
how do you make money?
The spread's too wide. It makes it really hard to get out, and you can lose money even if your idea worked out well. So just stick with the key psychological values that are going to divide evenly, and that will probably still have volume in, or you can just wait until after the split and see where the volume is in the options contracts and trade it after that. That's going to be the easier option.
All right, so good call on that one. I mean, that's what we've been saying all day. Just kind of watch out for the different strike prices and figure it out yourself. Okay, look, we may have technical difficulties soon because I'm going to ask you about Roaring Kitty. So if all of a sudden we disconnect, you may or may not know why. I mean, but for right now, look, you mentioned that this is not everybody's style, and I don't think it's yours either to be hammering in to some of these options. But what do you make of all of this? I mean, I have the GameStop chart up right now. Mr. Kitty, is that right? I don't know.
Mr. Kitty, I don't know.
Yeah, who knows?
Mr. Kitty.
Mr. Purina. All right, so we'll find out here about tomorrow, because he's going live tomorrow midday on YouTube to start streaming stuff. So, I mean, I don't know. I guess we're going to see tons of volume. I'm going to assume GameStop's probably leading the way in the option market as far as open interest and maybe contracts traded. I could be wrong on that as well. But, I mean, it has to catch the eye of an options trader, doesn't it, GameStop? Or is this something that you just say, it's not really what I'm looking at? Or do sometimes you just say, let's have some fun and trade GameStop?
So, what's funny is I was looking at it because I had a CNBC segment earlier today and they wanted me to talk about GameStop. And originally I thought, oh man, I never trade this name. And then I started looking at it and I was like, oh my gosh, this looks like a great short squeeze. Okay. And I will help people. I'm not trading it because I'm trying to follow Roaring Kitty, right? I was trading it because I looked at the pattern and this is exactly what I saw today. So first of all, it was up at the time. I don't know. I was trying to get into it when it was at like 35, 36. But here's the thing is when you see a ticker that has 25% short float, it's all over the news. Everybody's looking at it. It's already up 30% and it's right near a previous high. So in this instance, let's see, it was today, like right around this point right here. Whenever you see that and then you start seeing these wide range expansion candles, that's a spot where you have short sellers, they're buying to cover, they're trying to get out, and you have other people piling in. So it's like I normally don't trade this stock, but I got so tempted and I had to get in. So I got in right when I got in before $40, which was actually right here.
Boom.
Where that previous high was. That's usually where you want to trade a short squeeze, because once it gets above a previous high, people are like, oh crap, trying to get out. And that was where it was halted. So I got like half my position.
Nice.
It got halted. I did my segment. And, now it's almost up to 50. Ideally, it'll probably gap up tomorrow. And hey, I want to tell you guys this too. So for GameStop, normally this stock will do this before earnings. So if you look at the pattern, like GameStop has a pretty good history of rallying before the report. It's like a buy the rumor, sell the news type of thing though. So it'll kind of rally before the report. And then on the report, it gets slammed because their earnings are not good. So I'm only trying to trade it.
We're having some disconnection issues. We're having some connection issues. Please don't talk about GameStop earnings at all. Oh no, we're fading to black immediately. No, that's a good call. I actually forgot about earnings. We didn't even talk about earnings at all today. I had very similar trades right there. We had a 38 long, got out there at 40. Then we had 42 long, ran it upside, then got stopped out when we broke the 50-period moving average. And I think with lack of liquidity, I think we're north of 50 tomorrow at open with GME. Okay, we just got a super chat in our chat, and it's a question that I know Adara was looking to ask you about anyways, so let's flip it over.
Hi, Danielle. Hope you had a great day and a fun week, because there was so much going on this week. I was already planning on asking you about this, but shout out to Ian Respetto. Thank you so much for the $4.99 super chat saying, what does Danielle think about AVGO earnings next week, please? Because I know as well, I saw on Monday you mentioned these. I know you seem pretty excited. So what are your thoughts on these heading into the earnings?
I mean, I love the semiconductors and I love Broadcom. I'm a shareholder. The only thing I could say about it is I wish I had even more, because this stock has just been absolutely phenomenal. Now, if you look at the earnings report that's coming up, you're going to have a pretty big expected move on this stock. Right now, it's trading around 1,400. I have upside targets at 1,500 and 1,600, which make really good key psychological targets in the options market. I will say that last quarter, it was a little lackluster after earnings. It gapped down slightly and it pulled back. It's not one of these stocks that moves a lot over the earnings report, even though it does have a very big expected move. So I might just end up selling like a neutral iron condor, where I sell the calls and the puts and buy some outer wings for protection, looking for more of a neutral move in the options market. But ultimately, I love the company, love the stock, holding the shares. I'm still going to target 1,500 to 1,600 as like a swing trade to the upside.
All right, Danielle, look, we love all that. I can't believe we went the whole show without talking too much about NVIDIA, so we won't really do that. I mean, that name just continues to go higher and higher and higher. We'll wait for Broadcom. Anything else on your mind before we go? I mean, I know you do have that lovely YouTube page that we talk about all the time. If you want to show that, any videos you're working on. I know you were taking some feedback from viewers and posting up videos. Are you working on anything right now?
Yeah, so I was recording a video yesterday. I was trading NVIDIA, made 100% on my NVIDIA butterfly, where I was targeting 1,200. So that's the video I was working on publishing today. I'll probably get it done tomorrow at this point. I published my call earlier on GameStop, the trades that I was doing. So you can definitely check those out. And then I also started doing some longer term stock investing videos, and I made a video about AMD, which I'm still in editing on, but I'm going to be posting that about why I'm buying more long-term shares in AMD.
Danielle, thank you so much for coming on today. I don't know if it's just the way it is, but I feel like you're in a great mood, and I love that. So thank you so much for coming on the show here today, and it's been an absolutely great day for us here as well, and you just made it a lot better. So from everybody watching, thank you, Ms. Danielle Shea, and make sure that you go check her out over there on X at Trader Danielle, a huge friend of the show and definitely a friend of mine. So thank you, Ms. Danielle Shea. Have a great rest of your week and a happy Friday.
Thank you, guys. I'll see you later.
Ciao. That's Trader Talk. All right, all right, all right. I mean, I already put in the chat, like, does it get much better than this?
No, this is awesome. Thank you so much to Danielle Shea for those comments. And yeah, I'm happy we were able to ask about Broadcom because I was planning on asking about that anyway. And shout out to Ian Rispetto for that super chat.
Yeah, that was really good. And we know that she had talked about it before. So yeah. So thank you, Danielle. Often she'll be in the chat. I don't know about today because we may be having some of those technical difficulties. Nah, never on our show, guys. Never on our show.
Remain
Right now, oh my God, right now something's happening. Okay, so just quickly before we go, GameStop right here, 46.50 right now. That's what we're bouncing around at. It seems like it cannot break that wall at 48, but I believe it will. Let's just wait to see what happens here in the after hours. Markets close later on tonight, 7 o'clock. You'll get those last prints coming through, so we'll see that. And then tomorrow morning, we'll open back up at 7 again. Some exchanges different than that, but that's, the volume levels. So we'll see tomorrow what's up with GameStop, and we'll be trading it for sure. And he's going on 12 o'clock, isn't he?
I believe.
I know you're not here tomorrow, which is,
sad.
But on that note, have a great weekend. And you're back Monday, or you're
back Tuesday? Yeah. So I'm missing the Apple. I'm missing the NVIDIA stock split. I'm casually also missing this GME thing. I knew none of those things when I booked this off months ago. I am very disappointed in myself. Honestly, but I need to calm down.
Do not.
I'll have a good
the only person not allowed time off is me. You should be allowed to get your time off, and it's well deserved.
Thank you so much.
Again, go rock that, and do not get FOMO, honestly, because I was in Italy with my wife, and this is when I was helping open up offices there in Italy. Yeah. Siena was absolutely lovely. We made our way into Rome as well. And I remember it was a rebalance day, so it was like a big one. It was in September, maybe it was September. And I was like, oh my God, I need to trade this rebalance. And of course, it's 5 hours in front, or maybe it's even more than that, 7 hours. So like 4 o'clock our time was like midnight over there.
It's like 8 hours, because it's 9 from Winnipeg, so it's 8 hours. Sorry.
Valid. You tell, yeah, exactly. So yeah, okay, 8 hours away. So thanks for that. And I was just sitting there trying to log on, trying to get trading. And I'm just like, what the hell am I doing? Like, I'm in Rome. Like, I shouldn't be trading. So long story short, there was a firewall, was unable to connect to the platform. So I tried. I even went to the guy at the front of the desk. I'm like, what kind of business center is this? I can't even log into my stuff back there in Canada. He's like, Canada, come on. What's going on over here? So anyways, at the end of the day, I was unable to trade. It was good because, I was able to spend more time, and when in Rome, don't trade. So don't think about it. Enjoy your time. And if you have any questions, just message me. I'll give you a full rundown of what's going on in the market there. So, hey, for everyone today, including Ms. Danielle Shea and Ms. Adara, enjoy your time. You will be missed around here. But I'm going to be back tomorrow. Sorry about that. As will Neil, as will Sharif. But we have Obi as well. That will be on the midday show, so that should be a fantastic one. Long story short, let's wrap this thing up. Thank you so much for watching. It's been a hell of a day. Good luck to everybody holding those longs, and we'll catch you in the morning. That's Adara. I'm Sean. Ciao.